The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And to everyone around the world, I'm Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos ang matinding kaganapan kagabi, natunghayan muli natin, natunghayan ng buong mundo ang iba't ibang aspeto na bumubuo sa Philippine meta. Patuloy pa rin ang pagpapakitang gilas ng ating mga manlalaro gamit ang Bruno at Gord. Utility heroes pa rin ang nagahari sa jungle. At nice one baby pa tayo tuwing nagpipick ang Angela. Ngayon, ikalawang araw ng linggo, 3 bakbakan na naman ang papatigil sa ating mundo para ipamalas ang mas Pinas lakas. But before we enter the land of dawn, alamin muna natin ang mga latest chika sa All Access kasama ang ating panel. Midnight, Burrito, anong bago? Anong bago dito, Midnight Burrito? You know what? Nainggit ako dahil palagi hindi ako kasama sa panel. So, I'm walking all the way here. I'm joining you guys. What's up?
Ayos naman, excited kasi ang daming mga tao ngayon.
Actually, bago yan. Tayong tatlo, bago tayo dito.
Oo nga, no?
Ngayon lang ako nakapag-panel.
First time.
First time. So, we're season 12.
Ano to, no? MPL to, no? Ang galing, ang ganda. Maganda. Okay, so, today, okay, we're gonna have great games today. At by the way, ni-invite natin lahat ng ating mga manonood na gamitin ang ating hashtag of the day. Alam niyo ba may bago tayong hashtag everyday?
Oh, ano hashtag?
Ang hashtag natin today, makikita nyo sa ating screen, yan ang MPL-PH S12 Pag-angat. So, kayo nagpo-post kayo ng mga videos, nagpo-post kayo ng mga pictures. Sa lahat ng mga nandito, use the hashtag MPL-PH S12 Pag-angat sa lahat ng mga posts nyo so we can all enjoy it, we can all see it on the comment section below. Go ahead. Ano ang ulit yung hashtag?
MPL-PH S12 Pag-angat.
Ano yan?
MPL-PH S12. Ay, akala ko ulitin. Pero yun na yun. Gamitin niyo yung mga hashtags kapag mag-post kayo.
Gamitin nyo yan. Ano nga ba yung nag-aangat ngayon? What's happening now sa MPL?
Alam mo, Mara, madami. Kasi hindi lang sa MPL-PH. Pag tumingin ka sa international, like yung mga Filipino players natin, nagsisiangatan lahat. Mapa anong region? Mapa Malaysia, mapa Indonesia, mapa Cambodia. Kahit nga sa North America umaangat yung mga Filipino players.
Wow, hindi lang yun pag-angat din sa dami ng mga imports na naroon ngayon sa overseas. And syempre, ang pag-angat din ng kalidad ng mga players natin.
Talagang umaangat talaga ang mga Pinoy. Everybody wants a piece of us. Everywhere around the world. Actually, speaking of, binanggit mo yung Malaysia. Oh, today, Happy Malaysia Day! Happy Malaysia Day! They're celebrating it right now. So, we're greeting everybody in Malaysia. So I hope everybody enjoys. Let's also greet them Happy Malaysia Day. Meron tayong mga Filipino players ha. Speaking of, sabi mo kanina, umaangat na nga ang ating mga players.
Sobrang dami kasi nandyan sila. Nag-reunion nga, nakita ko yung sa picture sa Facebook, sila Timon Kite, sila Miko. And ang kagagandahan doon, sila mismo yung nagtatastokan doon. Kasi sila yung mga malalakas na players.
Ayan, si Exort, nandun na rin si Exort. Di ba, last season ay nandito siya. Even Super Red, na nagpakitang gilas din sa Blacklist last season, dun naman sa kupunan na kung nasaan siya ngayon, dun sila umaatake at nag-aariba.
Ayan o, kitang-kita nyo kung sino sila. Nandun si Saksha, Stone, Pancake, Hito, Exort, Demon Kite, Super Red, and Miko. Okay, ang pinaka na may miss ko dito, si Hito.
Ay.
Feeling ko
Ako rin.
Feeling ko it's a loss na wala sa atin si Hito. Kasi siya ang ating entertainment. Ano nga ba yung anong...
Chief Entertainment Officer.
Chief
CEO.
Entertainment Officer. Naalala ko tuloy, nung pumunta tayo, sa Malaysia din ata yun, di ba? Na naka-bathrobe siya. Tapos, ang ganda, alam mo, siya talaga yung nagpapalift ng spirits ng lahat. Pag nandito siya, it's not just his face that's so funny. It's his whole personality. Sino yung pinaka na may miss nyo?
Sa akin, si Hito. Pero gusto kong makita, or namimiss ko talaga, sila Saksha. Di ba? Kasi ang tagal na nila dito from Archangel era, nandito na sila nandito sila sa Philippines. Nung pumunta sila doon, nakita naman natin kung paano rin ipinamalas nila at yung Filipino pride na nasa kanila ay ibinuhos nila doon.
Ito, okay. Real talk naman tayo.
Yan.
Real talk! Like na nag-pillow!
Si Midnight yan, real talk eh.
Okay, yung totoo yung totoo. Dahil marami tayong mga players abroad, what do you think na mangyayari sa M5? Siyempre, alam nila yung strategies natin, how we are, and then they're getting all our secrets. Iba kasi pag nagalagay ka doon ng Pinoy, na alam yung lahat. So, ako medyo natatakot ako. Ikaw, kayo ba medyo natatakot kayo? Kasi...
Ikaw muna.
Ako, may konti, pero hindi ako threatened eh. Tandaan natin, pinakamalakas na MLBB players ang Pilipinas. And nasa atin ang mga kampiyon, yung mga international tournaments. Nakaisa siguro ang Indo. Pero let's see kasi para sa akin, sobrang confident ko talaga sa PH teams ngayon.
Yeah, pero... paano naman yung nangyari kay Kyrie tsaka kay Coach Yel?
Ako simple lang eh. Simple lang kasi yan. Ito kasi yung di naiintindihan ng Ito hindi naiintindihan ng ibang region. Kasi sabi nila, end of PH era. Pag tirignan mo lahat ng top teams sa Indonesia, may Pilipino. North America, nandiyan sila Zia. Nandiyan si Melo. Malaysia, nandiyan sila Miko. Indonesia, Kyrie and Coach Jeb. Diba? Cambodia, nandiyan sila MP, tsaka sila Donut. Saan ka pa titingin? Lahat ng region may Pilipino. So kahit ano mangyari, pagpunta natin sa M5, ibang bansa, may Pilipino kayong kasama.
Pero sana yung bandila naman natin, yung ma-announce ko na
syempre.
the grand
Mati.
winner is Philippines! Sana Philippines pa rin yung ma-announce ko. Speaking of, let's talk about the road to M5, okay? So marami ditong pupunta, guys. Maraming mga players, a lot of teams, and one of them, si Assassin Dave. Naalala niyo ba si Assassin Dave?
Si best friend.
Si best
BFF.
friend. Ay, bakit best friend?
BFF ng Pilipinas yun.
Ano ba nangyari?
Maganda ang history ni Assassin Dave. Ano siya? Advocate siya ng good MLBB.
Advocate ng good MLBB. At advocate din siya ngayon ng, may sinabi siya. Ano ba yung sabi niya? Na pagpunta daw dito, kakain daw siya ng balot at panggarin sa balot.
Wow. May challenge.
Actually, napanood ko yun eh. Napanood ko yun doon sa Suman. Sa podcast ni Manjit.
Note kayo doon, by the way.
Note kayo doon. Ang dami niyang in-explain doon kung ano yung mga struggles ng mga NA teams. And itong challenge na to, actually lahat ng mga international guests, pwede rito. Ayan, sabi
Basahin mo yung challenge sa kanya.
I accept the challenge to eat balut. You can take Dave out of Asia, but you can take Asia out of Dave. Easy lang daw.
Feeling ko na gets na ni Assassin Dave na kumbaga sa SpongeBob, yung Krabby Patty secret formula, yung Pilipinas kaya malakas, kumakain kasi tayong balot.
Ay!
Pakainin natin sila
Baka
lahat
yung
ng
sikreto.
balot. Lahat sila. Pakainin natin ng balot. Gusto ko makita si Moba Zayn doon, yung best friend niya. Best friend niya, Moba Zayn. Pakita natin. Pero gusto ko, pag pinakain natin sila ng balot, gusto ko ipakita yung may mga balahibo na. Tapos may mga mata na, tapos may beak na forming.
Yung konti na lang, gumigising na.
Tao na.
Yun ang gusto ko. Tapos, it's the Filipino delicacy. Tapos, lagay natin ng asin. Ano pa ba nilalagay doon? Asin.
Suka.
Asin,
Maanghang,
suka.
di ba?
Ayun. Alam mo yung favorite ko sa balot, yung matigas. Tapos sabi nila, yung iba ayaw nila yun.
Ay, yung
Pero,
bato ba tawag
Yun nga yung
doon?
masarap na kinakain.
Oo, nginunguya yun eh. Chewy yun eh, di ba?
Yun yung dapat pakain natin sa kanila.
Ayan.
Yun yung challenge.
yun yung challenge. Ay, may isa pa tayong challenge ngayon.
Ano yan?
Ano yung challenge?
I think nagawa niyo to kahapon eh. Di ba?
Ay, napanood ko yun.
Si Quantum Charge.
Yeah, ayun.
Charge.
Now it's time for the emblem of the day. Okay, emblem of the day. Kailangan natin pumili ng
sige.
isang audience. Somebody here from the audience.
Pwede ba ako pumili? Pwede ba ako pumili?
Pipili ka?
Pipili ako. Kasi speaking of yung mga Filipino players, may nakita kasi ako dito sa venue. Nahagip lang naman ang mata ko.
Sino yan?
Pwede ba tayo sumunod? Pwede ba sumunod?
Tara,
Sunod tayo.
Hindi ko to alam.
Sunod tayo.
Seryoso.
Sunod tayo. Liga rito. Burrito.
Ano?
Ito kasi,
Ano yun?
kung merong Hito CEO, ito sa Indonesia, Mr. CEO din to.
Nako, hindi lang Mr. CEO, Mr. Pogi din.
Oo.
Oh my God!
May sariling kampo to.
Oh my God! Nandito si Delar! Delar, okay, tayo ka. Come over here. Kailan ka dumating?
Last 2 weeks ata.
Last 2 weeks? What happened? Ba't ka nandito?
Manonood lang. Supportahan yung ONIC.
Ba't ka umuwi ng Philippines? Hindi ko talaga alam.
Ano?
Well, you're in the Philippines now.
Umalis na ako sa sa team ko.
Umalis ka. Ayaw mo sa kanila?
Hindi.
Ayaw mo sa kanila? Dito ka na ulit sa amin?
Hindi, gusto ko bumalik sa crossing kaya umalis na ako.
Oh, so
Magpapahinga muna ako yung season.
magpapahinga kayo yung season. Tapos,
Next season na ulit. Gera na.
dito sa Pilipinas. Bigyan mo kami ng inside scoop.
Siguro, dito sa Pinas.
Oh, may nag-contact na sa'yo.
Meron na.
Ay! Oh! Okay, wait. Meron talaga. Okay, so pwede bang mag-clue?
Anong kulay? Anong kulay?
Anong kulay? Kulay na lang! Kulay!
Anong kulay?
Kulay!
Wala.
Kulay.
Team name contains letter what?
Okay. Oh, ito na lang. Okay, last season, itong team ba to? Nasa top half or nasa bottom half?
Ay, maganda yun ah.
Nasa top half or nasa bottom half?
Hindi ko alam, kahit ano na lang.
No, yung kumontak
Ay,
sa'yo.
manachak niyo yung sagot ah.
Yung kumontak
Showbiz.
sa'yo, top half or bottom half? Ang daming options nun, ha? Hindi naman kami genius, hindi namin mag-figure out yun.
Yun yung
Top
minute yung
half?
yung teams.
Top half, bottom half.
Basta malakas sila.
Ay, so
top four.
Nasa
So,
top
top four.
4. Nasa top 4.
Basta malakas.
Nasa top 4.
Ano, pwede yung pang international tournament.
Oh, okay. Okay, so top 4. Sabi mo yes or no?
Ano?
Top four.
Wala. Hindi ko masasagot.
Ayaw mag-splook.
Okay, so, okay guys, yan ang inside scoop. You heard it from us first. Babalik si Delar dito sa Pilipinas sa season 13. Yes! Okay. So ito, maglalaro ngayon tayo ng emblem of the day. So kayo yung mag-act out.
Hindi, para something special naman. Siyempre, dapat si Dilar yung mag-act out.
Siya, ikaw yung
ka ba,
mag-act
Mara?
out.
Uma-acting na sa mga commercial yan.
Paano ba yan?
Ay, oo!
Uma-acting
Guys,
na sa commercial
model to,
yan.
commercial model. Huhulaan mo kung ano yung... Ay,
Kami
kayo
yung hula.
hulaan.
Oo. Siya yung acting.
Okay, pumili ka.
Dapat siya pipili, siya
Ay,
acting.
hindi. Ito, ikaw pala yung mag-acting. Wait, naano ako, nalito ako kasi nandito si Delar.
Ano ko, piniisip
Hindi
ko pa
alam
yung
eh.
team ni Dilar.
Hindi ko naman kasi alam. Oh, patingin, ikaw.
Mukhang
Baka mahirap, ha?
Mukhang mahirap.
Ayan, okay. Papakita ko ba sa audience? Ilagay natin dito.
Talikod,
Okay.
talikod tayo.
Okay. Ay guys ha, walang sisigaw ha.
No coaching.
Huwag kayong huwag niyo sabihin. Kita ba? Oh, kita niyo na yan. Hindi ako nag-polish ng nails. Alright,
Game.
Dilar, ikaw yung mag-act out niyan.
Ang hirap pa, paano kaya yun?
O, i-act out mo kung ano yung ginagawa.
Okay lang yan. Kaya mo yan. Binuhat mo nga Indo eh.
Oo nga eh.
Wait.
Ay.
Real talk lang. Facts.
Tama.
Dito ka, i-act out mo dito. Ito yung charades natin to. Charades! Manood ka kasi ng MPL para alam mo yung ganap. Okay, kukunin ko. Ano yun? Uy!
Teka.
Commercial model. Pakita mo.
Hindi ko alam paano. Ang hirap ah.
Grabe yung nakita ko yung master si Dilar. Nakita ko yung muscles niya. Parang pang Uranus yan, boss ah. Pang Uranus. Two words. One word.
One word.
Emblem. Ano ba yan? Pang-tank? Pang-fighter?
Tama.
Pang-marksman?
Ay, acting mo. Hindi to Pinoy henyo.
Tayo din mali. Tayo din mali.
Iyak mo.
Tama.
Nakita nyo guys, di ba? Nakita nyo kung ano.
Sorry.
Okay, go.
Ay, nakin. Di ako
Okay,
marunong na to eh.
Oh.
Oh, Uranus. Pang-Uranus. Pang-Uranus. Firmness.
Concussive blast.
Concussive blast. Hindi nga 2 words eh. Tenacity.
Tenacity is the right answer. Anong price ni Midnight?
Price na to yung Muis de Lar eh.
Ikaw yung price namin. So, anything that you wanna share with us sa habang nandito ka sa Pilipinas? By the way, sino bang team sinusuportahan mo?
Lahat sinusuportahan ko.
Ba't napaka-safe mo sumagot?
Pero ngayon ONIC eh. Kasi
ONIC.
wala pa silang manalo, kaya gusto ko sana manalo sila para magkaroon sila momentum. Para maganda yung MPL-PH.
Para maganda. Si ONIC kaya? Si ONIC kaya yung season 13?
Boss, may kontrata ba to si Delar sa inyo?
Alright. Now, thank you so much, Delar. ONIC nga ang maglalaro ngayon, pero tignan natin ang iba pang mga koponan that's gonna be playing for today. Let's take a look at today's schedule. O, ikaw magsabi.
Ano yan, pipredict ko?
No, ikaw magsasabi.
Pwede.
Sige.
Upcoming match, Blacklist versus ONIC.
Oh, prediction.
ONIC.
Oh, okay.
2-1.
Alright. Second match.
Echo versus TNC.
Oh, sino mo nanalo?
Siguro Echo 2-0.
Uy!
May score!
May score pa! Confident!
Tapos Minana versus RSG. Siguro RSG 2-1.
RSG 2-1.
Respect.
May isa si Minana.
Respect.
Alright, eto magsisimula na ang ating laban. Kaya kailangan na natin ibato sa ating mga casters. Delar, it was nice having you with us. Ibato mo na sa ating mga casters.
Caster, pasok.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the English broadcast of MPL Philippines Season 12. I'm Theo Ignacio. With me is Francis Cantero and Renmar Santa Cruz. And if we're using our made-up names, my name's Zumi. With me is always X and still Renmar. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling hype. It's good to see Womi back in the English desk again. Mr. Theo Ignacio himself, the third.
The third?
The third?
I didn't know there was two people before me.
I wouldn't be surprised if there is. Thank you for using our government names. I did not see that
Thank you.
coming.
Yeah. Completely. I am so happy to hear that in the English broadcast.
Yeah, and welcome back to the English broadcast, man.
Thank you
It's been
so
a long
much,
while.
man. And it's our first match today. It's ONIC Philippines versus Blacklist International. Two teams that do feature the best junglers in the league right now. We have Sensui and, of course, Ryzen. We're going to look at them later on. But right now, let's just address the elephant in the room. ONIC is struggling, as said by Delar as well in our pre-show. Still winless in this league so far.
For me, they're still struggling to find a perfect recipe as Chef is back. But one thing they're also trying to consider is how will they even go up against Blacklist International, just finally had their own recoded gameplay.
Yeah, man, it's heavy, but I like how Delar is still showing his ONIC roots.
Of course.
Saying that he is looking into supporting ONIC here because they want to see them get momentum because they badly need it. But yeah, it's going to be a titanic battle ahead of them.
For sure. Before we head on to our match discussion, let's give a shout out to our official telco partner, Smart. Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network.
And Smart is still the nation has the fastest nationwide coverage in the country as awarded by Ookla Speedless Intelligence Data for speed, average of Q1 and Q2, everything just so fast. It's just Smart.
Yeah, it's Smart. That's how fast they are. You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number by mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
No, Smart, our official telco partner. It's not even over yet because we still have the power of Smart. Because with Smart's Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, share, stream, everything.
And you also get a free Giga Arena ticket so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. And this also comes with unlimited TikTok and only text to all networks, all that for 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now.
ONIC Philippines versus Blacklist International, first match of day 2 of week 2. Again, we've already mentioned that ONIC Philippines is still struggling, winless in terms of matches, but they have scored a point or two. In fact, they're in 2 points right now, and they are 7th in the league, which is kind of low if compared to Blacklist International, which is currently 2nd in the league with 8 points, with Echo, our world champions, just above them.
Well, with that kind of matchup, there's a lot of things that ONIC Philippines that needs to address. We've seen some great games, we've seen 2-1s, but they can't manage to even have the perfect game. It's like the late game thing that they always need to finish.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing here the thing with ONIC. I mean, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen right now because of how massive the team is. Of course, their big coaching staff as well, maximizing all of that. So now, to make things simpler, I think it's great that we're looking into the matchup of 2 Class S junglers of Ryzen and Tsutsui.
Yeah. Ryzen and Tsutsui, we mentioned it earlier, one of the best junglers in the country right now. And if we look at the achievements coming in from Ryzen, we could see that he has already achieved a lot, though not a lot of championships. Already a lot of podium finishes, both in the local scene and international scene. And meanwhile, for the side of Sensui, he's still one of the best junglers in the Philippines, but still has to prove himself in the competitive scene.
Yeah, speaking of proving themselves, right now I'm seeing these 2 players rocking the same color. One's black, one's yellow, but for Sensui here, he managed to slowly fill the shoes of Wise of Blacklist International. And before, right now, Ryzen, if that matchup and even the context of the story that we're trying to do right now is we have this anime reference, we're looking at Ghost Hunter. And you're up against a Class S player.
Ghost Fighter?
Ghost Fighter. Yeah.
Is it also Ghost Hunter?
It's not Ghost Hunter.
Yeah.
What the hell did you watch, bro?
What
was
is
a different
Ghost Hunter? All I remember is being
Oh my gosh.
kind of up there in age. Ghost
My
Fighter,
guy.
Yu Yu Hakusho, Class S monsters in Ryzen and Sensui. That's the reference.
Yo.
That's the roots of this. And it's Sensui going up against his former team.
Yo, man, that's insane. Honestly, I've not heard Ghost Hunter ever.
Yeah, it was maybe a
it's Ghost
K-drama,
Fighter.
by the way.
I've not even honestly speaking, I've not watched Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm more of a Naruto kid myself. You know?
Oh yeah, same.
Well,
I think Red Mars, that's the hero.
Let's be honest, because I feel like maybe in another country it's also called Ghost Hunter because of retranslations of titles. So he's not wrong.
True, he's
in
not
a
wrong.
country, I don't know, Germany?
Yeah, sometimes when
Could
you go
be.
to
Could be
Google
Ghost Hunter,
Translate,
yeah.
you just go back and forth. Eventually, you'll probably end up in Ghost Hunter. And in a bit of time, we're going to go to our insider, Hans, to talk about more about this matchup. But real quickly, how are you guys feeling about this first match? Do you think it's going to be a quick one or a long one?
If ONIC wants to get in the standings, as you've mentioned, they need to have their game in the higher pace that they can get against Blacklist International. They've been falling short in much more of the closing the game per se, but if they want to get a chance up against Blacklist International's new recoded lineup that we're seeing, as you call Uber, maybe they need to have an aggressive way of addressing their jungler this time around.
This is the part where I have to disagree with Delar. I feel like because of what we've seen so far, this might actually end up becoming a 2-0. I would not be surprised if that's the case. If it's going to be a 2-1, that means ONIC switch something up.
And surely, we're going to know if they're cooking something up with our insider, Hans. Go for it.
Mga tol, pakinggan nyo mabuti. Edward, ano yung sabi mo kanina?
Ha?
Ano yung quiet? Ano yung quiet?
Quiet on the set.
Oh, quiet on the set. Guys, tahimik lang kayo konti. Alright? Kasi nandito tayo ngayon sa side ng Blacklist International kung saan ang makakaharap nila ay ONIC Philippines na nandun naman sa may bandang kabila. At isa sa mga former players ng ONIC Philippines ay ang kanilang current jungler ngayon. Walang iba kundi si Sensui. Sensui, tara dito. Kasi, sino? Taguro. Sinaguro daw. Pero hindi. Sensui ito. Okay. Sensui, sobrang ganda ng nagiging run nyo towards yung ginagawa nyo ngayon all throughout the first round. Na yung week 1, week 2, dami yung wins. Nagkaroon kayo ng loss ng pinakauna. Pero tuloy-tuloy kayo ngayon. So, ano ba yung mga bonding na ginagawa nyo para ma-develop yung team chemistry nyo? Kasi kahapon, nag-gym daw sila eh. Ano bang ginagawa nyo sa Blacklist para tuloy-tuloy yung panalo nyo?
Nag-ano kami? Kumakain.
So sa agahan, anong mga trippings nyo pag umaga? Like breakfast, ganyan.
Breakfast?
Breakfast.
Ano? Lechon lang.
Lechon. Okay, tanghali.
Ano ba yun? Steak.
Okay,
Sa
steak.
tanghali.
Lechon sa breakfast, steak sa tanghali. May merienda pa ba yun o rekta hapunan na?
May merenda pa?
May merienda pa. Okay, merienda. Ano yung merienda?
Lahat ng klase ng tusok.
Lahat ng klase ng tusok. Okay, so nagpapapunta sila dun mismo sa bootcamp nila. Hapunan,
T-bone lang, T-bone.
T-bone. Okay guys, T-bone. May midnight snack pa? Wala na. Okay na yun.
Meron pa?
Meron pa. Anong midnight snack ni Sensui?
Sinigang, sinigang.
Sinigang, guys. So, doon, ginawang ulam ang midnight snack. Okay? So, hindi ko alam kung anong klaseng sinigang yon, pero sure naman na nakikita nyo yun sa laro nila. And, speaking of which, may naririnig kasi ako kanina na, di ba naglaban na kayo ni Ryzen dati? Nung nasa ONIC ka pa lang din at nasa Omega siya. So, ano bang record nyo pag naglalaban kayong dalawa? Mas madalas bang ikaw nananalo o mas madalas na siya yung nananalo?
Hindi ko alam eh. Tanong nyo lang sa kanya.
Sige. Tatanungin na lang namin mamaya kasi hindi yun yung narinig ko kanina eh. Pero hopefully mamaya makikita natin kung made-develop ba yung record na yun. In terms of ONIC Philippines or in terms of ONIC na ngayon makakalaban mo sila, yung tinanong ka ni Mara kagahapon na yung dudurugin ko sila? Magkakatotoo ba yun ngayon or will it be something na feel mo magiging dikit lang yung laban?
Hindi ko alam. Tignan lang natin mamaya.
Sige, tingnan natin mamaya. Okay, kung may message ka kayo kay Ryzen, kasi kayo yung bida ngayon sa matchup na to, dalawang junglers, kayo rin yung main man ng Blacklist and ONIC pagdating sa jungler role. Ano message mo kay Ryzen?
Galingan mo. Huwag kakabahan.
Huwag kabahan. Huwag kabahan, boss. Yun na yun. Yun na yun. Maraming salamat, Sensui. Ready na ang Blacklist International. Pero wait lang, guys, ha. Tatapusin na natin to. Okay, tatapusin na natin to. Pero, Coach, okay lang ba na may storbo ita onte? Kasi meron ng panibagong tawag sa main 5 ng Blacklist International ngayon. For everybody's information, nakikita ko lang to sa internet. Ang sabi, horse daw yung main 5 na lineup. Ang ibig sabihin ng horse, ladies and gentlemen, ay Haji, Oheb, Rene J, Sensui, at Edward. And yung horse ube is, again, a different flavor compared dun sa defensive ube na ginagawa nyo kanina. What makes this lineup work so much?
Siyempre, dahil unang-una talagang yung banding nila iba eh. Dahil nga horse sila eh. And siyempre, Ito naman yung nagiging puso nila, si The Hitman na may iba ng bansag kahapon, di ko alam kung ano. Pero kaya din nilang pagkakay ko, hindi pa nagagabas ni Rene J yung old school na ube.
Okay. Okay, so merong old school na ube, merong horse ube, hindi ko na alam, pero ang sigaw ay tapusin na natin. Kaya ibato na natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Sona, and thank you for revealing that the food in the Blacklist bootcamp is exquisite, to be quite modest over there.
Yeah,
Imagine having sinigang as your midnight snack or the breakfast lechon. How heavy is the breakfast in Blacklist International?
Man, that whole segment just tickled my taste buds.
Yeah, I was imagining ribeye sinigang.
Why would you eat that?
Because who wouldn't? Yeah, it's beef, it's soft, and you have that shank. I am hungry.
Yeah.
Let's go to Blacklist International bootcamp.
You know how wealthy people are when they refer to specific parts of the beef, specifically of the shank. That's always expert,
Yeah, I don't even know what a shank is. I eat pancit canton every night, and the last time I ate lechon was December last year.
Wow.
Like all Filipinos.
Like all Filipinos.
Yeah.
You know, we only eat lechon every Christmas. Whatever you see in Western media that says lechon is something that we eat every day, that's not true. Something we eat every day is pancit canton in adobo. Don't believe everything that you see in the internet, and don't believe everything that you hear from me, because I just ate lechon yesterday.
All of that just...
Full that's how it goes. And now Blacklist and ONIC are getting ready, screaming their lungs out. Nice.
That's how you do it.
Never gets old.
To be specific, it's 2:23, but yeah, it's ONIC time.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite. I think it's ONIC time. Blacklist International. They're still trying to get ready over there.
Oh yeah.
And the interviews are fun because suddenly you're telling about your food in the boot camp, and then the next thing you do is you shout with your teammates. Quite interesting life, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's one thing you need to do if you're up against this kind of matchup. You need to release something, release the bad energy, just scream on top of your lungs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a great motivating thing for teams, and well, we've seen it. all the teams seen it, but ONIC needed more. But I saw ONIC going into this match. They don't look heavy, man. They look light on their feet, light on their toes, and they need that to be. They can't be weighed down by expectations and the fear of not getting points yet or not winning a series yet heading into a match against Blacklist.
And for sure, these teams are quite ready already. All the negative energy is just released already. Everything from their breakfast to their lunch already out of their systems too. For sure, these players are ready for a possible long best of threes, mainly because Blacklist International and ONIC Philippines specifically, it takes a while to take the wins. But let's welcome both of our teams as they enter MPL Arena. Players, let's get it.
The win streak continues for the Recoded Agents. The Neon Tigers may have took a point from them, but they walked away with a resounding win.
Ang kabanan ni Sensui, Blacklist International!
An uphill battle stands in their way. Still looking for their first series win, but still fighting with all their heart.
Ang kabanan ni Ryzen, it's ONIC Philippines! Ang ating mga coaches, magsisimula na po ang paglalaban sa pagitan ni Ryzen at Sensui! Tapusin! 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 Tapusin!
And there you have it. Our team's already in the venue and ready to go for our first best of three in this afternoon. First up, we have Blacklist International, the classic horse lineup. We have Oheb, Sensui, Haji, Edward, and Renege.
Haji still maintaining that winning rate of a Gord, security Gord back in the game, back in the meta. And with the newly recoded plays that they're trying to do here, we also get a glimpse on what Renege is trying, or what he might do on the classic Ube that we're talking about earlier.
You know, Blacklist International at this point, it's something that we already are amazed of, mainly because we didn't expect this level of success, especially after the departure of the Royal Duo. Historically speaking, this trio in their Season 9 run didn't really do well. But right now in Season 12, they're proving a lot in the league. And they're going to be up against ONIC Philippines, which is a classic rival to Blacklist International. But so far, they haven't been doing well in Season 12. We have Nets, Ryzen, Super Prince, Gem making his MPL debut. Perksiva.
I thought they were going to bring in Yoshino in here, but again, another variation, another flavor of ONIC Philippines. And I've talked about Gem before in the past. He was very consistent in MDL Philippines Season 1. It's good to see him still maintaining that level of consistency in the one series that we saw him so far in ONIC-PH. But yeah, when it comes to ONIC, it's Nets, Ryzen, and then it's adjustments always in the mid, XP, and Roam. there has to be something here that Perkzivo brings to the table that Rapidut and even Yoshinu can't bring. Is it going to be a younger sense of, man, I don't need to think so much, it's all instinctual, it's just all raw talent? Maybe that might be the X factor here that ONIC-PH will be bringing against Blacklist.
Yeah, and hopefully we do see that because right now, ONIC Philippines do boast a long game time despite not winning a lot. So they have to change things up a bit. They have to maybe get a new roamer for a new tempo.
Well, speaking of tempo, we know how ONIC Philippines, back in Season 8, how they develop these variants. And just by looking at the team head-to-head, it's mostly with Blacklist International. But something here stands out here is the game when it also the KDA is not even that far from ONIC Philippines' new jungler. But now I like the focus on Perkzivo here being the new addition to the recipe. Maybe this one could actually be a great point for ONIC to have a point against Blacklist International.
A lot of difficulty when it comes to the objective ratios here for ONIC. Turtle, Towers, and Lords. It just goes to show how dominant Blacklist has been in their run so far. ONIC, though, again, I've said this before, I like that they always try to look for plays. They're not as fast-paced and non-stop as how MNNE Evos likes to play in the early game where it's just bang, bang, bang everywhere where they go. But ONIC also have that spirit. And I feel like they just need to be able to translate that and not get lost once you transition into the mid to the late game. Early game, they'll bring it to the table as long as their drafts are good. We'll get to that later. But yeah, you cannot lose pace and you cannot lose heart when you're going up against Blacklist. ONIC just needs to hold on to that real tightly.
Yeah, and I think Perkzivo going in is a good start, changing the tempo, changing the pace. Having a new roamer or a younger roamer in a sense always puts in a bit of spice, or a lot of spice, to be honest, in any old lineup. And right now for ONIC Philippines, I do hope that they find another point here, because being 7th in the league isn't really a comfortable spot.
Yeah, speaking of being comfortable, Renegade, the hitman himself, is making wonders for Blacklist International. And with Perkzivo being in the table, a lot of things could be discussed. But now, we might have a lot of things to break down. You can do it right away.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Keys to Victory, brought to you by Infinix. First off, let's start things off with Blacklist International. Security guard, shooting guard, it doesn't matter, just go for guard. We've already seen how comfortable Blacklist is and Haji is with playing this hero. It is still undefeated, so come on. If it's available, go ahead and pick it up. He had an MVP performance with it last night. And it's not just the gourd, honestly. It's their understanding, Blacklist International's understanding of how to draft more to make sure that they get to empower Haji's picks and Haji's matchups so that the rest of Blacklist International are empowered. So the life of Sensui is easier, Edward as well, and most importantly, Oheb. Now for ONIC-PH, the hit list has to stop. Now we're not saying you have to ban out all of Renegade's picks, you just really have to manipulate the draft in such a way that you end up with a Renegade hero matchup that you can deal with and that you're ready to go up against, and that your lineup can actually give a difficult time. Renegade and his rotations alongside Sensui and Haji are crucial to the success of Blacklist International. Please, you gotta stop that, ONIC-PH, if you want to get the win here. Now, going back again to both teams, the two junglers, Ryzen and Sensui. Show them who is the Class S jungler, who is better at their job, at the retribution, and empowering the rest of the team. And that was the Keys to Victory, brought to you by Infinix. Gentlemen, what do you guys think?
Do like that part where you mentioned empowering your teammates bit, mainly because I do feel like the role of the jungler right now does revolve around that. It's no longer about taking that kill or using 4 dashes in your retribution plus land your Thorngrows or whatever. It's all about empowering your teammates.
Yeah, to add to that, that's one thing also for ONIC Philippines. How do they set up their objectives early game, especially for the jungle? You mentioned about how ONIC Philippines is so well-rounded early game, but if you lose that base, some things could either go the wrong route. Because again, in the last keys, or the last key to victory, show them who's the Class S jungle. This reference from One Punch Man actually resonates a lot of things that we can actually see on this match. How can they answer a demon level threat, or just can they do it by themselves? Let's look at the player head-to-head. Renmar, Sensui and Ryzen. This matchup.
Yeah, Sensui and Ryzen, what amazes me about them is that they actually play a little bit more similarly. But Sensui, ever since going to Blacklist International, he's sort of taken off the assassin tendencies and really leaned in on something that I'd want to quote Carl Teasy on.
Yeah.
Yesterday in his interview, he was asked, how come you don't play Assassins anymore? And Carl Teasy said, oh, it's just because the Assassins, life of Assassins in the Philippines are so difficult. Either the Assassin you go up against is just that dang good, or they're making your life really difficult. So I'm just going to be neutral and try to help my teammates. Sensui has really embodied that energy and that idea of the MPL-PH jungler. While Ryzen, we still see him from time to time whip out those Lancelots. We're still banking on him to play the Fanny, exactly. So that's something that we have to watch out for here. Will Sensui show a little bit more of the Assassin side or really just hunker down? Will Ryzen show less of the Assassin side and try to match Sensui with a more secure and level-headed approach to jungling?
And surely we'd find out the moment draft starts. And right now I'm just thinking, for these junglers, we've seen a lot of Bakshas recently, especially in the hands of Kyle Teasy. In fact, one of the best junglers right now.
Yeah.
And Baksha entering this meta, it's I would call it like a big surprise for a lot of us, mainly because we've not seen Baksha since Season 8 of MPL. And suddenly, 4 seasons after, he's the hot S of all drafts from teams.
Well, speaking of two junglers having a comparison with their own hero pool, good thing you mentioned about the Baksha, because there's a lot of difference between Ryzen and Sensui, because on the past season, I recall, Sensui was leaning towards more on the versatility, more on focused more on the utility, as we can say.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of change that actually we can see, but let's head on to the draft.
And surely we're going to see
difference.
that. Yeah, we're going to see that in the draft. As the coaches will now battle it out, duke it out in the first game. It's going to be Coach Mastered Basics versus Coach Bluff C. And this is the Game 1 draft. Who's going to play in the blue side, who's going to play in the red side? That's going to impact our decisions entering this matchup. It's going to be ONIC with the first pick. Renmar, what can we expect in this early part of the draft?
Okay, Fredrin, Martis, still available on the table. I'm not going to turn off the idea of a first pick Bruno. Oh, even Blacklist says, yeah, we don't want to go up against first pick Bruno. So let's see if they're going to take away the Fredrin ONIC PH or if they're going to supplement it with another pick. But right now, our tendency is usually it is the Fredrin that is favored.
Yeah, Fredrin is a very, very safe first pick, but we've also seen a lot of Valentinas. In fact, Valentina has the highest pick rate, around 71% in the league right now.
Yeah, ranking 2, and you guys are right. Fredrin, instead of going for the assassin here that we kind of expect for Ryzen, well, this is an option for the Fredrin to even be the answer.
Oh, and right away, see? That's them already taking their key to victory. Go straight for the gourd, and I like they also paired it up with this, the Edith.
Yeah.
Now, teams going up against ONIC PH have been taking the Edith away from them. Bren banned it yesterday against ONIC. Now Blacklist, they're prioritizing it along with their own power pick. They play this Edith really well, either Edward or Renegade, but at the same time, it's like teams know that when you're up against ONIC, you cannot give this hero.
Yeah, and Edith is just really powerful in the current meta right now. I would call her one of the best picks, especially in the early part of the draft, mainly because you could flex her in the roam or even put her in the XP lane. And we have seen Edward play this Edith, but I'm quite excited if this goes to the hands of the Hitman Renegade. Wonder what plays he could do with it.
Yeah, it's not impossible because, as you mentioned, they might go to the classic blacks, and we saw it in their games from week 1. Yeah. It's a faster black. We're seeing the classic Ube, or it's Uber now, the Ultimate Bond Experience remix, and it's just completely a great way of answering all of the problems. And now, Ranma, I'm seeing something for this draft. What could actually show up? Yeah, it's a Martis.
Yeah, I was doing the hand motions. It is a Martis, and it's as expected. Now that's something ONIC has to watch out for here. Are you gonna fight well enough that you're gonna avoid Sensui snowballing? Because that's been a tendency of Martis games all throughout the season so far. Early double kills, or 2 early double kills even, and then it's just a snowball, and they're just reset.
Yeah, I love that. Honestly speaking, the Martis and the Fredrin is I think 2 of the most picked junglers right now in the current meta. If one gets Fredrin, the other would get that Martis. And Martis, as you said, does require to get that snowball if you want him to have a good game.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up for Blacklist International to set this Martis up for success and potentially give him early kills as much as possible. But it's easier said than done, especially if you're up against a Valentina that scales really well into the mid game.
Yeah, and also hurt if you're even below the EXP. Good thing, guys, you pointed out how you will give the success for the early game with the Smarties. I think that's one way to secure the early game rotation. We know how ONIC Philippines is actually good good with that, and how they want to set their pace but not being distracted at all is the ban of the Leslie.
Yeah. That's something that OHEB has already shown and gotten a game MVP, which contributed to a series MVP for OHEB. And let's see if they're also going to ban out the Brody here, because right now it seems like the next best option for OHEB. They're just going to either have to choose. If it's not the Brody, it's the Beatrix. And then it's one of those two that Blacklist will pick up most likely.
Love that you mentioned the Beatrix as well. We do know that the Filipino sniper did get his name mainly because of his gameplay in the Beatrix, with that Beatrix inside M3. But you know, I do feel like Brody would be a better ban right now, mainly because Brody is such a powerful pick against people who would go up to his face. Mainly we have the Fredrin and the Claude, or even the Valentina at some point in the game. Having that reset and corrosive strike would be great, but looks like they're gonna go for the Beatrix instead, targeting the comfort of the Filipino sniper himself.
Yeah, I say that's a good ban because there's a lot of distance of poke and burst that Blacklist International can make against ONIC Philippines. I said they're trimming down more of the choice of OHEB. Will they go for the marksman choice now, or will it be a different route for safety? Since they're on the blues, on the red side.
Yeah, they can honestly go for the marksman already, but I wouldn't be surprised if they already show their pickup for Renegade, and we'll see where the Edith will end up going.
It's just way smarter to get that Renegade pick, as you said, Renmar, because if they do secure that marksman immediately, it doesn't really make sense, mainly because you already have the Claude matchup, and it's no way that ONIC would get another marksman either way. So I love this Paquito pickup, but that does confirm that it's a Renegade Edith.
A faster way of rotating with so much knock. There's a lot of CC for Blacklist International can actually be utilized against ONIC Philippines right now. Putting them in a distance, and how will they even maintain their own lane?
XP lane has to be something massive. They took out the Rizzler. Are they thinking about the X-Borg?
Oh.
Or the Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah.
It's either one of those two.
X-Borg, Lapu-Lapu. The Terizla is banned, sadly, for Gem, and just one of his comfort picks. But looks like he's going to go for the Arlet instead. We have seen a few teams pick up the Arlet, but it has not seen a lot of success so far in MPL. And there's a good reason why. Recent nerfs on the Arlet had made it, the final slash had made it more visible for people.
Difficult to have that surprise.
True, no more surprises, honestly.
Which was surprising.
You know what, you're right. That nerf was surprising. I do feel like it was a core concept of the Arlet. If you've played the Arlet, you've already made a lot of good plays with that final slash. You know, having that slight delay on that final slash really impacted on what the Arlet could do. But still a very powerful pickup, and paired up with a lot of crowd control, which they do have, the Fredrin and the Trooper as well, resets that passive quite well.
Yeah, good choice on the Brody because there's a lot of escape, there's a lot of dashes from ONIC. I think this is a good recipe for Blacklist International to even make, even for the mid-game power spike.
Maybe I'm solely leaning towards a Blacklist lineup here, other than they got their power picks, but just because Arlot's been quite 50-50, leaning more towards like 40-60 even lately. But hey, man, ONIC, they just need to really be careful that they can cross into the mid-game, or that the game doesn't get too far into the favor of Blacklist, because ONIC needs time with their lineup.
Yeah, and we have seen the audience prediction. It was 90-10. Before our people out there watching online, you should watch out for our smart power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S12. It's Blacklist International versus ONIC Philippines Game 1. It's our first series of Week 2, Day number 2.
Exciting because one lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
As we enter in the land of Dawn, Renmar, what can we expect in the early game with this type of lineup?
Okay, so first for ONIC, they're going to need to be careful with their early skirmishes around the Litho Wanderer, right around the first turtle or before the second turtle, just so that they can avoid the Marta Snowball. And they also need to watch out for something that Blacklist likes to do, which is at around the second or third turtle, they'll immediately send their gold laner to the opposite lane, switch lanes, and only leave the XP laner and the jungler to go for the turtle, because that's Blacklist trying to get conversion across the map.
That's the onward, that's the poke. Renegade secures first blood for Blacklist International. We're talking about early game rotation, and they're doing it quickly against ONIC Philippines.
The early game damage as well coming in from this lineup is just insanely good. And Blacklist International, they did get that first blood, but in a best case scenario type of way, a kill could have went to Sensui's hands and we could have gotten that early game win condition. And looking at the emblem build-up brought to you by FWD Life Insurance, Renmar, what can we see here that is quite interesting for you?
Oh, we went by a little bit too fast. They got a good amount of... Look at all those quantum charges on the side of ONIC.
A lot.
That's them wanting to sidestep a lot of what Blacklist likes to bring to the table, get a little bit more heal. Good for them.
Yeah, honestly, the sustain is quite good coming in from the quantum charge and the bonus movement speed as well. Not only helps you to go around the fights way easier, but also helps you sustain in lane, which is a great commodity in the current meta game. But of course, we still haven't seen the first hurdle of the game. It will be spawning a few seconds from now. Who does have that edge? I do think it's Blacklist International, but what can ONIC do?
Well, with all of the emblems that you guys mentioned, hold that, Renegade being caught up in 3, bouncing ball, trying to slow him down. But to go back to your thought there, this is just thing that they can utilize. Like 4 quantum charges, they could actually have a good athletic pace against Blacklist International.
Yeah, since trying to J-slow, this is good for ONIC.
Okay, that's Perksiva trying to make the jump, trying to slow down Sensui, but can he still make it though? Still holding the borderline with that gem being caught by Sensui. Look at the taunt. Now ONIC Philippines guarding their own objective. First turtle of the game goes to the Hedgehogs.
Great shot calling coming in from ONIC Philippines. Renmar, how did they secure that despite Blacklist having the lead?
Well, they found Renegade in the mid. They brought him low. They sent him back, and that changed Blacklist's approach into taking that first turtle. ONIC just got the job done there. That was a great rotation by them.
And now ONIC Philippines securing that first hurdle of the game. It does get a slight... I think a slight, not even a gold advantage, because Blacklist International, they still hold that gold lead, but still a very small gold lead, and not even relevant in the early games. And Sui yet to find his first kill of the game, which should be the main win condition for Blacklist International right now. Get that jungler ahead.
Yeah, they were actually struggling to get in the beeline of ONIC Philippines made. There's a lot of taunts, a lot of even hold and slow. So with that kind of exchange, you might need that extra poke burst that Haji can do with his gourd. But at that point, it was still missing. So maybe next time around, they will have a greater rotation against ONIC Philippines. That's one way that they can actually secure a kill.
And now we are entering the 3-minute mark. Perksiva looking for the play. He finds Haji.
That's the Tyrant's Rage, but the comeback. 2-man knockup from Blacklist International, but the Ryzen and Perksiva, though, trying to bounce back. For safety, Renegade. Oh, an exchange, but Haji burns out his flicker, and as well as Perksiva for that set.
Oh, it's interesting what ONIC is doing in approaching this game. They're focusing a lot of attention in the center of the map, just playing around the river.
Yeah, speaking of playing around, looks like Edward won't be escaping this one. Gem securing the kill with the final slash. Ryzen, though, still poking Sensui out of the distance. Wow. They're doing it faster now, Womi.
That's what we were talking about earlier, Renmar. The crowd control coming in from ONIC and the unlimited vengeance dashes coming in from Gem. So that will be putting that Arlet at 1 kill ahead. And Edward might be struggling over here.
Perksiva trying to
stolen!
Sensui stolen! Purple by ONIC Philippines!
Oh, ONIC are just playing this game so well now. Perksiva, again, he's doing it really well with Super Friends. Their rotations, their timings, their communication is on point, and the pick off onto Edward. Gem just tracking Edward really well in lane, providing that info so that they can either take down or at least mark the Paquito.
Yeah, and with that, the gold lead rather is now equalized for our second turtle of the game, and this will be started once again by ONIC Philippines. Blacklist, on the other hand, won't be trying to contest this. I feel like they're going to give it away.
Yeah, I think that would be the right thing to do for the code, because now there's so much siege, there's so much taunt. Even by the item build right now being built on our screens, they need that extra burst, they need that extra poke for Haji. Having this gourd around them is a way to penetrate the backline of ONIC Philippines.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, speaking of which, top lane gets the action. Oh, Nets receives damage, but still surviving that hit.
Yeah,
Blacklist peeled off one from ONIC.
OEB trying to set that up for Blacklist International. Turtle will be secured here by ONIC Philippines, and now a big rotation come top lane. Perksiva will be knocked up just for a bit. Blacklist International going to back off. What can we expect as we enter the mid-game mark, Renmar? Is ONIC Philippines finally going to be more aggressive?
Oh, yeah, they can definitely do that, but then I feel like they're going to be comfortable with just with this controlled tempo. They're not way too excited to get stuff. They're making sure that Perxiva, Prince, Ryzen, or anyone else are together to make sure the setups of the tanks are coming in. And hey, we mentioned earlier the lane switch or the trade that Blacklist usually does at second turtle. They did just that. Oh, Energy!
Missed the chance to flicker and onward.
What a sidestep.
Yeah, also from a conceal.
I just have to say that doesn't really work. When you flicker while you're casting onward, there is no animation canceling that will happen. The only animation canceling that you could do with onward is to actually onward first, then flicker backside. But that takes a lot of timing. So I do feel like Renegade burned that flicker mainly to close the gap, not to land an animation cancel or whatever.
Yeah, speaking of having a gap, ONIC Philippines doing a great job in holding most of their front lines. But it's just the presence of Perxiva and even Ryzen on the ranks. And yeah, completely getting on their own objectives. Just on to 7 minutes of the game.
Look at Gem and Edward. Slight change in the momentum in their laning phase. We're seeing Edward get out of the river a little bit more than Gem. Gem's starting to feel what usually you feel when you're up against a Paquito in lane, wherein the Paquito is almost always going to get out of lane first.
I love how you mentioned that, mainly because the Paquito is just so good in the laning phase right now. I do think that the only XP laner that could actually go up against a Paquito is a export that could space well.
Yeah. It's a fair point for you to have this counter, because even on his lanes, just by this hero alone can sustain his own, and yeah, no damage from his own turret. And yeah, just still surviving this. It's the third turtle in ONIC Philippines having their own rotation in this objective. Securely taking another one. 3 turtles in.
They go for cross-map trades. Blacklist give that up. They break bot, but ONIC will break top. So in that way, instead of taking the risk, both teams just decided to equalize. But let's see, because that means that's going to turn the focus of the game into the middle of the map.
And looking at how things are going, Edward might be in trouble here. Gets terrified. Nice flicker out, though.
Yeah, speaking of flicker out, now they're disengaging from the possible takedown of ONIC Philippines. They're really finding a way to pick out one from this team right now.
And look at Nets just having the time of his life, and this is a throwback to Nets' first season as well in ONIC Philippines. A lot of gold lane pushing that we could see, or not even just in the gold lane, all around the map. One of the best gold laners that employs that split push strategy.
Yeah, and it's like right now I'm watching 2 Kung Fu masters go at it, where it's not like direct offense. They're just like taking the opponent's momentum, using it against them. It's like both of them are flowing in the state of battle right now. No one's bumping their heads onto the wall. They're both just trying to trade. They're taking and picking their fights. We have to credit MPL-PH, this lineup that they brought out here, and Perxiva making his MPL debut this season. Looks very comfortable together. And their timings, again, we keep saying it, but their timings are just so good.
Yeah, the timing is really important here for ONIC Philippines, mainly because that was their problem next time.
Flash been used with Perxiva. They're trying to slow down Black International to penetrate. Haji using that Mystic Gush to force away ONIC Philippines. We were talking about time, but Super Prince falls down.
Yeah, Super Prince eradicated from the map immediately. And Blacklist International still holding that burst damage. They gotta respect that.
Yeah, man, those little moments where your discipline slips cannot be shown there. That was a slight slip in discipline by Super Prince. A little bit too forward, a little bit too close to the tower. It's like he forgot that he was up against a Gord who can just toss out like, Gord's bouncing ball thing.
Yeah,
done him.
I think it's called Mystic
Projectile.
Mystic Projectile.
Renegade starts the fight though. That is Perxiva falling down. Sensui takes the kill. Haji used the Mystic Gush to poke down Ryzen. But Ryzen takes down Renegade. The Hitman is down, as well as Perxiva, though. No setups for ONIC Philippines and Black International, but Edward's trying to hold the front line.
Oh no,
both ending it though.
Yeah, both roamers down already, but looks like the Lord will be pulled over by Blacklist. Edward in the back line, that's...
Oh, he just flickered right onto the taunt. He's just... He's still safe. He's still being chased down. He won't escape. Nets takes him down.
Agent Zero got baited underneath the turret, and now the Lord will be controlled by ONIC Philippines. Renmar, what did ONIC do there?
Well, Nets' life flashed before his eyes, not once, but twice. But he really was still looking out for Edward every time. He knew he couldn't be too comfortable, feeling like, oh, I'm gonna get away from this, but then ONIC also covered their marksman really well, so Blacklist again will be forced to go for the trade. They give up this first Lord of the game, while they're gonna go for a tower up top. Again, I'm just so impressed right now with how ONIC are playing this game.
Nets is just having a great game right now. Still a perfect game for this Claude as he pushes another turret. And I think this is ONIC's playstyle right now. Just giving Nets the space to farm, the space to push, and cash in on big fights just like that one.
Yeah, even by looking at these items right now, he is completely having his own damage and insurance late game. But even the gold earned, he's on top of the list.
Oh, and right now ONIC are on top of it all, especially here in the mid. And whoever's going to break or the tower in the mid first or win a big fight in the mid first will end up taking control of the game for next 2-3 minutes, maybe even longer, before things just start swinging into another side as well. Most of the damage dealt right now is being actually dealt by Oheb, Ahaji, and Edward. But what ONIC are doing is that they're really counting the abilities of Blacklist International. They're watching out for when they get to use their big abilities.
Oh, Renegade being taunted. That's the onward. That's the Earth Shatter. But the follow-up by Haji is going to first it down. Renegade, though, still holding it through. Use the ultimate now. Berxiva trying to find an avenue for a setup.
No.
Use the conceal. And still, they're on to Nets. They're chasing on. Can he escape? Can he escape? He's still living. 1, 2, and punch. He goes down.
Edward with the flicker secures that kill, and Blacklist International, they successfully defend against that level 1 Lord push. No inhibitor turrets down, but the one up top is severely wounded. ONIC Philippines, I do believe that they got what they wanted, just not all of it.
I was questioning the decision actually by Blacklist to just, hey guys, that's Ryzen, he's a Fredrin, why are you using all of your abilities there? But then now Blacklist have been counting their own abilities. They brought Ryzen down low, but they were still watching in for the entry, especially of Nets, and they were able to counterpunch it. It's like this time it was Blacklist baiting ONIC into doing something.
Yeah, and we could see that from I think if you replay that fight, it was such a beautiful fight despite it being a very messy one.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes messy is beautiful. And Blacklist International, they knew what they wanted the moment ONIC Philippines went in. As you said, they cashed in on the Claude. And I'm honestly quite surprised on how many abilities they had left to secure that Claude right after.
Yeah, they just want to have a way to just slow down Nets' damage. And from that, but just even looking at the kills on our boards in 3 to 4 in just 30 minutes, the goal is not even ahead by ONIC for Blacklist International having the right tabs on to secure their late game. I say it's just completely even.
Yeah, from macro we're gonna go into micro here. Counting abilities, watching for dashes, those big burst damage that both teams have in their ability kits, their control abilities. Those little things can add up to major consequences for a team fight. But now you're also going to look for how ONIC are going to be managing their minion wave management and map management around the Lords, because now because of them leaving that top wave, they're forced to bring Nets back, which gives Blacklist a much better positioning in this Lord.
And this is a Luminous Lord, which means it's high value entering the mid-game. Ryzen will be holding it right inside the pit. All members of both squads already positioning around that Lord area in Blacklist International. Renegade in the Pixel Brush. Berxiva does find Edward, but doesn't really go all in. Still, a very long dash, but looks like they're going to go for the fight.
No, the fight now is about to break out, but Renegade used a flicker, and Nets and Gem was trying to look for a way to take down one for Blacklist, but still they're maintaining this pace. They're still holding the line, but who gets it? That's the onward. But Gem looking for a way to take one down, but they're still maintaining the Sensui though. And Ryzen onto this Lord, onto this Luminous Lord objective. Who gets it? ONIC Philippines are here present. Edward from the back. Pincer looking for a way. That's the flicker. That's the space. A follow from Haji though. Ryzen secures the Lord. And now there's action bringing up Oheb.
Look at
this! Berxiva taking down one Oheb as well with exchange. Nets as well as the damage. Now connecting on to Blacklist International. 2-man down. And they're forced to go back to the base to defend.
And now ONIC Philippines, after a long Lord dance, that was a 2-minute Lord dance, were able to secure that Lord, and now Blacklist 2-man down as they push in the mid lane without the Lord. They're trying to force this quite early.
Oh man, that was such a clutch moment delivered in a perk cup by Berxiva. That Tyrant's Rage finding out Sensui was massive for ONIC.
massive win indeed. Now still, there's still the base for Blacklist International to even hold and defend. But can they still make it? No, turret up top is left. One more turret to defend the base of the code. And ONIC still just praying on to enter the base.
Going into this, I mentioned if ONIC can get a game or even win the series against Blacklist, that means they changed something. And they did. Their roamer and how they played, how they rotate, how they communicate. You can see it, how they brought it out. Now we get into the part of the game. The next big question for ONIC, how are you going to bring that control into a well-translated mid to late game? Look at the item, still very, very close. 3.7k, but there's no crucial item just yet we have to watch out for here as a game changer. Both marksmen, though, already have their Wind of Natures. Immortality's on the board, still just on the Fredrin of Ryzen. I believe there's one or two more, though, on the side of Blacklist, but I have to eat my words here because Super Friends actually just built up a Divine Glaive.
You know, the interesting bit about here is that the next Lord will be an Evolved Lord already. And if you've watched the MPL or you've seen how international tournaments or competitive tournament goes, whoever gets the Evolved Lord mainly secures the game as well. Doesn't like the gold day doesn't really matter that much. If you have like I think around 3-4 members that's alive after you take the Evolved Lord, you almost instantly swing that gold back to you. So Blacklist International, all they have to do is to make sure that their next big team fight for that Evolved Lord is quite good. ONIC Philippines, on the other hand, the pressure is on them. They have to make sure that they secure this Evolved Lord to cash in on that win.
Yeah, either they secure this last swing that they can do on the base of Blacklist International. Good point there, well, I mean, they just need to have a way to have their late game insurance, and then just having the Lord, buying more time, and even for push. But even with the damage received, Edward is still maintaining that though. But most of the time that they're looking for a chance to pick off ONIC Philippines, it's just so hard for them to have a pick-off. There's so much escape, and even there's so much damage. But if they went of catching one, isolating one from ONIC Philippines, that thing's just completely going down.
One thing I want to see Blacklist International try is during the Lord fights, not only send Edward to do the insert ganks, send someone alongside Edward to gank the other members of ONIC. That way, that increases their chances of being able to get down the key backline targets that they're looking for.
And honestly, I do feel like Edward does have the burst damage to do that. And looks like ONIC Philippines will be the ones to start this.
Got caught in the final slash. Now he's down. Immortality pop now. Now he can't escape. Superman secures the kill. Now they're forced to retreat, but they're still fighting it through Edward. They're right in front of ONIC Philippines. Gem goes down. Oh, him secures the kill. That's the Mystic. Wow. ONIC Net still survives, but still Blacklist International trying to chase down one. Immortality being used. Rising. And they're not getting that one. An onslaught. Blacklist International bounces back, and now they're taking this Lord for themselves.
And we talked about this earlier, Remar. What did we talk about? It's the Evolved Lord team fight completely swinging that goal back to their favor.
Oh, ONIC, all of their progress gone in a snap. And it looks like they got too excited that they were able to finally take down that one key target. But I don't think they expected the Blacklist would just continue fighting right after that. They missed their counts. They missed their abilities. They didn't take into account that Haji would flicker forward while Mystic gushing to bring nets down low. ONIC, they slipped yet again.
In that 3k gold lead on the hands of ONIC, not only did Blacklist take that from them, but they're also not yet done with this push. They had the Evolved Lord up top. Mid lane and a bot lane wave might have some fixing to do, but still, Blacklist, they have the chance to end this with a good team fight.
Yo, speaking of team fight though, the ONIC Philippines needs to hold this chance if they want to survive into this game. We're looking at the classic Blacklist International rotation, and that is how they capitalize on those small windows of mistakes. ONIC just completely committed right in front of that objective take. Completely now, tables just turned for them.
Yeah, and you could see that with how the map is being controlled by Blacklist. And now they might just go for the final push here. The Evolved Lord up top, mid lane and bot lane all crashing down inside the ONIC base.
Oh, now that's the knock-up. Just forcing everything out of ONIC Philippines. How can they defend Sensui though? Using a way to poke down Ryzen. Final slash, pushing away Sensui and Renegade, but that's the set that they're looking for. It's go time for ONIC Philippines. One goes down, Immortality has been used. Oheb flickers out for safety.
Bang!
But now that is one turret down. Ryzen takes down Oheb. No marksman for Blacks International. The chase continues. Gem and as well as the rest from ONIC are chasing Renegade down. Wow, they're completely having a great recovery from this one. Finally, Edward being chased down by 3. Can he escape?
They're looking
That's
for
the
him.
Flicker. That's the chase. Super Prince takes him down.
And the worst part for Blackness International is if Haji can't go home, this is completely endable via the mid lane wave.
Oh! That's just a bouncing ball slowing him down, Haji. Projectiles giving away.
Oh, man!
To protect his base.
PerkZiva, it looks like it's PerkZiva now.
Oh, baby! Hug right onto the crystal and it's gone. Their few moments, ONIC Philippines completely securing game number 1 against Blacklist International.
And this mini moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. A life-changing play from PerkZiva in that defense. And another great play coming in from their MPL debutee in that end game was just so good for ONIC Philippines securing that game 1 win.
Oh, he's looking like the cure for your common roamer right now. How PerkZiva playing that game. My goodness, back to back. It started with him and getting that Tyrant's Rage. It ended with him getting that Tyrant's Rage.
Woo! No, that Kufra is good, man.
That is how you bounce back.
Yes, like a ball.
Like a ball,
Like Kufra.
Kufra. Wow, PerkZiva on his debut, completely given an answer for ONIC Philippines' mistake just by that and the Evolve Lord. Now he wakes up.
Man,
wow.
That woke up the entire arena. That woke up the entire Philippines. That was crazy. What a performance by that young man.
Yeah, and PerkZiva in this game definitely showed up. MPL debutee, his game 1 already MVP worthy for sure. Game number 2, a lot of focus coming in from Blacklist International would shift towards that roamer. You cannot take your eyes off of PerkZiva after that game number 1 performance.
It's hard. It's hard, man. We were seeing Blacks International even trying to secure that game, even by losing the chance. That complete moments that ONIC Philippines capitalized, and when they had a way to force Oheb out of the team fight, it was just completely isolated for Blacks International, even for them to fight back.
And man, part of me isn't even surprised. I mean, when Perks and Irad got to play in MPL Philippines Season 10, if I'm not mistaken, in their very last match of RSG Philippines in the regular season then, even Perks already showed a lot of talent, a lot of flourish, and now debuting for the season again, PerkZiva now, still continuing that trend of amazing debuts.
Surely we'd learn more about game number 1 as we head on to the breakdown with our analyst Renmar. Go break down game 1 for us.
Sure. All right, so I'm gonna have to copy something that Shaquille O'Neal has done before, like I apologize, PerkZiva and ONIC Philippines. I wasn't familiar with your game. I really wasn't familiar with your game, and now I am. Now I am, PerkZiva. Again, going into this, I did mention, if ONIC are gonna get a game or win this series, that means they changed something up. And they didn't just change one thing up, they changed a lot of things. Let's talk now about Gem. There's a lot of highlights here for PerkZiva, yes, but what Gem did here to mark Edward all throughout the game and be there as another setup option for ONIC. We mentioned how stable and how consistent he was in MDL Philippines Season 1. Now, he's still doing that here in MPL Philippines, and he gets the MVP of the game. He was the sleeper hit here for ONIC. I know a lot of people in the comments right now and all over the world are thinking, why isn't PerkZiva the MVP? But you have to go back here in the performance of Gem and how he was always keeping tabs on Edward and also being the second option in terms of peeling for their backline whenever it's gonna be Perks jumping forward. This pick off onto Edward that we mentioned here, that was actually initiated by Gem because he knew where Edward was. He was positioning well and he marked his man. We know and most likely can assume that it was the info provided by Gem telling to PerkZiva, yo, bro, he's right here. Take him down. And of course, just the presence of an Arlot all throughout. We know Arlot to be like one of the mosquito heroes, wherein try your best to stop him, it's probably best if you don't overcommit onto him because it's gonna be a futile effort. He'll have more opportunities to just bring back his vengeance stacks and then reheal and damage himself through that. He also had a high amount of team fight participation, and this just shows another thing that ONIC-PH changed about their game. They were more cohesive as a unit. Gem always made sure that he got to time his entries alongside with PerkZiva. Though PerkZiva started a lot of the highlight plays of ONIC and those initiations who came from him, it was Gem also following up alongside him. But we also have to credit Blacklist International now for the things that they did right in this game, wherein they also adjusted their team fight approach, became more disciplined and sharpened it up, and they were respecting the fact that ONIC went into this with a much sharper and disciplined approach into team fighting. That one moment where they slipped was the one moment where Blacklist got to turn it around, but then here comes PerkZiva and great follow-ups as well by Gem to supplement that and make it even harder for Blacklist International to fight back. That's why Gem is the MVP of the game. But yes, the world has been reintroduced to PerkZiva and how he played this game, the bravery, the gusto, and dare I say, the absolute cojones on that man to just go Kufra, Tyrant's Revenge, Rage, and all throughout. You also have to credit Horizon here with his control on the Fredrin. He positioned himself in the turtle fights extremely well. Even though as a Fredrin, most of the times you will consider the option of going a little bit more forward, trying to get those taunts in. He was a bit more calculated here. And you can see in his pattern, in his heat map, he just made his home around the jungle, in the river. ONIC, again, they changed their approach to this game. Instead of trying to force the issue into taking down Oheb, taking down Edward, ONIC have been reading Blacklist International's game and said, you know what? One of the reasons why Blacklist is so good right now is because of how well they control the middle of the map and how well they punish any attempts to take down either Oheb or Edward in the side lanes. So ONIC said, you know what? Screw what happened in the past. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on the center of the map. That's how we're going to win on their game. And that also, dare I say, shows a lot of trust onto Nets and Gem for them to win their lane against Oheb and Edward, for them to manage their lane and their man well enough that ONIC doesn't need to worry that much about the side lanes. And I also liked how ONIC were willing to trade the objectives. Great itemization across the board here by both of these two teams. Nothing too crazy in terms of the itemization and the timings of it all. Expected win of natures, the immortalities, but it's really just how ONIC improved their almost all of the aspects of their game here and changing their focus of the game, knowing that and acknowledging Blacklist, the beating heart of their game and the rotations are in the mid. If you do what you can to disrupt that heartbeat, then it's going to be hard for Blacklist to play the game that they want to. Show them who the Class S jungler was the Infinix K2V for both of these teams. But they showed right now they are Class S fighters all throughout. And ONIC also stopped the hit list of the Hitman because of their central control, made it difficult for Hitman Renegade to get the hits and to get the rotations properly. That's it for the analysis of Game 1. Gentlemen, join me here, will ya?
Thank you so much, Renmar, for that beautiful analysis in game number 1. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but ONIC Philippines securing that game 1 means they have the chance to sweep Blacklist. How often can you get to say this?
Maybe it could be this once. Maybe in week 2, day number 1, maybe, or day 2. But it's just how they bounce back, how they completely recovered from even that. The problem being stated on Series 1 storyline was how do they close the game? Yeah. How do they make their way up against even Sensui, who is their own former teammate back in the season, that they completely tried to show their prowess back in the day that they're still switching variants, and now it's completely working for them.
Yeah, man, I think a lot of teams going up against Blacklist, man, how do we clean up this code, man? How do we shampoo him? Yeah, that's a phrase in the Filipino broadcast, and the English broadcast doesn't just translate that well. But ONIC said, you know what, we're not gonna look to shampoo Blacklist International. We've got the conditioner.
And that's Perxiva.
And you know, I think Perxiva did condition Blacklist to think that he was not a big threat considering how silent early to the mid-game was. First Blood did go to the hands of ONIC Philippines because of Perxiva's play, but I can't believe that the game-winning play and the game-changing play was also in the hands of Perxiva. Do you think the Kufra would get banned in the next game?
Could be, or even stolen by Renijay himself, because on the second phase, or they did their first draft, they prioritized more on the Gord. Well, it's a 100% win rate, but slowly dropping down because of the loss of Blacklist International, but still a great way of using that mage hero. But one thing also is they could actually consider the Marksman the Roam again, because in the Kufra, Renijay was completely doing a lot of points for Blacklist in their game last week.
Yeah, so now we have to look out for that in the draft, whether or not ONIC will leave Perxiva's pick again for last, because that's what they did. And that might be, I mean, that's what we usually see for teams who have debuting members, wherein they leave the last two picks or the last pick of their draft for their debuting members so they're comfortable as possible.
Yeah, and we could watch that happen later. And you guys could watch MPL Season 12 in a Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams ballot it out and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official app store. Game 2 is about to start, but before we head on to that one, I'm sure a lot of our players did come in from the MDL. And what is up in MDL?
Well, speaking of which, like and follow and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. For Facebook, it's fb.com/mdlph.official. And for YouTube, it's MDL of Philippines.
Yeah, and we also do have an MDL meet and greet here in our venue. For sure, a lot of the guys who are interested in watching our professional and development league will have fun the moment they get here in the Shooting Gallery studio. So if you haven't bought your ticket yet to watch MPL live, please do. It's a completely different experience over here. You can feel the energy in the crowd. And of course, you could buy your favorite merch, because every week we do have different teams selling their merchandise here live in the venue. Right now, it's TNC and AP Bren. Have you spent any of your money in our merch shop recently?
I haven't checked out the AP Bren merch yet, but their jacket is cool. Even for TNC, man, I can ride in the motorcycle.
I think Chantel did already buy the TNC jacket. How about you? Have you spent money in not just for the shops right now, but also the shop last week?
Last week, oh no, unfortunately, I wasn't able to. I haven't spent any money just yet, and I'm starting to regret it. Even though it's, like, for me personally, the financially responsible thing.
Yeah.
Part of me, my soul is crying right now and crying out, please buy merch. Because I feel like I'm going to regret it if I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm regretting that I wasn't able to buy Echo merch last week.
Yeah, so I feel like we got to do something here.
Because last week I haven't gotten my salary yet. In fact, I haven't gotten my salary right now. So I'm still waiting for the salary before I get to buy stuff.
So here's something what we can do.
I got the socks though.
Wait, let's put our hands together.
All right.
Okay.
So Womi, follow me here.
Okay.
Uncle Francis.
I know where this is going. Okay,
Uncle Francis, it's almost Christmas.
Yes.
Please buy us merch.
Okay.
Wow.
Whoa. You didn't deny it.
No.
You didn't deny it. All right, clip that.
Clip that.
Uncle Francis said he's going to buy us the merch.
You know, I posted a video on my Twitter feed, or now known as X. I did not have to do that. I'm so sorry. But, you know.
No, you're just being accurate.
I'm here,
But it's
OSX.
actually literally called OSX.
You know, I've never thought about it. Whenever you do your intros, you've never done it. Like, my name is OSX, and it'll just have that little oomph, man.
Yeah, the X Factor on the intro. I should do that.
Or maybe even do like a OSX. Dude,
Homie's just so creative.
OSX, man.
OSX. Okay, I'm gonna try doing that in my
I'm already
third
doing
series.
this in the Filipino broadcast. Whenever I throw it to the analyst for the K2V, K2V. And I don't mind if you do that too, man. Like,
a
honestly,
lot of hand signs from
a lot of hand signs. You know, at this point, I'm sorry, I got distracted. We were like talking about 3 different topics at the same time.
We were all just talking about merch.
Yeah, we were talking about merch. Went to hand signs. Went to you introing OSX. And I was talking about the video I posted in X. I posted like a video. We were trying to trace it back. That's what's happening. So, right now, I did post it back. I posted it in X. I was wearing a Blacklist jersey over an ONIC jacket and an Echo shorts. All I need now is the RSG slippers and possibly the AP brand boxers.
And
No, they're not selling boxers, sadly.
They're not?
Yeah.
You had my hopes up.
I'm
Bro,
sorry.
I was hoping for that. The black and yellow boxers would look good.
Okay, so
I
if-
had the slides. We had the
Yeah,
slides.
if ever the AP brand shorts are an actual thing, where are they going to put the B?
True.
You know what? Let's not answer that question on broadcast. Let's theorize.
Let's theorize. AP brand boxers. I'd buy that. Like, honestly, Echo shorts, AP brand boxers, RSG slippers. What else? TNC socks. Do they have socks? They have TNC flasks.
Oh, yeah. Because, again, they're hot and ready for games. That's why I need to hydrate. Yeah.
Yo, the TNC flask is fire, man. Both versions.
They have like the cream version.
Yeah, from their last season jersey.
And the new version, which is the edgy black one. Like
the black and orange
the
one.
Goth Mommy TNC vibe.
Goth Mommy TNC. Is that what you see TNC's branding as now?
I am so sorry, Ingrid. Ingrid is their manager. You know, I'm quite sure that she had a great hand on the Goth Mommy vibe of TNC right now. But
Bro.
let's enter the drafting phase of game number 2.
Their theme is Rise from the Dead. So it's not even far from the concept.
No, it's just so funny. Here's TNC with like Rise from the Dead, and here comes Womi with Goth Mommy TNC.
You know, because last season was Cream TNC. That was classic 70s vibe. And now, we're entering the drafting phase. Novaria Lancelot out, blue side, Blacklist International. Let's go.
I am so happy
Thank
just
you.
being here in the English desk.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Francis.
You're just so vibrant, bro.
I love you. You are perhaps one of the most gentle people I've met in my life. And you too, Renmar, a very loving person.
That's true.
I appreciate that. And
I appreciate you.
thank you, my guy. 2 aliens already banned. That's Eve and Novaria. If you ban out Uranus, that's 3 aliens. But I highly
He's not
doubt.
an alien.
No,
He's just a light construct from within the planet.
a guardian.
So he's not an alien.
Yeah, you're technically not an alien if you're from within the planet.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, of course. You are the planet.
Wait, is he the planet? No, he's not the planet.
He could be. I don't know. He could be a guardian or something.
Yeah, he is a guardian. He's a light construct, and another guardian is Kaja, and of course ONIC will take it away.
Yeah.
Renegade's been fire with that pick.
Yeah, true. And Kaja's second most banned, by the way, in the entire league right now.
Yeah.
24 times.
Most is Eve, which is still very surprising.
Eve as well. It's not a problem for Eve to even just show up because there's always security guard like, oh, hey, okay, no problem.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, they're respecting the Fanny.
The Fanny, yeah. It's always been a thing where if you're up against ONIC Philippines, just respect Ryzen's Fanny. Because
I agree.
Yeah, it's always like, you don't want to let that out.
We have seen it a couple of times. Half of the times we have seen it struggle quite a bit, but they've specifically countered it. And the fact that the Fanny changes the way that you draft is a big problem for a lot of teams that prepare certain compositions. And so far, we haven't seen that yet. And looks like they're going to take out the Baksha. Oh, the B in the Baksha stands for Best in Jungle in Season 12 so far.
Yeah, big beefy dude.
Damn, are you describing Naisu?
Oh, yeah.
The big beefy dude?
Yeah, he's mentioning all the time. Because, oh, okay.
Farsa is still open.
Still the same, though.
Oh, no.
Please go Fredrin and Farsa, ONIC. Oh, they're taking it away.
Oh, my.
That's a flex. Oh, by the way, Midnight shared with us a fun fact.
What's a fun fact?
That since Season 10, Blacklist and ONIC matches have always gone to Game 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's a real fun fact.
yeah. So we'll see if that's gonna continue or stop here.
If ever, I do think that
That
the
could be a
Bruno going to the hands of OEB is really good. That's also a steal because Nets loves to play that Bruno. Even when Bruno was off the meta, he was playing it like he was... I love Bruno. And yes, we do agree. The general is quite handsome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we always off track.
Yeah, it's just the marksman focus. And if Nets is concerned, oh, I love this pick. You partner with the Kadita. Oh, finally, I've been using Kadita most of my
Man,
games.
they want to play fast here.
You play mid lane now?
Yeah, man.
No, I thought Rome got it though.
Yeah, but I love Kadita now in the mid lane. She gives me good win streaks, bro.
Yeah, and the fact that you're playing Kadita means that it's a highly mechanical hero that allows you to train even harder. That's the entire reason why I picked up Benedetta as my first hero. Because if we want to train that fingers, age doesn't matter, your joints matter. And now the Edith will be locked in by, once again, Blacklist International. You don't know if it's going to go to the hands of Edward or the Hitman. But still, crowd control is crowd control, and you gotta have it.
Yeah, that's a good hover or even thought for the Benedetta. For those of you who know, it's Womi's rank for the Benedetta. He's racing, or he's going for the top global.
No, dude,
Benedetta.
cannot do that. It's so high, not even kidding. Like, the highest that I've been here in the Philippines is Manila 56. But yeah, Cho Lock-in on the side of ONIC. What did you say about this, Renmar? You're making a stanky face.
No, it's not really a stanky face. More of like I'm just thinking about it more face. Because Perxiva on this Cho, it's sort of like them already really trying their best to draft a lineup that can temper the potential snowball of Blacklist. Because when you draft Bruno, Kadita, Edith, you're obviously saying, hey, we want to play fast and we want to end this quickly. Because of how Cho and a lot of MPL pros always encourage Cho players to just be aggressive, constantly get that vision, pop off those concussive blasts, go into the jungle, get the info, invade, poke down. That's going to be ONIC's attempt into tempering that snowball factor of Blacklist International.
Oh, speaking of snowball factor, yeah, that guy is a factor.
Dang.
Because if we're looking for the next XP lane hero for ONIC Philippines, we're talking about also the general right on our screens here. Yeah, they banned out the
I'm not even sure what those hand signs mean.
Yeah, you started with the hand signs, bro.
I gotta be honest, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, how about you have a tier for that? We're doing the heroes.
Tier list?
Yeah, tier list for the hand signs. Yeah. Womi should do it.
Minana on top. Minana on top, man. That looks like a I would say a sign of brotherhood. It's not a G sign, it's a brotherhood sign.
Yeah.
And,
Whoa. Wait, sorry.
Ixia banned though.
That's a hell of a read actually by Blacklist to take away this Ixia.
Pretty good.
Because when you draft Cho, Fred, and then you show the Gore, there is a high chance that ONIC are going to pick a much more static backliner marksman. So ONIC flipped the script and they go, yeah, we don't need backline, an Eve style marksman. No, we're going to pick up an Irithel. So they also want to be able to scale up quickly and move around quickly. Which makes a lot of sense because you're going to want to do everything to avoid the Edith and the Kadita.
Yeah. I do agree that the Irithel does have a lot of movement speed, and paired up with the sprint, just insanely good, especially if you have that ultimate Dragon Spear, or the UDG.
Great Dragon Spear.
Oh, sorry, I upgraded it without knowing. But yeah, it's a great Dragon Spear that adds some movement speed as well. No assess to cap up the composition coming in from Blacklist International. We have Martis and Lapu Lapu. A lot of as a Kadita player yourself, how do you think would it play in this entire composition?
Bro, if you make combos yourself with the Petrify, even in your own ultimate, that sets up a great red carpet for Kadita to burst down members of even ONIC Philippines from the back line. You have the Bravest Fighter, you have the Asha Aura catch, and all of this working together and having Bruno on your back line, man, you're considering the damage of a ball, of a soccer ball, and you have the ocean with you. Scaling.
Yeah. Actually, from early to late, they have great scaling. They just need to make sure they always catch the gourd because their poke damage is close to non-existent.
Yeah.
If the Edith isn't out of her mech form, it's just going to be the Bruno. So this that glue pickup,
love it.
That is monstrous. That's a hell of a pickup here by ONIC.
Wow.
And again, it reactivates what Gem can bring to the table. He can be very disruptive. Again, we mentioned here the lineup of Blacklist International in terms of the poke. It's just the Edith and the Bruno. And it's only the Edith, and that's the case if Edith is actually out of her mech and she gets to use her ultimate. But because they picked up the glue, then now Blacklist International really need to be careful. Watch their timings, watch their positioning here. That was an amazing last pick by ONIC.
Yeah, definitely an amazing last pick there coming in from ONIC Philippines. Game 2 is about to start, and if ever ONIC Philippines does secure this game number 2, it's going to be their first win in the regular season in terms of matches. And it's also going to be the first time that ONIC Philippines
will be able to secure a Game 2 victory against all the regular season meetups of Blacklist International and ONIC Philippines. It's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen as we enter the Land of Dawn. We've talked about the Blacklist International squad here with the Kadita and all, but let's talk about ONIC a bit here. Perksiva on this show, another playmaking roamer.
Yeah, the show being present for ONIC Philippines is just a great way to target members of Blacklist International's hold in the back line or even in the front end. So by just having this rotation, if you've mentioned back in the draft, if Vision is concerned for ONIC Philippines, they're answering it slowly. Right now, early game. Look at the fun fact here from Canon Ryzen. Has the same color as Ryzen from Yu Yu Hakusho. Wow.
That's his hair, right? Same
Yeah.
hair color,
I have
probably.
not watched Yu Yu Hakusho to know. This is so sad for me.
Yeah. Renmar, go ahead. How do you remember Yu Yu Hakusho?
I was a child. All nearing on toddler. I just remember being happy as a kid. I kind of miss it. Oh, look at all those ruptures on the side of Blacklist. Now they really want to scale fast.
Yeah,
so again,
just like the early game builds of early game builds.
Yeah.
Adaptive penetration.
We mentioned it in the draft that their lineup is like that, but they also adjusted their emblems for it.
Oheb.
Oh no!
Oheb being
oh,
chased. Ryzen and Nets trying to secure the kill. He goes down. And that's Nets getting the first blood for ONIC Philippines.
This is so good for ONIC Philippines, mainly because you want the Bruno to be ahead at the early parts of the game. That's why you're picking up a lot of ruptures, just making sure that you have that early game damage. But ONIC Philippines, with that rotation, Renmar, they've secured that early game lead for the Irithel. What can Oheb do or what could Blacklist do to put this Bruno back in the map?
They're probably going to call for a lane switch early on, maybe in the second turtle. If not second, maybe into third, wherein they'll give up either the second or the third turtle, one of those, and then just go full all in on clearing a lane alongside Oheb.
Well, speaking of clearing lanes, XP lane, though, also gets the advantage here. We have 4 players right onto this lane, but the focus for its objective goes to Ryzen. And now the follow-up goes for Perksiva. That's the way of the dragon. No follow-up, just trying to peel out Sensui. And that's ONIC securing the first objective onto this game.
ONIC Philippines able to secure that first turtle. Just like game number 1, they were able to control those objectives. And I do feel that the entry of Perksiva is also affecting the way that they form their lineups around those objectives. The way that they do it right now is just so much better compared to their other iterations.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about here with the Cho pickup. You play aggressive, you play non-stop, you get info, you keep going into the face of your opposing jungler and opposing roamer, because that opens up so much space for your own team, especially around the objectives if you're going to time it around them. Forcing the flicker outside of Super Friends. You know what? I just want to say, gentlemen, it's weird that we now live in the Philippines where Gord is no longer undefeated.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
True. That's actually
one loss.
The one loss. But, you know, it's also I think it's already a miracle that Gord is in S tier pickup right now. If you think about it, you know?
It's the true damage, man.
It's true damage. We've always thought about Gord and I don't know.
That's our just good sound effects, bro.
And Naisu is actually going, what do you mean you don't know?
Yeah.
We've seen it from him, but only from him. But, you know, at least pro players are doing it. Yeah. But, you know, Naisu, former top 1 global Gord. Salute, you know.
Man, he's just the perfect man, isn't he?
Big respect, you know.
Yeah.
Big respect.
He actually has a board in his own room.
What's a board?
A board, Gord's board.
Oh, yeah. Wait, an actual Gord? Wait,
Yeah,
was
he
there an
had it-
actual Gord board merch line?
No, he actually asked someone to create it for it's a custom Gord board.
Wow.
Yeah. and
I should
he-
ask that same guy that made that Gord board to make me a Benedetta sword.
Oh, yeah, bro, because right now...
I thought you'd say a full-on Benedetta figure.
No, you know what?
Life size.
Life size?
Yeah.
Is it wooden or inflatable?
Oh, it's okay. So the turtle, it looks great positioning right now from Blacklist International. Actually, no, ONIC rather, excuse me. As Blacklist, they might go pitch around. Oh, they found it!
Oh, that's the way of the Dragon Flicker combo. That's a follow-up of Super Friends. Now Renegade falls down. Perksiva takes the kill. Now follow from Haji. That's the bravest fighter. Connects onto the back line. Now with a follow-up, the damage connecting. Super Friends falls down. Haji takes the kill. And that's the back line entry. Follow-up, though. Edward still taunting. Being taunted. That's a knock-up onward. Earth Shatter doing the work. Knocking up 2. Now that's the second turtle up for the grabs. Oh, boy. Oh boy, Edward, that's the onward, that's the shatter, now completely.
Primal Wrath.
The damage, that's the Primal Wrath connected to damage, but that's the taunt. The turtle goes to Ryzen.
Whoa!
ONIC, eyes on the objective. Haji still letting go of Ryzen. Perceiver forced out the flicker from Gem. Meanwhile, Sensui and Edward, okay, securing the line. Ryzen gives a thumbs up.
After a long fight, Renmar, they're able to secure that turtle. And they also, I think they did sacrifice Super Prince for that one, though.
Yeah, so we expected it, either the second or the third turtle. Blacklist will split their focus, and so they sent Renegade alongside to help OHEB actually to break down the tower in the bot lane, while Blacklist took a 50-50 to contest the turtle. But then ONIC, they just handled it again. There's something about how Perks, Evo, Ryzen, and Super Friends play just seems more cohesive. Alongside Gem, even in that fight. They play so well alongside each other right now. I don't know what it is. We can only assume, but I like what I'm seeing from ONIC.
Yeah, I have to agree. ONIC is looking like a different team just because of one person. And that just goes to show that you got to surround yourself with people with the same mind.
Oh yeah, even better than you, because that's how you learn.
True, that's true. That's
yeah,
true.
man. Even in life.
Even in life, you know. ONIC Philippines ahead now by 200 gold, but Ryzen goes in.
Being ahead, he knocks down Sensui with a slow, but still surviving. He has the orange. Now, Super Friends, guys, commending this hold even on this minute. Now, the focus is on top lane. They're looking at to slow down OHEB. That's the projectile.
Oh, wow.
Connecting onto Renegade. That's the slow. That's the burst. Ryzen. Boom, man. Taunt and knock up. Renegade falls down. No setup.
Way.
No, OHEB. No. Falls down again. Second time. Sensui goes back. And now ONIC Philippines is just completely taken up. So many crumbs to followed by Blacklist. Haji, no! He's trying to still survive, backing away in his turret, still maintaining the defense, but onward from Edward though. Still buying time for Haji to bounce back. Still lives.
ONIC Philippines able to secure that crucial kills in the top lane, plus that turret does sacrifice Perxiva, but that flicker Jeet Kundo though, that was spicy coming in from Perks.
That was spicy, saucy. It was delicious what Perxiva did there.
I'm
Getting
starving.
that double knock-up, double airborne. OHEB got away, but then he still got stunned, followed up by the Mystic Gush of Super Prince as well. So MPL-PH, man, still they're non-stop with it. They play around Perks Evo really, really well. A lot of confidence.
Edward. That's the onward.
Oh,
that's
wow.
the shatter. Now with the dragon counter, he falls down.
My
That
dude.
secures the kill. Haji though looking for an avenue, looking for a chance, but the knock up, another taunt from Ryzen. Haji being immobilized, using the Bravest Fire to escape the wrath of ONIC Philippines. Now Nets is on a spree. And ONIC Philippines now eyes on on this last turtle of the game.
Disgusting burst damage coming in from ONIC. They bursted down an Edith 100-0. Renmar wasn't even able to use his Primal Wrath.
Yeah, right after Renegade tossed Perxiva, that was one of the smoothest dodges I saw. Instead of getting knocked up, he just straight up shunpoed right into
through
and
him.
across the Edith.
That's like a in-game equivalent of getting crossed in basketball.
Yeah,
It's like crossover. Or
yeah,
whatever.
Renegade got his
I don't play
ankles
basketball.
broken by that show, man.
Oh man, that
I have not played basketball.
You have. You elbowed me in the chest, remember?
I'm sorry.
How did you forget, homie?
I didn't know that was illegal.
Perxiva? Oh, okay. I
that
thought they
was
were
a good
actually going to commit the play onto there.
I'm just feeling the struggle of Renegade right now. How do you manage to land that perfect ultimate combo with the Petrify? Because in a blink, with just Clock of Destiny, even Magic Penetration, it's not enough to even burst down members of ONIC Philippines right now.
He completely
Another setup! We were talking about it. That's the setup by Perxiva. Sensui falls down. That's the Mystic Gush. Backline onto the burst. Now Edward still holding the front line. Ryzen. Oh, Appraiser's Wrath. Trying to peel one. Womi, you saw something.
They're loving it. It's a banger when the production decides to show you what's happening in behind the scenes,
Yeah,
right?
the holding areas of the players.
The holding areas of the players, yeah, Renmar.
Oh my goodness, ONIC, they're feeling it right now. Again, this is the team in the bottom half of our standing, 7th place. Still without a series win. We're able to take games against RSG, against Echo. Just got swept by Brent. Switching players around. And now they are on the way to potentially sweeping the team.
No! Oh, no.
Echo.
Edward.
Again, Edward.
Being trapped into. That's the fall from
Renegade!
Renegade. Prof Waves finally bursting down Super Prince. Renegade could be on a mission, but he's just totally getting vision. Right now, they're still holding the lane. Finally, Renegade gets a kill on his Katata.
The Hitman does get one, and that's a crucial pickup considering that it's already time for the first Lord of the game. A 5v4 scenario here. No Super Friends means and no burst coming in from ONIC Philippines, but ONIC will be the ones to hold on to this Lord anyway.
Speaking of holding on, look at that positioning. ONIC Philippines is doing. That's the
Edward.
Earth Shatter follow-up. Look at that. Trying to catch one. Sensui just completely bouncing out. He's engaging safely. Okay. No,
just gonna regen everything.
Oh yeah, still surviving the pokes. Okay.
The last pick glue was so massive for the draft here for ONIC. It's becoming a big problem. It's been a big problem here for Blacklist International.
Yeah, and Gem has been really good on picks that disrupt the backline, and I think Blue is the best in terms of disrupting people in the backline. Not just backline, but also front to back. And that's the beauty of the Blue with this Lord. Half already HP, half down. ONIC Philippines, they're going to try to hold on to this and poke down Sensui as well.
Oh. Looks like they spotted Renegade trying to make that combo ult work. But they have spotted. They know Horizon. It's just peeling off.
Oh,
that's the fall. Perxiva with the follow with the Way of the Dragon. Edward still flees for safety. ONIC Philippines, they're just letting Renegade. Oh, just back and forth. Back and forth. No burst. No burst from Renegade. Now he's on a run for safety as well. Oh, this just trades of ultimates. He's now trying to escape Gem and Nets. That's a flicker. Trying to chase down Renegade.
Oh, he gets there!
Oh, no, immobilized. Net secures the kill.
And look at the aggression coming in from ONIC. They don't really care if you've already burnt your ultimate. They're not going to stop. They know for a fact that there's no other way for Renegade to escape because he's running that Petrify. And now with that play, ONIC Philippines is able to secure this potentially a Luminous Lord because they did reset that Lord prior to taking it.
Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, I think ONIC have finally found the right mix. With all of the pieces they can move around, all of the permutations that they can use to try and win games and series here in MPL-PH, they may have finally found it. Gem, Perxiva, and alongside Super Friends, with Ryzen, with Nets, they are on the way to potentially sweeping Blacklist International. They just need to keep it disciplined and tight. Again, the wave clear here for Blacklist might be a little bit difficult because they're so up close. Not a lot of pokes. While ONIC, they can just run and gun it.
What the heck?
What the heck?
Whoa, follow from the back line. Renegade is looking for a way to take down Super Prince, but he's just by himself, being taken down by the Mystic Gush. He falls down. Oh, another one. Haji from Blacklist, another one falls down. ONIC Philippines, few moments away. And on the camera, on their gaming pod, they are rejoicing, completely being happy of the results. 5-man down for Blacklist International.
And they're just waiting for the minions to come in. The burst damage coming in from ONIC Philippines is way more than Blacklist International could handle. And now it's the Filipino sniper, the Hitman in 3. Gem comes in.
Oh, Oheb. Oheb is still holding its base, holding base, but we're few hits away. Few hits away. Nets is still making it through. But being in front, using the back line, using the burst. Here comes Haji again. Nets takes down the kill. Haji as well with the exchange. And taking down one. Ryzen falls down. Blacklist with the chase. And now they bounce back.
An absolute disaster! ONIC thought they had it in their hands, but Blacklist holds on. A premature celebration by ONIC. The game isn't over yet. The series continues.
And now we're about to enter a part where Blacklist International could cash in on that team fight. They're going to go for the mid lane. This is a very slight chance that they might get that inhibitor, but it's a very, very slim chance. ONIC Philippines, they could still defend. They have Super Friends, and the rest of the squad is about to come up.
Those are the problems that you do not commit against Blacklist International. ONIC Philippines overstaying the welcome in the base. Having Renegade sacrificing himself again with his Kadita bought time and also kills for Blacklist to even slowly bounce back. Speaking of which, the burst onto one. Gem still survives Perxiva in the back line. Set up though. Super Fritz making the way for the burst, but Nets takes down one. Edward falls down for Blacklist. And ONIC still looking for a way to secure individuals of Blacklist being isolated on the map.
This is a massive pickoff coming in from ONIC Philippines. No Agent Zero for Blacklist in this third Lord take. Renmar, how is this happening for ONIC Philippines?
Oh, they keep continuing. After every sequence, even though they had their backs against the wall after their failed attempt at ending the game, they still continued. Again, when you're on this show, you gotta translate that aggression, that desire to find info, to stay close to your opponents, to the rest of the team, and ONIC-PH are doing just that. They're not letting go. They know they still have the lead. They didn't need to play back. They didn't need to play overly cautious. They immediately looked for their next kill, and they fought Blacklist when Blacklist also, they were the ones to initiate that burst onto Gem to start things off.
And now for ONIC Philippines, they have their third Lord here, marching in the mid lane. The base of Blacklist International already exposed. This might just be their first win of the season, and the agents are not here for it. They want to see Blacklist defend, but can they against the Sonics?
Conceal is on now. It's on a roll. Haji's trying to hold down Perxiva. That's a flicker. Brave Spider on to 4, but still maintaining the front line. But now Super Friends missed the gush, bursting down Renegade. And now with the HP bars dropping down. Edward is by himself. Agent Zero, Legend Zero, taken down by Super Friends. 2-man down for Blacklist. Waves pushing in. Few hits, few steps away. Is this finally happening? ONIC Philippines. Will ONIC Philippines finally take a game out of Blacklist?
Not enough minions, it looks like.
Haji, he goes in for the ton. It's now in a 4v3 scenario. Haji's going to be able to go.
Bursted down, Super Friends. Onto that follow-up, but this time around Sensui. Onto the back lines, trying to make a play, but it's not enough. ONIC Philippines, few hits away, and they finally broke the code in the series with a dominating 2-0.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. A game-changing substitution brings the first win for ONIC Philippines this season 12.
The win streak of Blacklist International ends and a nightmare from the past resurfaces. ONIC has defeated Blacklist International. ONIC-PH have finally found the mix for that first win in Season 12.
And what a game was that for Perxiva. Not just game, but the entire series. Perxiva making sure that everybody knows that he is here to win. All smiles here for both squads, and for sure, these people are friends. And Blacklist International, they gotta acknowledge that ONIC Philippines beat them fair and square. That was such a great series. Let's all clap our hands as well for Blacklist International. They did well in this series, and for sure the agents are proud of their effort, but this is the time to shine for ONIC Philippines. Their first victory in Season 12.
Bro, I just gotta recall, you and Leo back in the MPL Rap Battle Season 8. ONIC was the only one who broke the code after 11 straight wins.
Yeah. That was Season 7. No, Season 8.
Season 8, Season 8, yeah.
Season 8.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's just ONIC Philippines doing the magic again.
Again, this matchup, even though the players and the names have changed around it, there's always the roots to look back to, the history of these two, from all the way back in MPL Philippines.
Wow.
Season 8,
9, 10,
you know? Yeah, all that.
And honestly, that entire series, we were always going for ONIC Philippines having a slow game, but this was an ultra-fast series from Perxiva. And that game was brought to you by our official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bringing you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. What a game for ONIC Philippines, and surely they are elated with everything that's happening right now. And ONIC Philippines, what type of celebration is waiting for them? Again, this is a big win for a possible long regular season.
Bro, Chef Rabbit is cooking something special later in the booth camp, man. Something spicy, how he started the interview back in Season 12. first interview. Now he's gonna go crazy with the spices this time.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the management of ONIC PH. Some great people behind the scenes, and of course on the scenes, from the players themselves, working with this organization. And even though that was their first series win, they're going to treat this as a massive accomplishment.
Yes.
And they should be. And they should. What they did here to get their first win was to take down the team that is currently second in the standings, shared in points with Echo. But because Echo has that match win over Blacklist, Blacklist went into this day as second in the standings. But now, ONIC, man, celebrate. You deserve the celebration. Finally, that sweet relief and release on your shoulders. The weight of a winless series season so far, finally gone.
They finally leave that club, and now MNNE Evos is the only team in that winless club, and it's going to be up. The ball is in their hands right now. They gotta leave that place. It's not a good place to be in, especially for a 6-week regular season. We are looking at a shortened regular season for
Ultra
this
fast
format.
regular
It's
season.
ultra fast. Yeah. You gotta make sure that you find that winning recipe. For ONIC Philippines, they finally found that, and in fact, we're gonna talk to them in just a bit. As right now, as you said, Redmar, they were able to secure a sweep against Blacklist International that puts them to 5 points right now, coming in from 7th, 2 points. And from 2 to 5 is actually insane. And we're going to learn more about what happened in that match as we go on to the main stage with Mara Aquino. Mara, it's your time to shine.
Thank you, casters! Oras na para sa ONIC. Everybody, what time is it? All right, congratulations to ONIC Philippines. Very well done. Na-sweep nyo ang Blacklist International, Gem. Why do you think na tinarget ban ka ng Blacklist to a point na si Haji naglapu-lapu sa mid kesa mag-mage? That was very noticeable.
Siguro po baka akala nila konti yung hero pool ko and then baka yun yung nasa plano po talaga nila.
Anong masasabi mo naman sa abilidad mo? Alam ko nervous siya nung binigay ko sa kanya yung mic. So, what can you say about your ability para ngayong season 12? What is it to watch out for with Gem?
Wala, ginagawa ko lang po yung best ko tapos yung humble lang dapat.
Yung humble lang dapat. Very humble. Okay, alam mo, yung katabi mo naman, si Perks. Guys, nakita niyo ba yung ginawa niya simula game 1 pa lang? Palakpakan naman natin si Perks. Perks, I can't believe nung mga previous naglaro ka season 10 ba yon? I can't believe hindi ka nagsimula nung day 1 pa lang. Where have you been? Oh my goodness. I mean, we're glad we got to see you dong final 2 games before. Pero eto na, nakikita na natin yung ability mo. You were so good. Ikaw yung bukang bibig ng mga casters. Napaka-smooth mo daw. Game 1 pa lang. Pagdating game 2, yung show mo. In fact, very noticeable kasi comfort pick ni Rene J, okay, yung show. At ikaw, tinalo mo siya. Meron siya kasing hit list. Hindi ka niya natalo. Sino mas magaling mag-show? Ikaw or si Rene J?
Si Rene J po.
You think so? Pero sobrang ganda ng pinakita mo kanina. Bakit ngayon lang namin to nakikita?
Kailangan ko lang naman po, tiwala sa mga org. Kaya thank you ko sa boss namin, si Madam Lazy. Nagtitiwala sa akin.
Very nice. Eto, meron akong tanong. Okay, also, si Rene J, di ba may hit list siya? Hindi kanya natalo. Ang nakatalo lang sa kanya, si JP ng Echo. So masasabi mo ba na almost magka-level kayo ni JP?
Wala pa po ako dun abot po ako dun siguro. Sa level po nila.
And we're looking forward sa round 2 kasi hindi ka nakapaglaro dun sa Echo. We're looking forward to round 2 to see how that's going to be. Now, oras na para alamin kung sino nga ba ang ating match MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino? One more time? Okay, let's take a look at our match MVP. Ryzen! Oy, Ryzen! Hindi naka-retry si Sensui sa'yo. Wala siyang retry na napasok. Okay, ngayon, alam niyo ba na for the first time since season 10, according to Midnight, na lagi kayong, pag Blacklist International yung kalaban nyo, laging Game 3. At ngayon, na-sweep nyo yung Blacklist International, nakuha nyo yung unang win nyo this season, at na-break nyo yung win streak ng kalaban. What can you say, Ryzen, about this new team, this Season 12?
Siguro po yung, nagbago din po yung kasi yung ONIC eh. Dahil po din siguro sa gym. Laging ganado yung katawan namin.
Sa gym! Sa gym! Dahil to sa gym. So dahil sa gym, naging mas better yung playstyle nyo and everything. Ano bang meron sa gym? Bakit laging everybody's doing the gym right now tapos parang gumagaling sila sa laban
Yung parang lumalakas din po yung hero namin eh. Lumalaki din yung katawan.
Patingin nga! Ryzen, patingin nga! Patingin, lumalaki yung katawan. Nakikita ko, wala kasing jacket si Ryzen nung last season. Patingin nga, tanggalin natin yung jacket. Okay. Tapos, okay, gusto namin makita. May abs ba to? May abs? Okay. Abs or biceps? Biceps. Sa back? Ano to?
Sa back.
Oh, okay. Sige, patingin ng back daw. Patingin ng back. Sabi ni Jem. Patingin ng, okay. Kung ikaw, pwede mo lang ganunin. Okay. Maganda daw yung likod mo. Pwede kang tumalikod at mag-flex. Maganda daw yung likod mo. Patingin ang pose pag nagba-bodybuilding sa gym. Makikita yung hugis ng iyong back. Ayan! Congratulations! But I know that Boss A would like to say a few words to everybody. Let's pass him the mic.
Yung core kasi ng kalaban, kakampi namin dati sa ONIC. Kasi kanina, di gumagana yung watch nila. Kasi sa akin, kasi gumagana eh. Ito ata hinahanap niya, yung retry button. Kasi wala siyang ma-retry. And kaya siya natanggal sa ONIC.
Oh! So that is the reason. All right. Boss A was pointing to his watch. Everybody, what time is it? Congratulations to ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow. And now you may have your walk of victory. Ay, panalo kayo! Sa front kayo! Hindi kayo sa likod! Sa front kayo ngayon! Panalo kayo! Congratulations to ONIC! Wow! Juicy! Ang mga naging sagot dito sa ating stage. Ano nga ba ang masasabi ng ating casters? Casters, pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara, and thank you so much, Boss A, for things that I will see in social media later, because definitely that was a big bomb. And
Are we even going to see it? I feel like he's going to lose his social media accounts in just a bit.
Yeah. Oh, bro.
Oh, my.
Bro.
Quite the interview.
Yeah,
that was spicy. That was hot.
They started the interview back in day 1 of Season 12. Yeah, they were just going spicy on everything.
Man, I can't believe that this is happening, but this is a sweep by ONIC Philippines. Let's go to our analyst, Renmar, to discuss what happened in Game 2. Renmar, your time.
All right, sorry, y'all. I just needed to update this a little bit. So we're going to revisit the Hitman's hit list. We actually have Rapidude here instead of Prick Ziva. So we're going to add other members of ONIC here to represent the members of ONIC. But yeah, just imagine this is Prick Ziva. So that's Prick Ziva and now JP that has not been a victim of the Hitman's hit list. But the others, will explain that later. Wow, what a performance there by Perk Ziva, and I'm honestly going to keep this on me until we transition into the next portions of our analyst segment here, because I want to show off his board as much as possible. Yeah, what a debut by the young man. A lot of people were probably looking at him to be the MVP of the series, but one of the things that wasn't acknowledged as much is the fact that Ryzen has just defeated Sensui in an insane retro battle for the entire series. He deserves the MVP of this game number 2, and he deserves the series MVP as well with how he knew he needed to get the job done with his objective takes. Get those turtles, get those lords, because the Blacklist International love playing around those, and when they win fights and when they win scenarios in here, then it's going to be good for them to actually turn the game around that way. So Ryzen is going to be our MVP of the game, of the series. And now let's go back again to the approach of ONIC for the entire game. So with the lineup that they drafted, again, we talked about it. The Cho was crucial as that third pick because when you're up against a lineup that Blacklist International drafted, again, they showed multiple, make that 4 Rupture pickups as their talents in their emblems. And because of the lineup that they have, having a Kadita Rome, having the Bruno, having a Martis, an Edith, and a Lapu-Lapu, those are lineups or heroes that really want to play fast and end the game quickly. So ONIC read into this. One way that you control that is to pick up a roamer that is encouraged to go into the opposing jungle, get info from the opposing roamer, go into behind enemy lines, not just for pickoffs. Don't always think about the pickoffs in the fights, but just controlling the tempo of the game via information and constant invading in key areas so you can find your opponents and provide the right calls for your teams. And that's what ONIC always had all throughout. It also helped that with the last pick glue, again, we talked about it, with the lineup of Blacklist literally being dive and fight. Not just because they have a Kadita who literally dives, under the map, but, they like to get close and up to the faces of their opponents. ONIC PH, with the glue pickup, could worry about that less. Still, it didn't mean that it was a total wash in favor of ONIC and the Blacklist had no way to come back into this. We saw that in the later portions of the game, that Edith and all the damage that Blacklist has also translates well into the mid, into the late game when the games are closer. And there were also moments where ONIC slipped up, especially with their attempts to defend it, or end the game rather, before they finally won the big one to finally end it in their favor. So because of that understanding of how Blacklist wanted to play the game and how they have the right tools to counter that, ONIC just played to their strengths. They made what was a difficult game look easy because of their understanding. And we really gotta commend what Ryzen, how he patterned his way into the jungle, not just in the first series, but also not only in the first game, but in the second game as well, to really make sure that the efforts of Perkziva and Super Friends had the right supplement. Again, they knew that they needed to take control of the center of the map to control the game. They did that for 2 games, while also adding more now that extra effect of being able to be a little bit more, how do I say this, present in the side lanes by trying to gank OHEB more, by trying to disrupt Edward more, but most of the time it was usually OHEB. Then ONIC just ran away with it. Although there were moments there in the game where, of course, that's something ONIC has to acknowledge now. Their shaky decision-making in some crucial moments. Again, they got a little bit too excited trying to end the game initially. Blacklist International defended, almost wiped them out, pushed forward. That was bad for ONIC. But then they made the right call right away, knowing they still had a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead to still chase after Blacklist and still continue to fight them to make sure that the control is still on their side. They just need to sort of balance out some of their decision making. In terms of being a little bit too excited to end the game, they gotta chill out. Now for the side of Blacklist International, we've talked about ONIC all throughout. For Blacklist again, they have the scaling, all of that, but then it was just more difficult to pull off. Usually when you see a lineup like this by Blacklist, you're thinking, oh, that's, man, quick scaling. All right. It's not gonna be that difficult. As long as the first 5 minutes is good for us, and it's gonna be great for us all throughout, which still holds true. But then ONIC just read their game really well. And now that's something exposed by ONIC. Blacklist's beating heart of their game is in the center of the map. And that's why ONIC won the game. They acknowledge that. That's it for the analysis. Gentlemen, join me, please.
Yeah, and we did see a lot of action in the mid lane, especially around that board. And I'm sure everybody is just thinking about picking up that hero, especially in this meta. I can't believe that Gord is finally in the meta. But real quick, how you feeling, guys, after that sweep from ONIC?
Man, nobody is safe. ONIC Philippines is more hungrier to climb up their stats.
Oh man,
Legit.
I don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah.
I love it.
Nobody's
Dilar
safe,
was
man.
right. You know, things like this makes the league more exciting and more unpredictable because you don't know what to expect.
Yeah, and now ONIC Philippines jumping from 2 points to 5 points. It's such a big leap for ONIC Philippines. Our upcoming match is going to be interesting because it's Echo versus TNC, and this is something that we would love to see later on. It's the Orcas versus the Phoenix Army. TNC is kind of 50-50 right now, but Echo is definitely dominating as the world champions as well as the reigning world champions. And later on, as we watch that series, surely it's going to be a fast-paced series once again. In the Echo TNC matchup, which players should we look out for?
Well, right now we were looking at also Ben Tings doing all the work. Back in his role in the Rome back in the season. Now he's completely developing everything. Really good.
I'm looking for Hesu and Sanford later.
Definitely. We've been your casters for this first match. We're going to head on a short break. MPL Philippines Season 12 will be back.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitaw.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitawan.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos natin makilala kung sino ang tunay na Class S na halimaw, magtutungo naman tayo sa tapatan ng Trendsetters versus Game Changers. Who's gonna win this trendy matchup? Is it gonna be TNC Pro Team? Or is it gonna be Echo Philippines? This is gonna be lit. Kaya naman, casters, pasok!
It's time for the battle of trendsetters and game changers. Good evening, everyone, from the home of the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the whole world. My name is Umi. With me here is Rockart and Reptar. It's the matchup between the Orcas versus the Phoenix Army. It's Echo versus TNC.
Yep, TNC, what a crucial game for them. We've been talking behind the stages. I don't know if you guys want to hear that, but I feel like this just sets up the tempo for them for the whole season. Get just one win, not even a match win, one win.
Yeah, one
against
win
the champions.
against Echo. Yeah, you're already coming from a sweep win against MNNE Evos. If you can get a game over Echo, that's going to be good for their morale.
Yeah, not just for their morale, but also for their marketing team. Before we head on to our match, let me just remind you guys that you can watch MPL Philippines Season 12 live and on site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slashevent.com/e/MPLS12 for more details. The energy here in the Shooting Gallery Studios is just really good. If you want to experience MPL live, make sure to watch. I think Week 3 and Week 4 tickets are already live in our website, so make sure to check it out. Yeah, this will be TNC versus Echo, Trendsetters and Game Changers. We're talking about the meta set by the Echo Express, and of course, the meta in social media platforms set by TNC, which is kind of sad, but you know, it's something that TNC takes pride on, because not only do they bring out the swag with their new jerseys, their new jackets, but they're also putting up results. They're 50-50 in the league right now. They're 1-1 and 2-2 in matches and games.
And that's something that is actually very noticeable here. If you know, the jackets are the first thing you'll notice when you look at these guys. But yeah, their results are very mixed right now. That's for TNC. For Echo, they are waiting. They are begging for someone to give them a good game.
True. And TNC, if anyone could do it, it might potentially be Ben Things and TNC. The members of Echo have actually praised Ben Things a lot going into the regular season of S12. They were looking out for Ben Things. Echo has mentioned that TNC is one of the teams they're really looking forward to facing. Ooh. So again, it goes back to our week 1 storytelling of there's something about TNC that the teams know that we don't know just yet, but we've been seeing glimpses of. From there, if TNC is looking for the game to bring it out, it has to be here.
Yeah, it has to be against Echo. Like, imagine securing a win, match win, or even a game win against the current world champions. That's definitely something that we could go back to as we move forward in the regular season as well. This is a very important game for TNC Pro Team, mainly because, like we talked about earlier, they're 50-50. They have 50% win rate in match, 50% win rate in games. So if they're able to turn that into a positive scoreline against Echo even, it's something that we can talk about for weeks to come.
Yes, Thanos would be proud, for sure.
Perfectly
balanced.
balanced.
Like you said, they're showing glimpses, TNC. I'm tired of glimpses. I want to see them go all out, starlight to the face. I want them to shine here in this game. If they can... Just for them to prove that they can actually have what it takes right now to make it to the top of the ladder this time around in the season.
Yeah, it's the battle of two Drip Kings at this point. I mean, Ben Things in an interview said, we're not only called Dog Kings, we want to be known as MPL Kings,
right now they're known as Drip Kings, man.
Yeah.
2 seasons in a row now, the TNC entire kit has looked fire. This season with their whole Rise from the Dead theme, it's kind of like Halloween.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
You know, I love it. I honestly am just trying to stop myself from just describing it even more vividly. It's such a nice gothic vibe coming in from TNC this time around.
Say the line, mommy. Say the line.
I just gotta say it. Say it, Gothic Mommy TNC.
There we go.
That's how
there we go.
Gothic Mommy TNC is the vibe for it right now. And what we're looking at right now for TNC and Echo is that Echo started this varsity jacket trend, and now everybody's doing it. Even other regions are doing it. I think Sonar Insider, or Hans rather, is rocking the Dewa varsity jacket the other day. I mean, last week.
Yeah, last week.
Yeah.
Also.
Who else uses a varsity jacket right now?
ONIC.
ONIC
ONIC,
too.
yeah.
ONIC
I think
also has.
Aura also has a jacket.
Yeah, Aura in Indonesia. A lot of teams have the varsity jackets.
Did we do it first?
Oh, that
I
I'm
think-
not sure.
I don't want to take credit on something that we did do
Yeah,
first. You
because
know?
I mean, the Echo
That's a
jacket.
good question.
I feel like the Echo jacket became a point of inspiration for a lot of teams.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I'm not so sure if they were the first ones to do it.
Probably not here not internationally, but in the Philippines, 100%.
100%.
Yes.
100%. We're putting it back in the map. And I think at some point in time, windbreakers were the thing. Now it's varsity jackets. I wonder when we could get compression shirts for gym usage. I think the
Would
Brent
you wear
Bo-
that here?
No,
You
we
wouldn't?
can't wear that here. I wish we could.
I just want to say, Rockhart, Womi's been bringing up like shorts or boxers for Bren since
Yeah.
earlier. I don't know why. He really wants Bren boxers.
He needs it. He
I
needs
need
it.
it. I
These
need
are the
it.
things that he needs.
I need it.
Personally.
I need it. And AP Bren, I personally talked to them. I think I went to the gym. They were there too, and they told me that their next jersey would be made for the gym, not even made for esports, dude. They're gonna
Straight
make
up
the
gym wear.
jersey straight up gym wear.
That would be fun.
And just with the Bren logo and AP Bren stuff over there, it's gonna be really interesting to see because that might just be the next trend.
Well, if you win MPL Philippines Season 12 champion,
You
that's
decide.
that's
Yeah.
a lot of money. You know what? Why don't you go ahead and produce your own line?
True.
You'd have all the budget you want.
Would you guys get like sleeveless jerseys?
Sleeveless?
Would you get it?
Maybe if I'm ripped, but right now I'm not.
Give us a year.
Give it a year. All right.
Maybe if it's I have
Or
the,
two.
the Daddy Naisu physique.
The base physique, right?
Yeah, that base physique.
And you can
know.
just tone it down.
Yeah, basically Naisu. You know,
Yeah.
Naisu, 22 years old. Don't search that on Google.
We call it the
Super-
Adam bod.
Yeah.
The Adam bod.
The Adam
Yeah.
bod.
That is the bod
the,
from whence all of humanity descended from. All men descended from.
The
I wish.
standard.
And that's nice. Too.
Yeah.
Maybe we're like 6, 8 branches down the line, which is kind of sad.
Of
if you ask
evolution,
me.
yes, yes.
Of evolution. And Naisu's way up there, like around second or first. And again, do not Google Naisu 22 years old. But you've not heard it from us, and I love the matchup right now. We're just waiting for the teams to set up. What are the things that you're asking for or waiting for in this series?
Honestly, I'm waiting for someone to give Daddy JP a hard time in Rome because everyone's looking at how well Carl TC plays. Most of it is definitely being set up by JP. So, what's up? What's next?
Yeah,
right?
for me, it's the Hesu and Sanford X Factor, man. I'm excited for their matchup later on.
And I'm just waiting for the teams to just show up and tell us all about their preparations, because surely there's more than just the game for a lot of our professional teams here. A lot of our professional teams employ different strategies outside of the game, and this is what we're talking about for the past few days, honestly. We've been talking about the gym, we've been talking about stretching or whatever, and even meditation for some teams. There are a lot of things that professional organizations have employed to make sure that their players are of sound mind and body. And let's just dive deeper a bit here. In fact, we're gonna dive even deeper because we're gonna go to our insider to talk to our team. Hans, it's your time to shine.
Sa kalagitnaan ng MPL Arena kung saan nasasaksihan naman natin na magkakaroon ng laban ang Phoenix Army at ang Orcas. Pero kung lilipat tayo dito sa gawing kaliwa ko at pupunta naman tayo sa bandang kanan, may mapapansin kayo na drip check na nanggagaling sa ating dalawang kupunan. Nagsimula tayo, kumbaga jerseys all throughout. Walang jacket pa nung sinaunang panahon. Pero ngayon, ibahin nyo kami. Kasi legit talaga na may jacket na dito sa may bandang likuran. Tatapikin ko lang sila ng konti at lilingon na sila. At ipapaliwanag nila sa atin. Coach Scholar, kamusta? Okay lang ba kayo? Kasi ngayon, parang napalaban na naman kayo eh.
Oo, napalaban na naman.
Napalaban kayo. Also guys, si Yasuo, aka Ninja Kila. Alam ko na rinig nyo siya sa sobrang daming pangalan. Pero ngayon, he's serving as the analyst for TNC Pro Team. Paliwanag nyo nga sa amin kung ano ba yung design. What was the idea that you guys came up with para sa jacket nyo ngayon? Kasi parang ang dami talaga nag-aabang.
Ano lang, binagay lang din namin siya sa team namin ngayon, Rise from the Dead, kaya may mga ganyan, skeleton.
Okay. I see it. Konting flex lang dyan. By the way, guys, kung sakali na you guys want to have the TNC jacket, available yan na dun sa may entrance, malapit sa ating MPL Arena on the way to this stage. At makukuha nyo lang din yan. So, go over there kung sakali na hindi nyo pa nabibili. So, balikan ko kayo in just a bit kasi may gagawin pa kayo mamaya. Dito naman tayo sa kabila. Alright? Kasi andun sa kabila yung mga Kaldag Kings, but I feel like the coaches also have something up their sleeve. Pero parang ibang pangalan to Coach Trev, Coach Tick, anong meron dito ngayon sa get-up nyo? Ba't parang hindi naman to purple? At saka wala rin yung Orca. What's Aura? Like, ano bang meron sa partnership nyo with Aura right now?
Tingin ko kasi ngayon, apoy sila. So, lalabanan namin sila ng apoy sa apoy.
Apoy sa apoy. I like it. Okay, so, Coach Trev, konting pakita mo nga naman sa amin kung ano yung design. Talikod ka lang ng konti. Alright, so as far as I know, nakikita natin, this is a dragon. Diba? Parang dragon kulo yan. Tapos, andyan yung dragon. So, Aura's right over there. May nakalagay din. So, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. Nakita na natin ngayon ang design ng dalawang teams. Alright, so kung kayo guys, if I will ask you, anong kukunin nyo? Would you rather go for the Aura jacket or would you rather go for TNC? Sinong boto sa TNC? TNC? I hear it. How about yung dito sa kabila? Galing sa Echo! Okay. Feel ko pantay. Parang may kailangan tayong gawin. Okay, may kailangan tayong gawin. Pairamdam ko, alam na nila to kasi tumalikod sila ng konti. So, nakita na natin yung drip check. Paano naman yung Kaldag? Kasi na-miss namin yan eh. Ang tagal nating hindi nakita yan. So, ready na ba yung banda sa likod? By the way, guys, dalawa yung may drums dito. Ito yung dalawang teams na nagdadala talaga ng drums. So, ready na ba? Ready na? Phoenix Army, ready na? Okay, let's do it. In 5, 6, 7, go! Ngayon lang ako nakakita ng cheerleaders na kumakaldag. TNC lang ang tanging gumagawa niyan, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, eto ang tanong ko ngayon. Okay, anong masasabi mo sa performance mo? Tsaka feel mo, kaya ba kayong madaig ng mga coaches na nasa bandang kabila? Kasi, syempre, kayo din ang coaching staff ngayon. Pero, ano bang laban nila sa inyo sa tingin nyo?
Let's see.
Let's
natin
see.
yung Kaldag nila.
So, gusto nyong makita? Okay, gusto nilang makita. Ang tanong ba ay gusto rin nilang makita? Okay, gusto nyo ba makita, Orcas? Gusto nyo makita? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Handa na ba ang ating bass drum? Handa na ang ating snare drum? Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ibibigay na namin.
Wait lang. Hindi. Okay. Guys. Hindi yan yung napag-usapan namin eh. Pero okay lang. Bakit ka naman tumuro? Bakit ko tumuro, Coach Dick?
May gusto sabihin si Coach Trev.
Okay, may gusto sabihin. Medyo seryoso. Umubo na.
Hello.
Okay.
Siguro
Sabihin mo
sa
na.
Dagan mananalo sila, pero sa laro hindi. Lalabanan namin sila sa larong apoy na gusto nila. Kaya kami nag-Aura Fire kasi kailangan namin ng tulong ng team to namin. Ay, sister company namin para sunugan ng sarili nilang apoy.
Okay. Yun na yun. So hindi confirmed, hindi kayo kakaldag. Hindi kayo kakaldag. Kaso may naririnig ako, Coach!
Kakaldag daw si Coach.
Okay.
Si Coach Trev daw.
Okay. Eto na ang goal. Okay, magbato pick kayong dalawa. Kung sino ang matatalo ang kakaldag. Sige, sasamahan ko kayo. Andito na rin eh. Coach, banat na sila. Coach, konting banat oh. Ayan na. Kakaldag na yan. Okay guys. Habang nag-aaway sila dun sa may likuran. Okay, ito na. 5. At doon natapos ang boxing. Pinakitaan tayo mula sa kaila-ilaliman ng baul ng 8-8. Ladies and gentlemen. Coach Stick, Coach Trev, kayo ang mga buhay na patunay. Pero again, syempre, magsisimula na yung laban eh. Ayoko na rin maging, I don't want to keep you waiting anymore. So anong message nyo naman dun sa kabila? Kasi sabi lang nila, let's see eh. Pero kayo, ano sa tingin nyo mangyayari sa laban na to?
Hindi, basta good luck sa laban natin. Ayun, give best all lang.
Give best all the time. So there we have it. Of course, babaturin natin doon sa may bandang likuran. Nakikita nyo sila. Maraming salamat sa ating coaching staff na game forever. And I feel like the players are already ready. Hindi ko alam kung okay sila ng mga manlalaro nila mamaya pagbalik nila sa huddle. But we're gonna throw it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sona, and the coaches of both teams. You've seen them bust out the dance moves. In a bit, they will be busting out the draft.
Yeah.
I can't believe they bought out the 8-8, dude.
You got to recover here. Just
I love Coach Tic Tac, but that was more of an uno-uno to me.
Yeah, it was not really 8.
But it was a fantastic effort.
At least he still danced, you know?
Yeah.
Both coaches danced it out, and I think TNC is already quite known to be the entertaining bunch, you know? We've seen them all around social media, all around TikTok, honestly. A lot of their TikToks going viral, but that was such a break of character for me. Coach Tic Tac has always been the stoic coach, filled with tattoos, filled with this, like, overall big brother energy.
Yeah.
And suddenly busts out that 8-8. That is top tier content.
I was half expecting him just to stand there again and just laugh.
Yeah.
But he did it.
He did it. He pushed through. Like he delivered for the Orcas and the MPL fans. And I'm not surprised that happened because he's been dancing so much more in the TikToks that you mentioned, Womi.
Yeah, and you know, the players, the fans, they're all entertained. And for sure, these players are already ready to start game 1 in just a bit. But I do think that their jerseys, I mean, we're already talking about it. It never gets old, you know? This varsity jacket is all immortalized by their M4 win, and now they're ready to go loud and proud. What can we expect from Echo as we enter in this match?
Yeah, Echo, they're definitely just gonna tear it up. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that they're definitely their role, most of their lanes. Almost everyone has like a bit of an advantage, I think, in mechanics. That's across the board here. Maybe with a little bit of macro, they can kind of eke it out, but I still think that Echo, they're champions for a good reason.
Yeah, definitely. And for TNC, it's a big challenge for them. And I think this is the healthiest they've been in the entire, for the last 3 seasons after their 3rd place finish in Season 9. This has been their healthiest start so far, going 50%. This is true 50%, 50-50 on all matches and games. Securing 1 win against Echo, I feel like that's the first goal for TNC in this matchup.
Yeah, this will really determine just how healthy TNC Pro Team are in the earlier portions of our season. Yeah, again, it's still very early, but again, keep in mind, it's a much more condensed season all around.
Yeah.
So what people are looking for week 3 or week 4, as early as week 2, you're already looking for it.
Yeah, and that's the downside for a shortened season. It doesn't really give you that much time to adjust and find that winning way.
I think what you are right now is definitely what you're going to be in like before the last few games of the season.
Yeah.
There's just no big difference, no major patch changes for sure. And I have to think that you already did your prep work before the season started.
And definitely all of these teams are already prepared. In fact, they're about to enter the venue. So let's welcome the Orcas and the Phoenixes as they enter MPL Arena.
They stand atop the standings, looking more refined and reinvigorated than ever. Will the Orcas continue swimming strong? They are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, Echo! Fresh from a sweep win in their last match, their road to becoming MPL Kings has officially began. Will their resurrection continue? Always rise! TNC Pro Team! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Scholar. Orcas! Phoenix Army! Make some noise for the second match of day number 2!
Dug, naririnig nyo na ngayon na ang mga...
We witnessed a big upset in our first series, but right now we're already welcoming Echo in our second. We have Benecutie, Carl TZ, Sanji, Sanford, and still in the roam, JP.
World Championship teams definitely are something that you have to fear here. Blacklist already, we've seen the upset. Will we see another one today? Gentlemen, I don't think my heart can take that.
You know, a sweep in the earlier series. Definitely didn't expect that. ONIC Philippines was struggling in the 7th place. Suddenly they sweep the 2nd seed in our ladder. For sure, our 1st seed Echo going up against the 5th seed TNC will be a shocker if we did see a 2-0. And right now, looking at their stats, it seems very healthy. Top 1 for a reason. Let's welcome TNC Pro Team. We have Innocent, Goyo, Hesu, Ben Things, and King Kong.
And there's going to be a lot of eyes, of course, on King Kong's performance. Already has a series MVP under his name. Very dependable in the jungle, in the roam. And TNC will want to look to supplement his jungle picks with great picks for Goyo and Ben Things. The Ben Things versus JP matchup, there's going to be a lot of eyes there. If I'm not mistaken, that's going to be our focus later on for the keys to victory. Spoiler alert! But Hesu and the Sanford matchup, again, XP lane, XP factor. These two play very similarly. They love setting things up for their team when their roamers can't.
Yeah, and speaking of rumors, Ben Things, bro. How's Ben Things doing here today? I feel like we haven't really seen as a stellar performance as we would expect from Ben Things here.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why I'm leaning more towards Daddy JP here in this matchup, to be honest.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Daddy JP, obviously, I don't think he's as perfect of a of a player as
And look at this chart right now. Echo dominating almost all categories here in Mar.
I've never seen a chart like this. Oh, the third, is it bugged?
No, it's not.
The Turtle Lord Tower. Oh my goodness. It's like,
I know.
I'm flabbergasted. If we're coming from one David and Goliath match to we're going into another one now.
Yeah.
And then just the stats, that little stat wheel already showed it, proves it.
And surely TNC knows this because it's going to be a really tough matchup for them as they fight against the current world champions. And as you said, Rockhart, they're world champs for a reason. And looking at their stats earlier, what do you think is the key factor here in this best of 3?
I think TNC has to break that Lord control, that objective control around those pits that Echo are just so good at. And Carl TZ has proven he's not just stuck on the Fredder, and he's just not stuck on the Baksha. He's proven many times over that he can play a lot of different heroes who will specify, who will actually prioritize that area control. And that's, again, supplemented by the hero pool that the JP has, which is why I'm such a big fan. the way that he plays just slots in so well with how Yaoi does.
Yeah, gotta agree. Like the Lancelot pickup coming in from Carl Tizig still up there. A pocket pick, as you would call it. And other picks as well. The hero pool, shared hero pool in general for Echo is just insanely good. And that's why they're versatile come the draft. And inside the game, they've also, I would say, perfected the Echo Express in a way. That aggressive plays look like they are super clean, even if the comms would look messy. These are things that only world champions would understand, who could barely grasp the concept of having so many dives early on, or even positioning themselves in such an aggressive manner and still succeed or survive to tell the tale. All of these are just attributes of the world champions right now, and we're talking about Echo. And we're gonna just drop down the K2Vs with our analyst. Renmar, it's your time to shine. What will they do?
These are Echo and TNC Pro Team's keys to victory, brought to us by Infinix. Infinix No Series, ultra-fast gameplay. Let's start things first off with Echo. Now, Rockhart said it earlier, Daddy JP, you gotta show them how it's done, Dad. You've been on fire all throughout the season, but there have been some lapses in some key decision-making scenarios. It's not been a perfect game or a perfect run, but you're getting really dang close to it. So, show your strengths and highlight that. That little play that you did yesterday while you waited for the BMI on that Claude, waited for Gelro to go back there and hook him back, that was a thing of beauty. If you want Echo to take control of this game, it has to start with you. Now, Ben Things, Kapitan, I'm a Ben Trops as well. You've got to show them what you've got. You said in the previous interview, kulang po kami tabang, which in English means we were lacking a little bit on the bravery. And you gotta be brave. You gotta be the one going forward. You gotta be the one getting information and looking into the areas of JP and the areas of Echo wherein you can actually get the information that you need. Now, for both, you gotta hold on to your momentum. Once you've got it, don't let it go. We know the Echo Express. We don't have a name for a TNC Pro Team playstyle that mirrors it just yet, but once you have the control, don't let go. I wish I could have said the same thing to people in my past, but gentlemen, please join me.
Wow. I did not know that you would put that in a... Look at that smile. Look at that golden smile. It wasn't you. It wasn't you, man. It wasn't your fault. You could have done nothing more. But at this point on, though, TNC, they are yet to show us a signature play style. But I do have to say that I want to echo the idea that Rockhart said. Ben Things, we know that he's a superstar in his own right. A genius. Yeah. And someone that a lot of other professionals also look up to. But he hasn't really showed that yet in this season. I think he has more to bring up. And in a regular setup, let's say we don't have the superstar Ben Things aura, we would say that he's doing good. He's doing average. Yeah. But we know that Ben Things is more than capable in doing more than what he's doing right now.
The best thing I can say for TNC, at least if Ben Things doesn't really show up, capitalize that 75% first blood rate. That's impressive.
It is impressive.
Do it, right? If you can do that to all the teams that you can face, if you can do that to Echo, you can do that to anyone.
And you know, that just goes to show that both teams here are very aggressive. In the early parts of the game, there's only two things that could happen on a usual occasion that we would see two very aggressive teams. It's either a slugfest or both of them cancel out the aggression out of each other. And I would love to see the former rather than the latter.
Yeah, if we want to see a really great matchup here between these two teams, I think they have to mirror similar to how what ONIC and Blacklist International showed in the first series, wherein in the team fights, you can see players' count abilities. You can see them looking for specific dash forwards or dash backs, using specific crowd control or burst abilities, because that's what they need to watch out for in those team fights. With two teams you mentioned, it could be an absolute bloodbath slobber knocker, or it's just so well calculated that they're just playing around the map. Gotta watch out for the micro movements.
Yeah, and looking at our player head-to-head, looks like Sanford is ahead in all possible scenarios, but both XP laners love to play around.
Ouch.
You know, Hesu, bring it back to Jolly Town. Let's go.
Sometimes, you know what, watching these kids play over and over again, I sometimes forget they're kids.
They're kids.
I love it.
I love it.
I love that, you know, just sticking to who you are.
Hesu was a child star also.
Hesu was a child star. Did you know that?
Yeah. I'm not. That's why I'm not surprised he's so good with the girls. Whenever he passes by, the girls like just go.
Gotta say,
Yeah,
as a
man is an
girlfriend,
entertainer.
man, as a girlfriend, we can't say that. Gotta be a bro. We take that back.
No, I'm not gonna take it back. It's true though.
It's true. But
as fans.
Yeah, Rock Hard is just saying he's a head turner.
He's a head turner.
He's a head turner.
But he doesn't
twist
turn
my
his
word.
head. He doesn't turn his head.
He doesn't.
He looks straight ahead.
He has
his
to
girlfriend.
Yeah.
Just like that. Just like
Nothing
that.
else.
You know,
Nothing else.
he's loyal. Did not hear. He's loyal. He's not single. Okay. Absolutely. Hesu is the guy. He's a guy. He's just like us.
A good-looking guy.
But he's an XP laner for a professional team who happens to be a child star and also good at his stuff and is already succeeding in the league. So he's not like us. So, one of a kind guy, I would say to Hesu. But the Game 1 draft is about to start. Once again, it's going to be Coach Tic Tac versus Coach Scholar for TNC Pro Team. It's going to be, I would say, a very aggressive game number 1. What can we expect in the draft, boys?
I'm going to just echo before anything starts. I'm going to echo what... Oh, nice noise. I'm going to echo what we said earlier. Setting this up, getting this victory is going to mean so much for TNC, more than any normal game. It feels like a normal game to everyone else, but for TNC, getting this win means getting momentum, means getting bragging rights to everyone else in the league that they beat the M4 World Championship. Better yet, if they do it in a 2-0.
Nobody beat
it's
Echo
unlikely,
yet,
right?
Nobody beat Echo yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my, you're right.
Perfect series record, but they have dropped one game just
One
to
game.
ONIC. Just to ONIC. Just one game to ONIC.
Just one game. Imagine if they lose for the first time up against TNC. That's going to be hitting the headlines really fast.
That's going to make the other team's heads turn.
Yeah, exactly. No longer do we look at just Hesu, but now entire TNC would be, wow, beating Echo. Damn, and that's the first banning phase already over. And once again, Kaja is banned already 26 times. No Kaja in MPL Philippines.
Yeah, everyone hates that hero. Just how good he is and how talented all the roamers are in the league.
True.
And they play it so well. And this also TNC doing their homework on JP, not just this season, but in MPL Philippines Season 1. One of JP's best picks was the Kaja as the roamer.
It's so funny that the one game that I saw Kaja came out was Omega using it, then losing. So
all right. Yeah, it wasn't a fun time for them.
For Chakmu, yeah. So.
Now for the side of Echo. Joy, on the other hand, I'm leaning now towards the idea that this is most likely going to be a jungle Joy. Because the last time they showed up the Joy was actually the jungle for Carl TZ. I believe that was their first series.
Yes.
But again, it's more of an option as an XP lane as well. I'm turning off the idea that it's going to be a mid lane Joy. I'm leaning more towards jungle or XP, especially now that you're up against a Kadita and Terizla lane.
Yeah, the Kadita and the Terizla, one of I would say Terizla is at least one of the top four XP laners right now. But right now you're looking at the top 1.
Jungle!
X-Board, baby! Best XP laner in the current meta.
Yeah.
And that secures the Joy as jungle. And again, I love this because Carl TZ, he's top Joy, I think Metro Manila or something.
Is he?
He is. I looked at his profile recently, and I was thinking, okay, this guy's playing Joy. He only used it once. Is he going to use it more? And then here we are. The answer right in front of us.
And you know, the Joy in the jungle is something that requires a lot of I would call babysitting in the earlier parts.
Yeah,
true.
Mainly because you don't have a fast wave clearing. But the moment that you go past your first rotation, it just gives you so much power. The moment you have access to electrifying beats, the Joy just goes insanely huge. But now the Hayabusa is being picked up. Renmar, with this jungle matchup, what can you say is the stellar difference between the two?
I think we'll lean more towards the fact that it might just be a little bit harder to catch out the Hayabusa than the Joy. Damage-wise, the Joy, you're going to feel it way quicker compared to the Hayabusa. I mean, depending on the scenario. Both of them can dive backlines really well as well. But
this Hayabusa pickup, it might be a head scratcher for a lot of people, but I believe the thinking right now to TNC is that they've seen what Sanji plays like. They're still considering the chance that they might still end up seeing something alongside the Farsa or an Eve, so they go ahead and pick up a Hayabusa because if ever Echo do pick a artillery mage, I mean their dive is already their comp is all dive. Sanji's gonna be most likely left alone, and the Hayabusa is gonna be happy with that.
Yeah, of course. I think a Hayabusa finding someone alone in the back line is it's like a treat.
Yeah.
It's like that extra bit of dessert after dinner. But you know,
yummy.
Last
you for that.
last few bans
Haven't
for
had lunch yet.
this game number 1. The Hilda and the Franco already out. What can we expect as we enter the second picking phase? I do believe that for Echo, they already have their roamer, jungler, and XP. They're waiting for their gold lane and mid lane. Any guesses, boys?
Beatrix.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Agree with Rockhard.
The Benny Cutie has been having a fun time with that, and I'm pretty sure TNC would also like to deny it. At the same time, there are also a lot of a lot of other gold lane options that are still on the board. So I won't be totally locked on the Beatrix, but definitely huge advantage to that one. Would have loved to see it, Cho. That's kind of sad for me, for TNC. But
I wonder if TNC are going to consider potentially a Kufra here for Ben Things. And one thing I'm thinking of, is Echo actually going to do what they did again yesterday and pick up an Ixia in the gold lane?
It worked.
In a lineup that actually doesn't look like it's good for the Ixia, but somehow it worked.
But the Bruno's
like
still
you
open.
mentioned. Oh yeah, the Bruno's also still very much open.
I'm gonna add on to what he did. There's a Kufra, Ben Finks, very comfort hero. Ixia for Echo can also work because everyone's dive.
Yeah.
And when everyone's diving, no attention on the back line.
Yeah,
Usually.
but the thing is, no attention to the back line, but you're also alone in that back line. So I would argue that Claude could be a potential pickup as well.
Yeah.
Considering
safer.
that it's a lot
Yeah.
safer. Yeah, you're right, Rockhard. Claude is one of the more safer marksmen out there. But Renmar, what's your pick for the gold lane of Echo?
I'm still leaning towards the Ixia. Maybe the Brody Beatrix is also still very open. If ever going to play something like the Ixia, they might switch it around. This Joy might actually end up going somewhere else because they need one more tankier presence, and that's going to be the case. Or still the Beatrix to be safe.
Is that the Minotaur?
Minotaur.
My bad.
So they swing it around. Oh, is that a...
You're looking for frontline.
Is that a mid lane Minnow?
I think it's pause for Angela.
Yeah, we have not seen that in a long time, but looks like they're putting Sanji in the babysitting sit. You know, like
that's a Jella. Interesting.
Or actually, Sanji can still use the Minotaur. I mean, it's up to them how they switch it in game. It's very switchable.
Yeah, because the Minotaur clears lane super quickly.
Man,
I mean, if ever has a roam. That's wild. That's wild. That's
I
wild.
do not want to see this in your rankings tonight, please.
Please, no.
No. Just pick Valentina, boys. If you're playing RG, practice this with your friends first before you
Farsa.
bust up the Minotaur.
Farsa.
Oh. No, it's a kind
Oh yeah, they needed they needed a gold lane. My bad.
Thoughts on this Irithyll? I do think that this is quite the safe marksman, but not necessarily something that could survive on its own still. Kinda does need that setup too.
Yeah, the Airfield is actually great to bust down walls.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what they need against a Minotaur. Great ISO from TNC means they'll be able to actually just whittle down opponents, especially if they're caught by the breath of the ocean.
And looking at the audience prediction, 87-13. The fans are looking to vote on Echo. Again, this is a David and Goliath matchup considering how big the scene is, how Echo molded it. We're about to enter game number 1. It's Echo versus TNC Pro Team, and surely our fans who are watching at home would still have their predictions, so just share them down in the comments below. It doesn't hurt to analyze our games yourselves. Let's enter the Land of Dawn. Game number 1. What are the early game expectations apart from this pause?
Definitely, you want to get Echo's Carl TZ into a spot where it's going to be, he already has level 4. So that's the main priority for Echo. You don't need to fight level 2, level 3, level 4. You just got to get that ult. You got to get that dance. You got to get that beat. And then you can just keep going from there. So To do that, maybe these are one of the few opportunities where if Echo's not confident in their laning phase, they can opt to just give away the first turtle. That's okay for me. But knowing Echo, no, they're not going to give that up.
Oh, they're going to fight. They're going to fight.
Tooth
and nail fight for it.
And as for TNC's early game, it's very straightforward as well. They have better fights, but it will not be with the Irifel, right? So no Irifel in the fights. Their skirmishes as a 4-man unit will look pretty good. Except for the Hayabusa, obviously, which does take some time. But I see Hayabusas go aggressive in early game,
especially with the mobility that the Hayabusa innately has. I do believe that Hayabusa is in one of the best assassins right now. If we're talking about the best assassins, it's still going to be the Lancelot and the others. But Hayabusa specifically against a Joy is really good. Considering that if you land that Quad Shadow, you could just Quad Shadow away while the electrifying beats is happening, and then Quad Shadow back the moment that the damage window is down.
Especially if someone gets caught by the Breath of the Ocean. I think if in the early game someone gets caught by that, First Blood goes to TNC, there you go. There's a tempo that TNC is looking for.
Yeah, as the index showed though, TNC's lineup seems to be a little bit more difficult to pull off theoretically, because that means they need to maximize the catches of the Kufra, of the Kadita, to really make the most out of their game.
Amen. And now we are resuming the game. King Kong using his Hayabusa versus Carl TZ using the Joy. As you said, Rockhart, Carl TZ is starting to be one of the best Joys in the Philippines. Already top Metro Manila. I wonder what the score would be the more that he would use it in his ranked games. I would not want to fight Carl TZ in my RGs. And assuming that I reach that rank, but no, I'm not.
I would cry if ever that happens. You'll message me again.
Why are you here?
Right, baby.
In Tagalog, ba't ka nandito? Why are you here?
Yeah. That's exactly the first thing I would say.
Oh man, you could hear the drums, you could feel the energy. Shooting Gallery Studios, MPL Arena right now is just so alive.
Yeah, as Mara said earlier, it's lit.
Did Mara actually say that?
Yep, it was part of her opening.
And there you go. It's Sanji on post 4, by the way. I just want to bring that up.
Yep.
With JP roaming very heavily towards Carl, alongside Carl TZ, which has already activated Electrifying Beat. So I think it's game time already here.
Game time already for Carl TZ. Renmar, the turtle's about to pop up. Let's look at the emblems. Straight to by FWD Life Insurance. Is there anything that's noticeable for you?
Well, I think it really seems like the preferred emblem right now for Kufra roamers really is the Quantum Charge. For the longest time, it's been shuffled around, but yeah, Quantum Charge is the winner now. Pretty much the only thing. Nothing too crazy.
Can I just add to that? Everyone wants Quantum Charge.
Sure.
Yeah,
and that's the first thing that comes to your mind when you're on the hero select.
Yeah.
Can I use Quantum Charge?
That's
yes
true.
or no?
That's true. In the last series, they had 8 out of 10 heroes. Players who had Quantum Charge in
Last
game
series?
number 1. Yeah.
It's just
in
so
game
good.
Number 1, 8 out of 10.
It's just so good, man. Like, oh, wait a minute, Sanford.
Oh, that's big.
No Firaga armor. That's pretty big. We still have the Minoan Fury though, but I don't know if they're gonna pull it off soon. So JP trying to buy some time here for Carl TZ to get into position.
Sure.
Does have all the toolkits that he will need to get this turtle.
Carl!
Will they have the people to pull it off? Jesus in trouble here. Heart Guard goes in.
Oh, wow!
Oh, that's
Is he
all
though?
the damage coming in from Goyo, as well as Zezu for First Blood.
Sanford going in. Last Insanity pops 1. They're charring down the members, but looks like Sanford will flicker out. King Kong going in. 2-man knockup by JP.
Nice re-engage by JP, but the damage is just not quite there yet. Or is it? My goodness, what is the damage that's coming out from Sanji here on this Angela? They're out of mana though. This could be trouble. Ooh, the Firaga armor went back just in time. And Echo looks like they got the best of that one.
What an absolute scrap. And you saw there hitting level 4s at the right times, making most of the damage that they have. The focusing mark from Sanji ended up becoming a game changer as well. The talent that he has on his Angelo, the damage being dished out by Echo just ekes out the damage of TNC this early on just by a little bit. But we were talking about it, guys. This game is going to boil down to counting your abilities and timing it, watching out for those. And these two teams already showcase it with a really scrappy start to the game.
And it's just so hard to fight Echo in any extended fight. You're going up against an Angela with an X-Borg as well. The longer the fight goes, the better for Echo.
Actually, here, Sanford rushed the Dreadnought armor as his first item. So instead of being able to build into things like the Immortality, he built the Dreadnought armor and is already going for the Mystic Container so that he can eventually go for the Ice Queen wand.
And this is the full-on utility build coming in from Sanford.
Yeah.
And the best part about this is something that you only do if you trust your teammates. With this item builder, you could say that Sanford definitely knows that Echo has the damage coming in from Carl Teasy.
Yeah, and when Uomi says that, you gotta believe him, guys. He loves this hero.
No, I don't. I hate X-Borg, my guy. You know I do. Like, I only play X-Borg because he's meta. But either way, I hate this dude, but you know it works.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Oh!
Oh my goodness! They blew up Benny Cutie! Benny Cutie MIA! Good counterattack there from Carl Teasy. Ben thinks.
No! Let's go into a low light reel. Sorry, Ben things.
Oh my. Carl Teasy with the play, and TNC looking to struggle here early on. He does find one. JP might be in trouble. There's not much damage.
Good healing from Sanji, and Flicker will be used just to make sure that he doesn't give away any kills. But so far, so good for TNC. They're holding steady, at the very least.
Yeah. And hey, they started off that trade sequence. TNC Goyo, that catch onto Benny Cutie. It was TNC who started it. It just ended up becoming into a trade. And then they almost got JP right after that, but they had the heals. Okay, so Sanford already has his Ice Queen wand.
Bro, yes.
Once every season, I swear. I don't know why.
I'm glad to be part of that once this season too. I'll see you season 13.
All right, so TNC, they're very aggressive here, very aggressive positioning. Means that they actually want to contest this one. They're not going to let this go anytime soon.
Yeah, that X-Borg, man, it's really stopping their ability to jockey for position.
Yeah, it's so annoying, but looks like Ben thinks will go for Sanji instead. Echo will be starting the second turtle of the game. They will be pulling it towards their side. Sanford holding on to this turtle, but TNC, they have prime position to go for an aggressive dive. JP, he's going to look into it, finds two people, but looks like he's going to get bursted down.
Oh, JP! I don't know if that hard card's going to be in there. Maybe might be just quite what they need to just hold on while Carl Teasy arrives. Coming into the play, Hesu with the penalty zone. Not really hitting anybody, but look at that. World Championship, the young Carl Teasy right now. He's going crazy on the cleanup.
That is coming from Carl Teasy, coming all the way from the top, taking down Innocent, and then going to the mid to get the 3K. We were looking for assassin picks from Carl Teasy. He juked us. He said, oh, I just want to play neutral. I'd rather go for the tanky, the boxer, that guy. Yeah. Bro, it's Carl Teasy back on this joy with a hell of a game.
And you know, the best part about this is it resembles his former signature hero. And that's the Lancelot. You dash in, you dash out, you just deal massive damage all out. TNC having trouble securing this early game, and now Hesu might just be bursted down once again. Monster kill for the young GOAT, Carl Teasy.
This is exactly the reason why I say you got to look at that JP. Oh, obviously, Carl Teasy is going to make the play, but how did that happen? How did that triple, how did that almost maniac happen, right?
Oh, yeah.
It happened because his team could hold on. They could hold for that long around that turtle area, fake a turtle, and then go for these kills.
Yeah, Sanji's role here as Angela. It's a variation. Oh, Goyo with the catch.
Oh, that's
interrupted.
Okay, interrupted, but still was able to get that kill. Goyo is going to be in trouble here, making the use of that Hurricane Eye. Oh, that's going to be a Cyclone Eye. Going to go down. And it's a 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1, but TNC, they finally find another kill. A 4K gold lead on the side of Echo Philippines, and this is looking great for the World Championship squad. Early on, a 4K gold lead is something big.
The timing here of TNC, they really have to watch out for Carl Teasy. This Joy, the late entry from the Joy, it's messing up their team fighting. And I like it though, because TNC, they mentioned lacking on the bravery department. They're being brave with how they're taking it, but they still have to be calculated alongside being brave. They have to take into account the late entries. They have to take into account the hard guard of Sanji's Angela. And again, this is a modification of a double mage setup. Usually it's the roam in the mid, but now it's the mid and the jungle. So it's still going back to Sanji TP's right behind his tower. Thanks, Sanji.
The reasoning behind that is there's not much buttons to press when you're playing Angela.
Yeah, you're just waiting for the right ultimate use.
Yeah.
Especially if there's no minions to take. Or it's too dangerous.
I'm not sure if this is a hot take, Rockhart.
What?
But you could play. Anybody could play Angela with one hand.
Agree. I agree. Oh, look at that. Oh, they want to go for it. They're wailing hard on the Sanford, but again, has the immortality and has that hard guard targeted on him already. Yeah. Again, buying time while the young goat does his thing on that Joy.
And the sad part is TNC doesn't know that the young goat is already farmed up on that purple buff. King Kong dodges that runner's apathy. And now 3-4 HP on first lord of the game. Sanford will be holding it down for Echo as Carl TZ goes in.
Uh-oh.
Target lock right now.
No!
Carl TZ. Oh my goodness, the damage is real. They're going to be able to make it out. He does. He makes it out. Sanji is still here. Benecutie still has some damage. Able to afford up a Bennett's Rage. Kind of slow down TNC. And Sanford still up on front. Still has that immortality as well. Means it's very safe for Echo to take this fight.
Can't believe Carl TZ survived that. Again, a one-time hard guard, and I really thought he'd get taken out because of a beautiful penalty zone coming in from Hesu, locking him under tower, but still Carl TZ and Echo get away with it and get away with the first lord of the game.
Here's something that might make sense, but also doesn't make sense. Carl TZ doing Carl TZ things. You could insert any player's name in that, but for Carl specifically, it makes sense.
What was the stat you mentioned earlier, Rockhart? He's top what? Yeah, as a Joy?
Top Metro Manila Joy right
My goodness.
I got it. I'm top 3 Joy in my barangay, which means it's the lowest ladder that you can climb. That's like step 1. Carl TZ is already in the second to the best step. Or third, you know? Because after the city, you go country, and then after country, you go global. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of our professional players have already tasted top global whatever. Because, again, MPL Philippines, best in the world. And now, there's going to be another fight here. Hesu will be the first target for Echo.
Yeah, and Sanford's such a good front line here. It takes up a load from the shoulders of
Ben
Oh, Benfings, that was a great intro here. Goyo, great Breath of the Ocean. Didn't really do that much damage, though. Sanford's the one who's tearing everyone up.
And now Carl TZ with a hard guard won't be really entering. That's a free turret for the side of Echo. They do still have that Lord down bottom lane, and this might just be a big push coming in from Echo. A level 1 Lord down bottom lane. Inhibitor is their target, so it looks like they won't be able to get it down.
Oh, unless Carl TZ wants to. No, he says he saw that and said, yeah, maybe later. But TNC Pro Team, that setup there by Ben Thinks, just slightly off-timed with Goyo's positioning. Because by the time Goyo got in with the dive, got in with the Petrify, Carl TZ already was out of the stun timer after the Tyrant's Rage. So what could have been a quick burst down and takedown onto Carl TZ just ended up getting turned around there by Echo. TNC, again, I feel like now at this point it's jitters, slightly mistimed executions now. Little things that honestly are repairable. But at this point, beyond repairing that, now you just really have to hunker down.
Thank you for the advice.
There's nothing else much you can do in this scenario than wait.
Hunker down.
Just hunker down. Just wait. We got this.
And it makes sense. It's actually a fact here, right? It's just a fact.
And you know it's not easy to play Joy. And this is something that I think takes a while, especially for beginners to learn. The damage output of a perfect rhythm Joy compared to a, let's just say, imperfect rhythm Joy is very, I think it's double. It's 100% difference. Because a well-timed rhythm of Joy deals double damage. So if my math is right, it's half of the damage if you're not perfect.
Yeah.
So it's all about the it's all about dancing to the beat.
Half the damage, triple the music, 7% of damage converted into beats. It's joyful and
78% excitement. Yeah, you're right, Momi.
Yeah.
To the world.
Thank you so much for that in-depth mathematics.
That's why I'm on this side of the table.
Yeah, you're right. And now TNC will be trying to contest this Luminous Lord, half HP on this Lord, and JP will be the one to secure a proper box out against TNC.
How are you gonna go there, right? And why do they have a 95% rate? There you go. Explaining here.
No
is
way
Daddy
Jesus
JP
gonna die.
and Sanford.
Wow.
Jesus going down as well. Carl Teasy hasn't even joined the fight yet. He's not even there yet.
It was a 2v4 and they got 2 kills.
How?
Man, Renmar, answer that.
That hurt. That hurt. If
Wow.
you're TNC, that simply hurts.
It really does, doesn't it?
King Kong, though.
Oh, King Kong.
They get JP.
Oh, look at Kong. What the heck?
Yo, that's my favorite emote. That's
Oh,
my God.
Oh!
Let's do it. Now Echo's gonna push in the mid lane.
The Lord! Where's the Lord going?
Focus out of the base.
Funny. The Lord walked out of the base. The Lord walked out of the base.
That's how hard Echo won in this winning moment. It's brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Echo with such a flex on that final moment.
We don't know what to tell you guys. That's just how they win. And at the very least, we're seeing how they, right? We're seeing why these stats are so inflated. 95%, 93% Turtle or Lord taking objectives. This is why. The duo of JP and Sanford controls that map so hard that Carl Teasy's just left to do whatever he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. If you're TNC and you go to the player holding area, and the first thing coach tells you is, all right, guys, what happened? Tell me what we got to fix, what we got to adjust. If I'm the members of TNC, first thing I'm going to do looking at Coach Scholar. Sorry, Coach, I don't know, man. I just don't know, Coach. I just don't know.
Hard to explain, Carl Teasy.
Yeah, hard to an out of this world performance by the young goat, and of course, the entirety of Echo. It seems like it was just Sanji, Carl Teasy, Sanford. Pick which one you're gonna help. We barely felt Benny Cutie in the game. Dude was just farming up because the rest of the action and the rest of the map meant Benny Cutie was just like, all right, I'm gonna just farm up. I'm the second option here.
And game 1 was just the calm of the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
We've not even seen Benny Cutie
Not
go
yet.
all in just yet in the investment on Carl Teasy. That investment via the Angela just paid way back towards the mid in the late game. And by the way, you guys could also invest in our weekly diamond pass and enjoy diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
But if you're worried about missing those rewards, 6 days, that's a long time. Just log into the game every day and Layla's saving box will automatically save them for you. So even if you are away for a day, you will still get that. And of course, item rewards over 280 diamonds are waiting for you.
And the offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now. So open up your games and enjoy it now.
Yeah, now.
Do it.
Do it. Open your games. But yeah, like looking at the entire game number 1, it's been a very dominating game coming in from the world champions. The Orcas are rejoicing after Carl Teasy showing up with such a great performance once again. But I do have to say that it is a team effort. A lot of the flashy stuff came from Carl Teasy, but Angela was a crucial part of that composition, Rockline.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many times that JP should have went down. So many times that Carl Teasy should have went down. And barring an Esmeralda, I'm not really sure how else they're going to counter that Angela aside from banning it out.
Well, we're going to know more about game number 1 as we head on to the analyst bit. Renmar, it's time for you to explain game 1. Do it now.
Hey, by the way, happy Malaysia Day. And on this happy Malaysia Day, Echo brought out the Sanjila. The Sanjila! My goodness, how they were able to think about this draft and cook this up, readjusting the understanding of a double mage setup to empower your jungle Joy, Carl Teasy. Again, top Metro Manila Joy for a reason, 8-1 and 5. Dude was set up for success. So this was Echo actually drafting a lineup that was quite risky. The window of opportunity in the early game is highly dependent on specific factors.
But Echo adjusted some certain things in the early game to make sure that it leans a little bit more towards their way, and it's a little bit easier for them to keep the game close or make a comeback just in case that things don't go well for them. Because this is honestly quite a risky lineup that they did. But they paired it up with the right pieces. They needed one more tanky presence. They brought in the Minotaur, and of course, they switched up Sanji's presence in the game, making him more of a very, well, sticking to the idea of the support at its absolute core, supporting the other members here of Echo. And it started with this really scrappy start to the team fight, and again the adjustment of Echo to make sure that the Angela actually has the focusing mark instead meant that TNC would be receiving slightly more damage from the other members of Echo. That's slightly more damage from the X-Board, from the Joy, and from the Minotaur as well, that we all know also deals a respectable amount of damage, especially when he's like fully angry. He's like that. That's an actual sound effect. And TNC, you saw them trying to make the right plays, but then eventually, because of the timing, again, to make the most out of the point of timing and really holding on to your key abilities, TNC, with the bravery, just let go of a little bit of calculation, because, especially in the play that you just saw in that mid lane there, they blew out so many of their abilities just to make sure and try to take down the Minotaur of JP, not taking into account the location of the X-Borg and Carl Teasy. Though they knew Carl Teasy was coming from the top lane after just taking down Innocent, you already know that the Joy will respond. They tunnel vision, taking down certain members too hard. And it just got to the point where it became a little bit too much to handle there for TNC, because Ben Thinks and Hesu also needed to work on their distribution of responsibility when it comes to protecting your backline and protecting Innocent. If Ben Thinks is gonna set up, it has to be Hesu saving and conserving that penalty zone so that he could peel for Innocent, because Innocent was their main win condition. And then it's not going to be Hesu if he's going to be the one setting it up. Ben Thinks needed to be sticking to Innocent, holding on to the bouncing ball skill of the Kufra, so that it's going to be even harder for Carl Teasy's Joy, empowered by an Angela, to take him down. And such a great understanding of Echo's strengths here with this Joy in the jungle, knowing that once Carl Teasy already has the hard guard on him, that's the sign. But I believe that the call behind the scenes is, give me the ultimate, we're gonna go for this. They're not gonna put in the ultimate as like a reserve tool. They use it as an initiation tool for Carl Teasy, where it's the sign to go forward, chase down, hunt down Innocent, because the other members of TNC Pro Team are too preoccupied with positioning themselves forward so that they can initiate and start off fights. So that's how Echo, with their great understanding of their lineup, was able to win this game. On the side of TNC Pro Team, there is a universe where they won this game, even a universe where they dominated this game, if only they were able to balance things out and time things properly with their entries for Ben Thinks and Goyo. Unfortunately, it was very rare. I believe there was only 1 or 2 scenarios where TNC got to make the most out of the combo of their Kufra and their Kadita. Now, a potential alternative that we could have presented here for TNC is, once you already saw the Joy, X-Borg, and Angela, though I myself am alright with the Hayabusa pickup, considering the tendencies of Benecuti and Sanji. I believe they were also kind of blindsided by a Sanji-Angela pick. Hindsight is perfect vision. I know they could have picked up something tankier. The Baksha was open in the jungle. They went for the Baksha in the jungle, could have rounded things out a little bit better. However, then the damage responsibilities would fall more onto Innocent and onto Goyo instead of being distributed into 3 members. Just something that the TNC can consider here. And now that they know that Echo can actually bring out the Angela, my question for TNC is this. One of your tendencies is to ban out a hero that gave you a lot of problems in game number 1. Are you gonna pull the trigger and overreact? And yes, it will be an overreaction if you ban out the Angela of your TNC. Are you gonna ban out the Angela? Or are you just going to make sure it's covered? That's my biggest question for TNC, because now it's an option for Echo that isn't too difficult to replicate because of the patterns of drafting that we've seen so far this season. This is classic Echo Express in a slightly different flavor. A little bit more sustained, focused Sanji. When Sanji so far has the most series MVPs for Echo, and it's come from the fact that he's dealt damage, now he can do it as a support. Gentlemen, join me, please.
Man, I'm not excited to see Position 4 Angelas in ranked just yet. You know, we've seen it succeed in the professional scene, but it does take one hell of a Carl TZ jungle for it to actually win. But I do think that they had a second option, and you told us all about it. The X-Borg as well was such a big thing for the side of Echo. And by the way, if you're still going in for skins in the current events inside the game, the Nostalgia event is still live in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Complete a task to get one of the 4 skins for free.
Yeah, and G-Session's Roguish Range, Tigreal's Dark Guardian, Hanzo's Undead King, and Cyclops' Super Adventurer. Which one of those would you pick? Let's know right now. Enjoy the event and grab your favorite. Personally, really love that Tigreal. Very armory kind of skin.
Very armory. That's one way to describe a Tigreal. And there's also another way for you to support our favorite MPL teams, and that's by buying their limited edition team notification packs for only 58 diamonds. It's one of those notifications. The moment you get a Savage, you see the face of Carl TZ, that's how you know you made it big.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just, I wonder if one day we'll get our own killing notification effect.
You know, I wish we had like something of a notification and audio, but let's go to our RSG interview with our insider.
It is now 1-0 courtesy of the Orcas at nandito ngayon tayo sa may likod or actually sa harap ng stage just to give a little bit more information about the MDL Philippines because they are now ongoing for their second season at kasama ko ngayon ang dalawang coaches ng ilan sa ating mga MDL Philippines teams. We have, of course, Coach Dart coming in from TNC Z4 and a familiar face galing sa RSG Mista. It's Coach Wright. Boss, kamusta na ba si Zap no sa bootcamp? Ba't parang di namin siya nakikita dito?
Ayun, trash talker pa din.
Trash talker pa din.
Trash talk pa yun doon ngayon.
Feel ko nga, Zap. Baka naman, kasi miss ka na namin dito. Feel ko nga may utang ka pa dun sa iba eh. Pero anyway, magkikita tayo niyan very, very soon. Coach Wright, it's good to have you back. Kamusta ang experience sa MDL? Okay, wait lang. Sige, ta-translate ko. Sabi niya, okay naman daw. Nakamiss daw kasi galing ka rin dito from before, right? So, again, we did have a bunch of things. And former teammates mo rin yung mga nakaraan, di ba? Yung TNC. So, how do you feel about their performance now? Okay, sige. Ito na. Oras mo na. How does it feel to have a very good performance coming in from TNC? Kamusta yung performance nila?
Okay naman, bali kinapos lang din sila nung early.
So, kinapos lang sila ng early. Maybe it's something na gagawin din nila or ma-adjust din nila in like the next couple of games. Kasi hindi talaga ako sanay na hindi ka nakabutones. Gusto ko lang i-point out. Kasi recently, from like the previous season, kada panalo nila nagtatanggal ng butones si Coach Wright. But unfortunately, wala na yon ngayon. Naka-t-shirt na siya. Major upgrade na. TNC, Z4 also one of the teams sa MDL na talagang namamayagpag. So, if I'm gonna ask the both of you guys, sino sa tingin nyo yung isa sa mga players nyo na kapag nilagay nyo sa MPL, feel nyo papalag talaga?
Si Vin.
Si Vin.
Kasi nakasama na nila yan kaya si Vin.
Alright. We'll get a portion of Vin later. At nakita ko nga yun, di ba? Nagkaroon din kayo ng matchup before in like a local tournament. So I'm sure na meron talaga siyang ibubuga. Nagkaroon na ba siya ng laro towards the other members of
meron
TNC?
Meron sa Juicy.
Alright. So there you have it. It was one of the local tournaments na ating nasaksihan from before. So Vin, you have to watch out for that guy. Keep it in the back of your minds. Dahil malay nyo, makita natin siya next season. Coach Wright, pagdating naman sa'yo, sino sa tingin mo isa sa mga players na kaya talagang pumalag?
Sa akin si Rico. Kasi galing na siya sa MPL before. Tingin ko kaya niya comeback dito sa MPL.
Alright, Rico is again one of those major key players na galing din ng TNC and nandito sila sa inyong bandalikuran as they actually prepare for it for just a bit more. Pero I'm sure na talagang pinaghahandaan nila, nasa bandalikuran mo sila. So, anong message mo sa mga brothers mo? Kasi dito ka rin ang galing nung nakaraan eh.
How do you feel and anong message mo sa kanila? Nakatingin sa'yo si Bentingson. Nakatingin siya kanina.
Hindi, kaya nila yung bawi game 2, game 3.
Bawi Game 2 and hopefully madala siya sa Game 3. Ikaw naman, encourage mo sila na suportahan Coach Dart ang MDL Philippines.
Hello sa mga fans ng TNCZ4. Sana supportahan niyo yung TNCZ4 sa darating na laban namin sa next week, susunod na week, laban sa RSG.
They'll be facing off in week number 5 of MDL Philippines Season 2. Maraming salamat, Coach Dart and Coach Wright. Let's throw it over back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, and the rest of our MDL coaches. MDL is truly one of those tournaments that we have to watch as well, considering how great of a region MPL Philippines is. All of these players, even in the MDL, could compete in a high level, and I would argue could compete against the entire world.
For sure. I mean, getting to the Philippines MDL is no joke as well. I feel like they have so many more games. There are like 12 teams there. So it's really rough.
It is rough.
Right? So I love that. And you should watch it. If you're not watching here, you should watch it there.
Yeah, action is very intense. For me personally, that was very nice to see. Coach Joshua Dart Carriedo was one of my former players back in my coaching days. And to see the progress that he's made now, he's always had a terrific mind for the game. Now to see him as a coach for an MDL team warms my heart. So I wish him, TNCZ, for all success. And yeah, it's so great to see Coach Wright back. I miss him seeing him in a button-down.
Yeah,
I'm not used to seeing him in a normal shirt, honestly.
TNC has always been that team that puts up a lot of trends in terms of fashion choices and other jersey equipment and other stuff like that. So hats off to TNC Marketing, not gonna lie. If TNC wins a series against Echo or wins a series against Blacklist International, our top teams right now in the regular season, it might just get more sales, more pop-offs in social media. They're already doing a great job. The only thing that they have to do left is to just win against a big team right now in the regular season.
Yeah, Rockhard put it perfectly that you just gotta really get the results because you've worked your butts off with the marketing, getting new fans, even though you're not winning games, you're not a playoff team, and that is a testament to not just the marketing team, but to the players themselves who are just amazing personalities, amazing people behind the scenes, inside and outside of the game. Yeah, as Rockhard said, it just converted into results.
And hopefully they do get that result as we enter game number 2. We've seen a lot of great picks coming in from Echo. A different strategy may be on its way right now, but we already saw the nice one, baby Meta, back up online with that Angela. We might even see Ube back again if we just ask nicely.
We ask nicely. I love how you put that because it is. There's a reason why we aren't seeing as much now because of the rise of some of the heroes that really do punish this.
True.
The rise of Terizla, the rise of Export.
I hate Export.
I'm just. I get you. I get you. Everyone that faces Export hates him, and people who play Export, they're forced to. I'm sure of it.
Hey, I like Export.
Wow, congratulations. You're one of the 1%.
I'm super happy with my cyborg body.
Not really.
No
but
way.
Yes. Yeah, because of that, we are also seeing the bans on Estes, a lot of bans on Estes and Angela. Florin is actually something that I wonder why it's not getting banned yet, but it's gonna come to you soon.
It's suddenly Florin is just gone out of the meta.
Instantly gone, even without a nerf.
It's just like a flavor of the month. Everybody used Florin and now Florin's gone, but Joy is banned by Echo themselves. Now TNC has the chance to secure possibly the Fredrin, but it's also banned.
Yeah.
Valentina could be a good choice here, Renmar.
Well, Valentina first pick kind of gone now. Might be a Joy or Edith. There we go.
Edith.
Sorry, not the Joy. Edith.
Oh, wow.
I was thinking Bruno, honestly, in the back of my head, but I like it.
Edith, one of the more powerful pickups right now early on in the draft. The moment
Yeah, I felt like an eye roll through the mic.
True. The Edith is one of the best heroes right now, both in the roam and the XP lane role. It looks like they're going to go for the X-Borg and the Kadita. And I just have to say, Sanji's one of the best Kadita players in the world right now.
Yeah, you're going to get blown up. Sanji has used this hero throughout their championship runs and so many international tournaments as well. I gotta say, a very potent 2 picks here.
Yeah. And for TNC, okay, they pick up the Fanny. They were hovering it earlier. If I'm TNC, please consider picking up either the Eve or even the Farsa. Just you have something up against that X-Borg. Anyone that can poke down the X-Borg from distance. Even though it doesn't look good to pick up the Farsa, because the Karita's there. Sure, okay, pick up the Valentina, but your that gold laner pick, man, it has to be something that can take down that X-Borg Faraga armor really quickly.
Yeah, and you know, the Valentina already locked in. Let's address this Fanny real quickly. King Kong bringing out the Fanny is something that we waited for quite a while. And this Fanny is something that I would call as a skilled hero. You kind of have to have mastery to play this, especially with the nerfs, the most recent nerfs on this Fanny, mainly with the steel cables. Now you can cancel it with anything.
Yeah.
So no boxes, like you mentioned earlier, that's not going to be a thing. And I would blame TNC for that, but at the same time, I can't really fault them because maybe they're trying to establish their own identity. They have a playstyle that they're trying to put out there, and they have to do it. They have to show it off here, not just leave it on scrims. You know?
What is that?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What is that?
All right.
I
Okay.
did not understand anything.
That's like some hypnosis jutsu or something.
It probably is.
And now
I forgot everything I wanted to say.
It worked!
Dude, it worked! It worked, man.
I actually blanked out there a little bit too.
And a lot of gold laner bans in our second banning phase, taking out the Diggy. Echo, this is it smells fishy. Anytime you ban the Diggy, that smells fishy. Like there's something up there the moment that you ban out that Diggy.
Yeah, when you pick the Kadita, it's kind of fishy too.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Are they gonna go Cho
sorry.
Kadita?
I understand. Cho Kadita is actually a nice combo, and we know JP loves that show too.
Oh my god! What? They ban out the Kufra. That makes the Cho more even viable. There we go.
Wipe out all the injustice
TNC set Echo up for that.
I like it.
It's like they chose it though. It's like
But maybe they're prepared.
yeah, exactly.
They
chose
chose
it.
it.
Yeah, thank you, Rockhard.
Nice.
I get it now.
It completely flew over your head.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's that dude with the hand signs and his jutsu earlier.
It took me a minute. The jutsu person is just messing my head.
He's still in your head.
It's still in my head.
What is that?
I sleep later. I still ask, what was that?
Tell me now. Womi suffers because he does not know.
He does not know. Ignorance is bliss. Take away my eyes. And now we're gonna look at the last 2 picks coming in from TNC. They're looking for a gold laner, impossible XP or roamer. But it looks like they're gonna lock in that Uranus. Paired up with
Harith?
No way. Oh, it's a Harith. First Harith game
Second.
in MPL. Oh,
Second.
I told you guys, they're going for an identity.
Yeah.
And they're not going to go with what everyone else picks. That's the way TNC's playing right now. And I can see the rationale why they're doing this. Everyone's doing this. Why are we going to do that as well? And they're getting beaten by TNC. Let's do something else. And maybe, just maybe, that might be the key.
And who knows, looking at the draft index here, Renmar, looks like hero DPS is very much similar, but for TNC, a lot of the other stats, they have a good lead.
Yeah, their early to mid is slightly better for them, but Echo has a better early to mid and late game based off of the index. So it's going to be harder for TNC Pro Team, honestly. With that Harith pickup, it switches things up. It's unique, however, if they just get the right first 6 to 7 minutes, they could potentially force a game number 3. But their window is that crucial first 6 to 7 minutes. It has to go right for them. If not, Echo's most likely going to win this game.
They need to have a great start as we enter game number 2. King Kong will be starting on his orange buff. Meanwhile, for the side of Carl TZ, he'll be starting on his orange as well, which means they're probably not going to see each other until they fight for that Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, that Lethal Wanderer is going to be a little bit more crucial here for King Kong. He wants to get as much of a level advantage as he can over Carl TZ, who will, he's aiming to go for the snowball first place.
Yeah, definitely.
And the Marcus is one of those key heroes that you can really do it with so quickly.
And it looks like they're not going to fight for the Lethal Wonder. It's still going to be King Kong securing that early lead. And as you said, Renmar, the window for TNC is early game. They need to be able to secure early kills here for the side of the Fanny for them to secure a game number 3. Looking at the emblems real quick, Renmar, is there anything in particular that catches your eye?
Just the Festival of Blood on the Harith, actually. Going after the region. Instead, you've got Assassin emblems. Assassin emblems were the ones built for the Fanny and the Valentina, as expected. But there's actually 3. There's an Assassin emblem on the carry who just got taken out.
3 members being used by TNC to get that first blood right there, adding to that 75% that they had earlier. And this could be really good for them. They just need to hold on, man. That's the start you want.
Yeah, really great start here for TNC, all according to Keikaku. Now, 12 seconds from now, the first turtle will be spawning. TNC holds great control over it, but Echo is already there, just making sure to hold over the area.
One thing I'm looking at, though, watch out the mid lane, is actually the matchup of the Uranus and the X-Borg. Hesu should be up onto Sanford's face way more often. This is a matchup I like as Uranus player going up against an X-Borg.
2v3 right now. Carl TZ and Sanford are alone. Has that Taraga armor. Retribution is going to be on point. Not much that TNC can do against that. Sanji is here, so could be dangerous here for TNC if they don't back off. They will do that right now.
And it's a sad play coming in from TNC, considering that Echo secured a kill on King Kong and also secured that first turtle of the game, and it just slows the pace down for TNC, which the Phoenix Army doesn't like.
That's true. At the very least, you know what? They can't really do invades on the purple buff, so that's something TNC has going for them right now.
Yeah, and right now it's a 300 gold difference between Innocent and Benny Cutie. Should be balanced a little bit now that Benny Cutie actually got the crab coin, but man, King Kong's gonna need help. No, he gets it. He gets it.
He got it. All right, again, everyone knows this by now. Fanny players just gotta get that purple buff, and that's something that it's interesting for me that Echo's trying to friend this, knowing that they don't really have all the tools yet.
Yeah,
to actually take it.
And honestly, the only tool that they have right now is Sanji on this Petrify Kadita. He has enough damage to secure kills on King Kong. It just has to land. Just like with any Kadita combo, you just gotta have it dead center for it to have enough damage to 100 to none anybody from early to the mid.
Goes in, Carl TZ's knocked up. Will use the Mortal Coil. No imminent danger here for Echo for now, but TNC looking a lot cleaner here, or breathing a lot better.
A generally slow game here, and you do not want that if you're TNC. You kind of want to get early kills, but looks like they're forced to play defensively. Now Carl TZ ahead by 1 level, trying to steal away or threaten this goal. Did he use his Retribution? No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. No one used the Retribution there, which is quite difficult to see who was actually able to take it. I wasn't looking at the XP bars. But anyways, TNC Pro Team, they're going to need to pick up the pace eventually. But because of the lineup here of Echo, JP might get caught out.
Innocent.
So risky here for Daddy JP. Already using the Weight Dragon just to make sure he gets out alive. Innocent, not the best positioning of the Zaman's Force, but again, it will be enough to push him back. Turtle, though, definitely going to go over to Echo once more.
Yeah.
TNC, they will fight for his purple here. Can he actually take it down? No, he wasn't able to take it. Carl TZ with a Retribution steal.
And he gets away with it. Man, how Echo are just playing this, or maybe how TNC is having difficulty playing this. They've looked completely off their timers. They're a step behind constantly. Is it because of Sanji and Carl TZ frequently going into the into the rock column, into the purple buff area, into the green camps, that's throwing off King Kong and Ben Thinks. Ben Thinks looks a step behind. It's like he's having difficulty trying to determine the right place to go because of the tempo difference between him and Cho, and the fact that Echo can actually target multiple parts of the map at the same time separately.
It actually would seem like Benting's just reacting right now, isn't
it?
Oh, okay.
Gosh, no flicker anymore on JP.
All right.
That was a very aggressive play coming in from JP. And looks like without a flicker, JP has to restore and landing is... Wait a minute, Sanji!
Man, that could have been something there. Nice Petrify, but will be reacted very well by TNC at the end.
Yeah, Purify utilized there, and you see now the Uranus just doing Uranus things at this point. But him and Sanford have been effectively left out of this game, just both managing the EXP lane. And the first 6 to 7 minute window for TNC has not gone their way. The only good thing going for them is that they've kept it close, but it's still Echo in control with how constantly they've been invading.
It's 4v3 right now, and Jesus in a pretty good position to box JP and Sanford in. Carl TC doing pretty good damage as well, threatening everyone else on TNC. They can't really get close here. And is that going to be a... Oh, there it goes again.
Oh, no. Still without the purple. It's going to be a bad time here for King Kong. It's really, really hard to play this Fanny without your purple buff.
It's hard to play any assassin against one of the kings of the assassin role.
True.
So Carl TC knows how to get this done.
Ooh, but they are able to secure that turtle, and TNC gets their first turtle of the game. So that's 1 out of 3 turtles, but looks like Echo, they're going to trade here for the turret. Innocent might be in trouble. JP, 3v1.
Oh, Daddy JP gonna be in trouble here. No way out right now, so it seems.
Okay, that's something TNC can actually build on. It was a great call by TNC to continue and force that turtle. Oh, 1v1. Are they gonna? They're not gonna. Oh, the bottom!
Bottom side, Sanji, that was a close call right here. TNC capitalizing on the fact that Benny Cutie can't really do much on this carry without anyone on the front for him.
Oh, wow. TNC finally found a string of correct calls. They rushed that turtle. They got to help Innocent. They took down JP, and they converted that into a push into the bottom lane. Things are starting to build up. That 6 to 7 window has now been extended just a little bit. If they can get and string together some key wins from 7 minutes up until 11 to 12, then it's going to swing towards TNC. Looking at the items, Dreadnought Armor already built up by Carl TZ. No full build just yet. Just a chop suey of different items for him. And right now, we're just waiting to see who's going to get the items first between the 2 gold laners.
Oh no, JP in trouble again, and he's going to go down. TNC, as you said, finding the plays left and right. And finally, they do hold a good amount of items to burst down people from the side of Echo.
There he goes, the advantage you get with that Edith. The point and click chain crowd control on you. Any single target is in trouble.
Look at them, they keep moving. No immortality for Sanford.
Yeah, Sanford
wow.
That's a pretty good pathing there, if you ask me.
Yeah, 1 bottom crossover. 3 people already out with 1 blazing, last insanity. Echo still. This is a very equalized game. They are looking for a possible late game insurance in the hands of Benny Cutie, but that's going to happen a few minutes from now. Right now, TNC in the lead by 400.
You know, they could have swapped out Blazing Insanity and Last Duet.
At some point in time, yes.
Blazing Insanity for export, that would have been
Blazing
great.
Insanity
Blazing
duet.
Insanity.
Last Duet.
Last Duet sounds so edgy. I love it.
So edgy. Doesn't it? I just thought about it.
Or final duet. No, last duet.
Last Duet.
Last duet, you know?
Do we have a final skill?
Final slash.
There you go. So there it is. It's going to be Sanford forced out of that flicker. JP, wrong angle on the kick right there. No one to answer. And that's going to be TNC with the advantage on that one.
Wow.
Finally getting some pretty good leads over Echo, at least in terms of map.
Yeah.
But the gold is definitely close.
Petrify used here by Sanji, and now Hesu will be tanking 4 members from the side of Echo.
Oh, no mana.
Oh, Benny Cutie is still waiting for
Oh, the Lord could take him. Oh, that was close.
Big. Conceal Bentings.
There you go. The re-engage from Echo looks really, really good. JP looking for 1 target to kick back. There goes the last Zaddy. Everyone's just going crazy right now. Sanji with a Lord take. Here comes King Kong. Bit late to the party here. Will not run out of energy, but takes down JP with him. There's a flicker in by Benny Cutie. That carry is going crazy right now. And there it is. That's the advantage that Echo has. Finally back on the driver's seat.
2 for 1 plus the Lord. Echo with a great play, but King Kong looking for the kills. Carl TZ a little bit tanky and cannot go in. Now Sanji looking for the King of the Apes, but he's able to go out.
That was pretty fun to watch. Not gonna lie. Echo, everyone's just super low right now. There goes Carl TZ bursting down with the Valentina. Now Hesu could still be in trouble, but Benny Cutie decides to back off. Will Sanji and be enough? There goes the burst, but King Kong follows suit.
Ben Things looks to be the next member to join King Kong, but he's able to dash out to safety, but he goes right back in. Ben Things knocking up one, that's Sanford, and they're able to back off from that fight. The Lord is marching down bottom lane, and Echo could go in for a big push.
So scrappy between these two teams. Just keeps fighting, counting abilities left and right. That Lord going to the side of Echo was just well calculated. I don't think TNC expected that Echo would actually just continue to fight and push on forward. TNC thought that Echo were going to be going for that little Lord Cha-Cha, but no, Echo just went, no, we're doing this now. And that caught TNC off guard because King Kong had to get his purple buff first, and by the time he could get close enough to the Lord, Sanji already actually got the last hit on it.
Yeah, now Echo with a 2k gold lead, still trying to control the purple buff of TNC, will be able to secure it for themselves. A crucial steal coming in from Echo as the Lord push is already over. We're going to go in for another reset here, but Benny Cutie is starting to hurt. Let's look at the items brought to you by FWE Life Insurance. What can we see here, Enmar?
Actually, both gold laners have their 3 items already. The Scythe, the Staff, and the DHS for the carry. And then you also have the Feather, the Crystal, and the other Scythe for the Harith.
Starlium Scythe.
Starlium Scythe, yeah, both of them Scythes. So now TNC, it's a good sign for them that the gold laners their gold laner has the item they need. So they just need to refine things in their approach to the fight. And I think one of the reasons why they're also very cautious in terms of how they're fighting now, one thing that they worked on in the first game was that now they're really watching out for the last Insanity and for the potential decimation chains coming in from Carl TZ. They're respecting the big name ultimates of Echo, which is why we're seeing a little bit more slightly reserved TNC in their teamfight approach.
Yeah, and King Kong still able to put down pressure despite not getting a lot of kills. This is a very important aspect to playing Fanny from behind. Being able to put in pressure is the second best thing that you could do as a Fanny player.
Second best thing that you can do as a Fanny player.
What's the first?
What's the first?
Killing everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, JP!
Oh, JP! Purify going to be forced out of Innocent. That is a huge tool that Innocent actually needed to sustain these fights. Lord is going down so quickly. Benacuti and Carl DC behind. Oh my goodness, Echo. Big Lord right there underneath the nose of TNC.
And they're begging for TNC to go in because they're going to do that. And Sanji will be able to just go out via that that things.
Counterplay, beautiful concealed push here by TNC, whittling down the members.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Echo, look at that. Benacuti, he's in position. This carry hurts.
He's
flickering
this
in.
guy hurts. This guy hurts.
It's going to be enough, though. Oh, JP with a kick. No one to damage on the back, though. That's going to be trouble for the world champion Sanford all alone. But he's going to go for the chase. He's going to go for the chase.
All right, he's going to go for the chase, and now King Kong is left to defend against a Lord push, and Sanford will be cashing in on the other things that's left. But TNC, they're able to secure 4 kills against an Echo squad that had all the gold on their side.
Actually, you mentioned there earlier, Echo was begging TNC to fight. It looked more like TNC was actually begging Echo to fight. It's like they were deep. Oh, wait, Sanford!
Sanford's got good damage right now.
Oh, the Wrath!
This
the
export! But the Wrath is going to be enough to save him. Going to be taking him one down with him.
What a fight! She says the guy on the upper right corner of your screens. What a game! Sudden burst of excitement, and we talked about it. TNC, even though Echo were the ones in control, they just needed to refine their team fight approach. They were able to take down 4 members of Echo, eventually turned into 5. And now we've got ourselves a fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is far closer than you think. Not just in terms of the gold, but in terms of who could win it. It's just gonna boil down to one fight, going wrong or going right, and both teams acknowledging that the other has a tool to turn it around. You have to watch out for King Kong's late entry, who at this point is already building up to his final item, even built up a rose gold meteor to make sure that he gets a little bit of shielding when he gets bursted down by the magic of the Kadita.
Man, this is straight up entertaining. Echo and TNC. Who would have thought that Echo would have this close of a game against TNC, who's currently just
JP!
The standings now. Hesu will be surviving that entire burst down, and now Echo. This might just be a fight, Sanji.
They're forcing all the crowd controls on Echo. And TNC, they're getting forced on these Purifies. 2 Purifies remaining for Innocent and Goyo.
Oh man, Sanji's Petrify actually stopped Ben Finks from being able to combo him. He saved his own life there and maybe his team's chances.
Oh, wow.
So.
That's just some high-level play that takes high-level eyes to see. Honestly, you could have slowed that down a bit for me to notice. And now Echo, a very equalized game here. And this will be still a Luminous Lord about to spawn in 10 seconds. 2 more minutes before we see that Evolve Lord. And I do feel like both teams would want to take it a bit slow right now. Maybe give that time, that 2 minutes, for the Lord to evolve and bet it all on that team fight that comes before it.
It's going to be a long 2 minutes, I'm going to tell you.
True.
But again, that all happens while King Kong does not have a purple buff. And JP and Benny Cutie just wailing on Hesu right now, who still has Purify on cooldown, but he's actually going for the re-engage. And don't forget, TNC's re-engage right now is just super duper good.
Yeah, and Echo not wasting any time, pulling that Lord. And now JP!
He's going to go down for sure. 4v5 on the Lord. That is huge here for TNC.
Oh, Sanji! 35 seconds, King Kong, half HP. Bursted down by Sanji. Now Carl TZ will be holding down the Lord. Ben thinks on the conceal. Trying to go for Carl TZ, but he has the Mortal Core! Finds Innocent!
Oh my goodness, Carl TZ with the Decimate. He still has that timer up. You gotta be careful if you're TNC, but here comes King Kong. Gotta be taken down by Carl TZ with a double kill. What just happened? Oh my goodness! The humanity!
The storm has come, and now Echo has secured their second Lord, no third Lord of the game.
After the long calm before the storm, suddenly Carlito the Great, with his 1,600th kill in MPL-PH history, came off of the back of a massive double kill. After they took down the jungler of TNC, after they took down Innocent, TNC said, let's take the GOAT down, and they couldn't, and he helped turn it around with Benny Cutie.
It's the side laners for the side of TNC to defend their base. No Lord push just yet, but looks like Hesu will be the first target. Will they have enough damage to burst him down? Here comes the King of the Apes, and now King Kong will be going for his buffs instead.
You gotta be careful, respect the Decimate. They didn't do that earlier, and they paid for it. And now they will have to face a full force Echo with a Lord walking on the bottom.
King Kong, can he get away?
Can he get away? Yeah,
he's
for
gonna
sure.
be, he's gonna be fine.
I still have not seen King Kong with a buff all game long.
Yeah. Massive Lord defense here for TNC Pro Team if they can pull it off. It's gonna come from the back of Ben Things. Max Primal Wrath, make the most of knock-up CC combo that you can get, and that will be your team's best chances!
Get Ben Things!
They go straight for the juggler, as you say. Ben Things going down, no immortality available to save him. Innocent taken out as well. Carl TC in the front, and that might be it. Everyone just waiting and waiting. King Kong trying to clear, but Echo secures the sweep.
This winning moment is brought to you by your official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Echo with a dominant 2-0, but game number 2 was too close for comfort. Still, our world champions Echo will be securing 3 points after this victory.
Ben thinks it was on him. Banking on him staying alive as that Edith to be able to defend properly. But Echo knew that. Echo understood that. And the moment they found Ben Things, JP, in a snap, kicked him back and took out TNC's chances. Fighting spirit by TNC. They got swept, but that game 2 looked so dang good from TNC Pro Team.
That could have been the game that TNC was waiting for, but let's still give a warm round of applause for TNC Pro Team as they exit the stage. A wonderful Game 2 performance. Surely their rise from the dead is still in the process. Echo, on the other hand, the army of Orcas that you could see inside the stadium, definitely celebrating after that resounding victory against the Phoenix Army. And for this entire match, of course, FWD Life Insurance is the official insurer of MPL Season 12. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories, celebrate living with FWD. in this matchup, Echo dominated TNC. Rockhard, how do you feel about that?
It was actually way too close for comfort for me.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can think of is I keep going back and back to that right before that match ended. What if King Kong was not Fanny?
Yeah.
And we was completely denied the buffs, obviously, maybe Baksha.
For the Martis, they could have picked up the Martis
They could have picked up the Martis.
Yeah, that was a third pick for Echo.
Yeah, maybe it was more of a let's try this out type of scenario for
That's
TNC.
the only thing. That's the only thing, right?
We could always speculate if it's a Baksha or if it's Martis on their hands. But at this point, I would say Baksha could have been a better choice. Baksha's been the safest choice. And if you look at AP Bren, who uses Baksha the most, it has been very effective. And I do feel like TNC could try that out next time around.
Going for this identity, though, I don't blame him. They gave Echo a pretty close call. That's the closest that I would ever think that TNC could do. And they did more than I expected they would.
Yeah, let's be honest. I feel like one of the reasons why we didn't get to see this Fanny shine was because Echo did respect it. They kept invading the jungle. They kept taking away the purple buffs of the Fanny. If they didn't do that, then King Kong, it would have been a different story. It would have been us praising King Kong's efforts here. In the times where he did have his buff, or sometimes didn't even have it, it was just TNC looking good in a team fight, and then King Kong coming on from a weird angle, looking to gank, and just go straight to the back line. They knew what they were doing here with this Fanny. It's just that Echo marked it really well.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with you there, Renmar. King Kong definitely had the skills to play that Fanny. No doubt, still a great Fanny player. It was just Echo Philippines, or Echo rather, securing that purple buff again and again, constantly invading inside the TNC Protein jungle to the point where this Fanny couldn't even do like 4 ropes or 5 cables. And usually a lot of our pro players are more than capable of playing around the energy the moment you get that purple buff.
Yeah, straight up, he was gimped from
Yeah.
the beginning of that game. And that's something you don't want to see in the person that controls the retribution.
True.
He has to have all the energy all the time. He has to be always present in the fights. And it was just very difficult. And again, they're facing it against the assassin god himself, Carl Teasy. I don't blame him as well.
And I gotta say, Echo right now, I do feel like they're in the best shape that they've ever been.
Yeah.
Yaoi is still not playing, but JP's showing up, just giving everybody a show. And in fact, we're gonna be going to the main stage for more of a show as we talk to Echo with Nara Aquino.
Thank you, casters. Once again, everybody, Echo loud. Congratulations, Echo. Congratulations din, Carl. Alam ko may headset ka kanina, so hindi mo narinig. You've reached a milestone. Ikaw ang kauna-unahang MPL Philippines player na nakakuha ng 1,600 kills. Na-expect mo ba yun? Did you know before coming in na may ganon?
Hindi ko po alam.
Meron ka pa bang ibang milestone or goal na gusto mong lagpasan? If you were to reach something or malagpasan ng something, certain goal, what would that be?
Siguro po, highest assist po, tsaka highest tank damage.
Highest assist and highest tank damage. Mamaya titignan natin yung stats doon para alam mo exactly kung nasaan ka doon. Now, congratulations. Job well done. Si Sanji naman. Sanji, first time kita makita mag-Angela. Bakit ka nag-Angela today?
Naka-joy po si Kane. Sobrang lakas niya mag-joy. Napasupport na lang ako.
Pero paano mo nagawa na nag-Angela mid ka? Kasi may gumawa nun last time, pero talagang hindi nag-work. Si Rebo ba yun? Hindi nag-work. So, bakit si Rebo hindi niya nagawa, pero ikaw, you were able to do it flawlessly? What was it about that you did that it was so successful?
Ano po, kailangan lang po talaga ng chemistry. Kung kailan sasanib ganun.
Okay. Ano yan? Sabi mo? Ano sabi mo?
Sabi niya po kasi doon, number 2 lang daw po silang lahat eh.
may gusto ka bang sabihin sa dati mong teammate? Parang may gusto kang ano eh.
Wala po, taga-palakpak pa lang yan eh.
Okay. Uy, nagwa-warm up pa lang, kakapasok, kakabalik lang ng MPL ko naman, oh. Okay, now, all right, let's reveal kung sino ang ating match MVP. Let me hear some names. Sanford? Carl? Okay. Sanji? Tingnan natin kung sino sa inyo ang tama. Okay, tingnan natin. Sino? Si Yawi! Wow! Naririnig niyo ba yan? The crowd is yelling, Yawi! Alright, let's reveal. Sanford! Sanford! Sanford, match MVP. Uy, tuloy-tuloy yung panalo nyo Okay, meron ba kayong sige nga, sabi nila gumanyong ka daw Sige, ayun. Ulitin. Rar. Now, last time, it was ilan yun? 7 in a row, yung win streak niya ba? 6. Tuloy-tuloy, sunod-sunod na panalo to a point na akala namin matatapos nyo yung entire first round na walang talo. Meron ba kayong pinag-usapan na gusto nyong lagpasan yon or may certain win streak ba kayo na gustong ma-achieve?
Ano lang po, parang iniisip lang po namin yung isang-isang game lang po. Wala po kaming goal na about dun sa win streak and wala po kaming pakialam dun. Parang focus lang po, one at a time lang.
One game at a time. Once again, everybody, echo loud. Let's give him a round of applause. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Maganda nga naman ang sinabi ni Sanford. They're taking it one game at a time. And I'm really looking forward to what's gonna happen the next time Echo faces Bren. Now we're gonna break that down for you. Balikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pass up.
Thank you so much, Mara, for that wonderful interview. We saw Sanford, our match MVP, saying that he takes it one game at a time, and that's for the entire Echo squad as well. And I feel like that's a very important mindset entering a shortened regular season.
I mean, I think that's a mindset everyone should have, like especially on ranked games. Don't let the losses get to you, man. Yeah. But so far for Echo, it's 4-0, boys. 4-0.
My mindset is the moment that we lose 2 games straight in ranked games, I'm either charging my phone or eating a snack,
cooking
or
rice,
perhaps even going to sleep. But let's go to our analyst to break down game number 2. Renmar, your time to shine.
You said shine, so that was me shining. I'm never doing that again. TNC Pro Team and Echo. So, again, we talked about TNC Pro Team and their window. 6 minutes to 7 minutes to make this fanny work. However, they got to extend that just a little bit more because they were able to minimize the damage that Echo could have dealt, even though TNC Pro Team were having a difficult time protecting the purple buff of King Kong. Now, before we go into that, now let's talk about Sanford as the MVP of the game. This X-Borg. X-Borg. I hate him too. No, I'm kidding. I love X-Borg. But you really got to respect this pick. The best way to explain X-Borg that all the coaches, even players, if you haven't heard them say it, it's super simple. It will always get to a point similar to an Edith that an X-Borg will take so many resources just to take down that it's so costly trying to go up against it because you have to spend so much just to try and take it down, and it increases your opponent's possibility that they'll just be able to counter whatever you tossed if ever you couldn't take down the X-Borg, or even if you do take down the X-Borg. That's why you really have to maximize your abilities, and which is why there's 2 approaches that you go into facing an X-Borg. Either you build yourself a lot of burst so that you can take away the Faraga armor quickly, which is why TNC ended up building themselves Valentina, Fanny, and the Harith, which with a lot of damage, theoretically, you'll be able to take down the X-Borg Faraga armor very quickly. However, the other approach is that you build a lot of sustained damage, or the damage that isn't just skill-based, it's one thing, it's basic attack. It's damage that it isn't as bursty, but you can just keep on doing and it'll come in so that you can also burn down the Faraga armor before he can get a full blast of the last Insanity. TNC's approach with building burst up against the X-Borg though, but with a lot of it being burst that means that you have to get close to your opponent, meant that TNC was always at risk of a counterplay. And Echo's re-engaged counterplay is very strong with the Kadita and of course this one, the Martis, with this key moment here that you saw on the back of a back-to-back double kill, or a double kill from Proutz and then a double kill as well from Benny Cutie, the Storm, finally popping. And then, of course, Echo understanding that the Edith plays such a massive role for the team fighting capability of TNC, with them not having a lot of poke damage and Edith being the closest they have to long range, even though it's more, okay, let's be honest, mid-range poke damage. Echo just said, hey, it's Ben Things. Hey, he's gone. Hey, we win. And yeah, key targeting, even though Edith is tanky, it might take a lot to take her down. But at that point, Echo already had the tools. They found the right target in the defense, hence why they won. The juggling pattern here of Carl TZ, just felt him everywhere. It wasn't a fast rotation, but he was there at the right times. And hence why going into this, I made a video about it. Echo just seems to be one of those teams alongside Bren, alongside RSG, that didn't reinvent themselves, but just modernized and slightly updated what we know them to be just to fit in more current meta picks, just so that they can shine in the way that we know them to shine without having to change so much of who they are. And even though it's JP instead of Yaoi, it still translates very well. We still have Sanford being able to get picks that are a big part of the equation and the success of Echo. You have Benny Cutie being that sleeper hit, dual strike just when you least expect it, and of course Sanji, who's had an amazing performance so far this season with 2 series MVPs. Hence why Echo was just able to like run with it, even though it was too close for comfort. And now this is when we talk about TNC. Though people will look at this and probably, once again, unfairly put a lot of hate towards TNC. Remember, this was much closer at some certain key moments. When you bring Echo to a game wherein it'll all boil down to who will fight the better team fight, who has the better micro decision making when it comes to team fight, that means you're a damn good team. And TNC, though it's not fully reflective just yet, and it may take time for people to see, they're a damn good team. And maybe that's why teams going into MPL Philippines Season 12 were looking at TNC. I feel like I've just decoded something. I had an epiphany just now. Because TNC Pro Team mentioned that they play differently from their scrims to their actual game day performances. Maybe we just saw a glimpse of it. But now we've been seeing a lot of Echo and why they're shining. Again, it's same old, but slightly updated version of it. And that's my analysis for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Renmar, for that analysis of game number 2. We saw Echo once again securing that victory, but again, it was a very close game entering game number 2. TNC, we've seen glimpses, and as you said earlier, Rockhard, hopefully we do see more than just a glimpse, as right now they're still in the middle of the pack, and that's still not a safe place as we go closer and closer to the playoffs.
I think when I'm watching those replays, I just realized if Sanford hasn't gone ham, and after they took the Lord, they got wiped out, that could have been really bad for Echo.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have been a game-free ending, a game-free beginning match. So never count out TNC right here is the statement, despite obviously Echo really, really good in that game. They were also good on their feet, but you got to give it to TNC, man. Watch out for these guys.
Yeah, hopefully they do recover. And another team who needs to recover is MNNE EVOS. Still struggling in the stands and has to take their first victory. This is a crucial game for the EVOS squad, and they're going to go up against RSG. What are your quick thoughts in this one?
Inanna, come on.
Do something.
You know?
I'm gonna be on the other side. I agree with that. On the side of RSG, respect your opponents. The last time you underestimated someone, you lost.
We've been your casters for this second series. My name is Zumi. With me is Rockhard and Orenmar. We'll be right back here for MPL Philippines Season 12.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas. Sa TNT mo, sanang saya. Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitawan na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Magandang hapon, MPL Arena! I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. After a dope series between the Phoenix Army and the Orcas, we are now going to the final match of the day. Can the White Tigers finally figure out the winning formula? Or will the Raiders add salt to the injury? Tigers, Raiders, this is MNNE Evos versus RSG Philippines. Casters, Faso.
The legend unfolds as we talk about the coach who helped shape the Philippine meta to where it is today. This is the match of RSG Philippines versus MNNE Evos for the last series of the night. It's us, the We Bear Bros. I'm OSX, I'm with Rockhart and Wolf, and to give you the action tonight, this is one thing that we're looking forward to. This is the story of Coach Panda for RSG Philippines. How are you feeling for today's match, Rockhart and Wolf?
I'm doing great, fellow bear. How are you, fellow bear?
Yeah, you know, it's really nice to always wake up every day, get into the broadcast, and say that we are the We Bear Bros, and cast the game, do our job as the We Bear Bros, right? So
Amazing.
it just feels good to be the We Bear Bros.
Yeah, at your service. And tonight, we're about to break down one of the teams who's also rising to all of the challenges. I remember back then, I think it was me, you, and Mr. Naisu who actually started the notebook of Coach Panda way before, I think it was Season 9, that we continued to break that down. I know Rockhart maybe is somewhere on vacation during that day, but to give more on what's happening on Coach Panda's notebooks, a lot of things were built. Metas were formed, and I believe you will also see this as one of the epitomes of meta being shaped by one of the coaches in the Philippines.
Yeah, honestly, even Rockhart himself, like there was, remember when the early days of MPL when Panda was still playing and then transferred into the coaching role. Everybody was actually very surprised, especially because he was literally the first one who took it really seriously. Like, of course, there were so many players that turned coaches in Season 2, like Bluff C, for example, and then the last one, it was the next one being Coach Panda. Everybody was really like astonished on why the hell would someone go the distance and make a notebook for a draft for a mobile game. That was the discussion back then.
That's the guy. That's the guy, because before we dig into our upcoming series, let's take a moment to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart's Giga Arena is now open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
And of course, to get started, they just have to create the account on gigaarena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers.
And going back to the point of Wolf there, we're talking about the story of Coach Panda. We're breaking down the story of Coach Panda's notebooks, all just in one
set of papers. The headline of today is the story behind Coach Panda's notebooks again.
Ah, yes, kids. Go back in the good old days. Yeah.
I
We
am
used to
truly honored to be with you guys because you've witnessed the early days of MPL.
Big time. And since season 3, where Panda himself coached a championship team, he's accumulated a total of 13 black notebooks with exactly 274 pages each.
That is so specific. No, not even
Amazing.
teardowns of wrong drafts.
And look at his accolades: 2 championships and MSC championship, an international championship as well. Right? So
yeah,
this guy's not kidding. The
Oh,
reason
yeah.
why he's successful is because of his system. And if I recall correctly, there was even one match. It was So back in MPL season 3, even when Archangel is the champion, one of the top teams in the group stages back then was actually Brain Esports. And I can fairly remember that Coach Panda said that there will be 51 possible drafts that he already prepared for.
Wow.
For one match.
For one match.
For one match.
That is just straight out of a movie. But this time it's just a prediction of the possible combination, just breaking
That's
a
right.
safe. Right? So that is just Coach Panda, producer of champions, as we saw, also the Hall of Legends inductee. Because after losing to Blacklist, Coach Panda admitted that the team is having a hard time in finding objective, more like a ridden type of team. They were having the struggles. They were trying to get the groove. And also, it's something that we're trying to observe, that when it's in the mid game or the late game, they also have the way of like committing mistakes, and comparing to the team fight that Black has, it's team fight heavy, like AP Bren.
That's right. You can plan it as much as you want, but when it comes down to it, cohesion just makes a big factor as well. So can't plan for everything, but he's doing a good job. He helped establish the fundamentals that everyone uses up to this day.
And, whatever fundamentals that we saw, it was, I think the quote-unquote fundamentals was coined during NPL season 7 or 8, because he re-established his strength as one of the top coaches in the country during that season.
Well, Pandamentals, the Rubik's of Coach Panda. Let's throw it over to our insider for our episode before we head on to the match.
Right over here at the Insider Report, kung saan nasa harap tayo ng MPL stage. At kasama natin ngayon ang nagbabalik, but this time as the correspondent for RSG Philippines. Please give a warm round of applause para kay Butters. Butters, kamusta? Welcome back!
Ay, syempre, nandito na ako eh. Ako na to eh.
Guys, okay, eto lang ang sasabihin ko. Hindi siya nagpunta dito para maging MPL or MDL caster. Ba't ka naka-jacket? Tanggalin mo na.
Ha?
Tanggalin mo na.
Wag naman.
Wag naman.
Wag
Okay.
naman.
Hindi siya nagpunta dito para maging MPL o MDL caster. Dahil sino bang bias mo ngayon para sa laban na to?
Kasi pre,
Oh.
may nag-PM sa akin nung isang araw.
Oh.
Sabi nila, kailangan namin ng backup.
Okay.
Yung may kailangan ng backup, si RSG. So ang ginawa ko, ako na yung naging social media correspondent para sa side ng RSG Philippines.
No, mahirap kalaban to. Mahirap kalaban to. Handa ang Raiders ngayon kasi mas mainit talaga sila. Lalo na ikaw, parang ang tagal mo lang iniintay itong moment na to eh.
Kasi, nung pagkakaster ka kasi, merong mga bagay na hindi mo pwedeng sabihin.
Gaya ng?
Trash talk. Ayan.
Yan.
Pero madalas ko pa rin ginagawa yun eh.
Tama.
Basta madami pa.
Madami pa.
Ngayong social media correspondent na ako. Natanggalan ng busal ang Wild Dogs.
Wild Dogs.
Di
Eto
lumabas
na.
yung gumana na agad eh.
Yan. Ready na. Ready na. Ready ka na makipag-clash ngayon eh.
Ready na ako.
Nga, parang upo ka na lang dyan.
Oo nga
Simulan na natin yung laban eh.
Manonood na lang ako
Pero
eh.
may tanong ako sa'yo. Kasi ikaw ang correspondent. So, gusto lang naming malaman. Kasi napapansin ko din every time, since nung nagkaroon ako ng inside report doon kay Coach Panda sa side ng RSG Player Lounge, parang meron silang notebook na lagi nilang hinahawak. May idea ka ba kung ano nakalagay?
Actually, nakita ko yung kanina. Binuksan sa akin ni Panda. Ang laman nun, ang nakalagay lang sa loob is
Hindi po pwede kasi alam ko na po yung sasabihin niya. Okay? This time, yung ni-rehearse natin. Okay? Kasi ang sasabihin po niya ay hindi po,
Hindi maganda.
SPG po.
Okay.
SPG po. Okay, tuloy mo na. Anong nasa loob ng notebook ni Coach Panda?
Walang strat, walang kahit ano. Nakalagay lang doon, RSG Philippines versus Minana 2-0.
Okay. So maganda ang nakalagay para kay Coach Panda. Yun lang talaga nakalagay. Okay, sa tingin mo ba, bakit ba nilagay ni Coach Panda yun na 2-0 ang magiging laban na to para sa Minana? Or para sa RSG?
Actually kasi sobrang bibilib kami kay Minana Esports.
Okay.
Kasi sila may sickening consistency na tinatawag. Na kahit anong gawin nila, dumarating pa rin sa point talaga na kahit nananalo na, natatalo pa rin sila.
Ako, parang iba ka ngayon Iba ang gising mo ngayon
Ngayon, sabihin nyo sa akin kung gusto nyo hindi ako nagkakast.
Nako, di ba? Alam mo, pigil na pigil pa to. Pigil pa to. Na-excite na ako kung ano lang talaga yung masasabi mo later pag nakuha or either anumang mangyari sa laban na to between RSG and Minana. Pero what do you like so much about the Raider community na tinanggap mo yung task of being the correspondent para sa RSG Philippines?
Natutuwa kasi ako sa kanila kasi as one talaga sila lahat. Tapos nagpo-post sila ng mga memes ng mga Titans. So yun yung pinaka naaalala ko sa kanila. So sana may ma-Titan ulit ngayon, mga ganon.
Sige. Tingnan na lang natin. Okay, upo ka na mamaya kasi simula na yung laban. Alam ko na, Mr. Si Butters, but let's turn it over back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans. It's good to see Mark Adrian Gison not wearing a suit today, but also giving out some spicy bars to Minana Evos today. And I wasn't expecting the amount of words, just RSG 2-0. And I wanted to dwell one question for that interview. Since the play style of Blacklist International and RSG could somewhat be similar, will they struggle against Minana this time?
Wow, what a question there. To be honest, Minana, I've been actually just waiting for them to do something. You know what I mean? Minana, do something.
Do something.
And you know what? It's gonna be so RSG sided in this matchup just because of Light. I feel like it. He's just grown so much into the player that he's so dependable.
Oh yeah.
For RSG, that everyone else just follows. Plus, obviously, the synergy that this team is already built up on, it just screams. It just screams teamwork. It screams victory, and that's what I like about these guys. So,
for me personally, what I like about being in the English is I can be a little bit honest, as compared to the Tagalog broadcast.
Like Butter said,
Butter said, and dare I say, All right. Man, I forgot what I was about to say. But anyways. What I like about being in the English room is that I can be honest to say that Minana Evos, they should fix their draft. Because definitely, whatever we saw when they went up against Blacklist International, it was, the games 1 and 3 were pretty bad. When it comes to the drafting. So that's what they need to fix. It's going to be difficult because this is RSG. This is Panda's notebook, They're going to see through any kind of weaknesses when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, so a bit of a fixer-upper. But one thing also that I would like to commend is, they were having some struggles from week 1 and some matches from one after the other. But one thing also they saw is their synergy and also their energy towards more of the matches that even they're up against world champs. They're really steady on what they want to accomplish. And it's just, they need to have this setup early game to make it all work.
Yeah, that's a tall item. A tall order.
Yeah.
Tall item. What's a tall item?
Nicer is a tall item.
That's true. So that's a tall order, but yes, we'll talk about that a little bit more later on for sure.
Okay, looks like the teams are ready. Let's call them up on stage. Minana Evos and RSG Philippines.
fresh from getting point number 1. They're looking to finally get things done. Are silver linings meant for the rightful heirs? This is MNNE EVOS! They start their week today after breaking through the hive. Prepared for another raid. They'll be the only ones alive. Rising for another slay, it's RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Sona.
And we are back to the heat of the match. MNNE EVOS looking good. Doming DR Boyet, Lancy, Lord, and Brusco. Will something stand out today as we look upon the status of their standings as of this point?
They got to emulate what happened yesterday. There was some shining light for them. I believe that most of that was on the back of Lord JM, of all people.
Yeah.
On that Paquito, scored them that game number 2 against none other than Blackness.
And what we noticed from MNNE EVOS is that if they can play confidently, if they can play aggressively, they're in it for a treat. And if they are comfortable with their draft, they have a good time. It's exactly what happened Game 2 versus Blacklist International, but it's surprising that it was very difficult for them to summon what they needed to do, right? To summon their confidence. It's so weird.
Well, speaking of summoning their confidence, now let's see how RSG Philippines will be set up for success. We're seeing the same guys here, MNNE, Red, Aqua, Nuts, and Light. Also, they're one of the guys who started the Gourd pick back in the first week of MPL Philippines. And also, the Guinevere, man. It has been making a lot of wonders.
Yeah, don't forget the Iksha of Eman. By the way, big fan. Mr. Eman, big fan. And of course, you know what I liked about Archie earlier when we were going in? Nats was just game face. This guy is screaming confidence if we're talking about confidence.
You talked about like confidence, right? I think it's the hairstyle.
Is it?
Like, if you remember last season, me and Womi, we love that hairstyle, that bad boy Nats era. And that's what we need to see from him now.
Yeah. and Bad Boy Nats. And
That's
also,
right.
I think that's a new haircut, by the way, he's rocking while he did the entrance. Now we're looking at the team head-to-head. The win rate is leading towards RSG. MNNE is still struggling. They're finding their groove. Will something be changed from the draft itself, or will they prioritize different routes since early game is most of their strength heading on to the mid-game?
Yeah, I think for MNNE, consistency's got to get thrown out of the... throw it out of the game, because if you're consistent, you're going to end up in the 0-2 again.
Yeah.
So, consistency, gone. If you want to throw something out there, this is the time to do it.
Yep. See some of the important stats because RSG have secured so much towers compared to MNNE EVOS. But when it comes to the the Lord control ratio, it's going to be pretty even. 43 versus 41. This means that we are going to be in a treat when it comes to the Lord dances. They have to be equally good during those Lord dances. And we know for sure that RSG, they are going to be playing slow going up against MNNE EVOS. And MNNE EVOS should play faster compared to RSG.
Well, speaking of playing faster, mostly Tower Radio Secured is leaning towards RSG. So if the Philippine Lord Dance is concerned, yeah, we have the longest dance in the world. So it takes a lot of time, and we have different folk dances to be proud of in the Philippines?
You know what? We eat Lord dances for lunch, breakfast, and dinner here. I mean,
sounds about right.
What do you expect, right? I mean, we're the masters of the Lord dance.
Oh yeah,
and that's something that definitely other regions should be watching us for.
Yeah. And how about that, Wolf? So because as we talk about more about this, I think you have more things to break down, especially for our keys to victory.
MNNE Evos and RSG Philippines' keys to victory is brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series ultra fast gameplay. That's exactly what MNNE Evos needs to do right now because they have to not hesitate in initiating. Why? Because we know for sure that RSG Philippines, they play slow. But MNNE Evos, if they can overtake RSG's tempo, then they'll have a much better chance going up against RSG and eventually winning the match. You can see this beautiful stare down between two players. And for RSG, the plan is protect MN. But come on, every single game we have to protect MN. But the bigger keys to victory now is who wins this stare down, right? Oh, there it is. The ice to victory. And for both of the teams, the first one to attack will hit the rack. There I say, the first one who blinks will lose this game. And the game is not over. The stare down is not over. They're still doing it. No. How is this possible? This will be a world record. No one is moving. No one is surrendering. They're still fighting. Nobody wins. Midnight, you don't belong here. Wow. Craziest stare down of all. Wow. The ice of victory.
Wow.
Man.
Wow.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Only in MPL Philippines, folks.
How do you...
You don't see that anywhere else.
Who won? We
Who
don't
won?
know.
No!
Who won?
We gotta get a ruling.
Well, nobody lost. That's one.
Bro.
But who won?
I am curious. I hope our prod team could make a stats who has the longest hair in MPL Philippines Season 12.
We gotta time that or something.
That's more than 1.5 minutes. That's more than 90 seconds.
For
sure.
It would be crazy if we have a timer just showing up on the lower thirds. It's just counting down.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
No matter what happens, MNNE has, they have something to throw there. And that's a skill. That's a skill right there.
Okay. Speaking of skill, we're looking at the player head-to-head. KDA's lean towards Eman from shotgun. Oh, no way.
No.
Okay. Doming is not yet ready.
1-0.
Okay.
What? That's a 1-0. That's a clear Eman win.
Eman.
Yeah.
Just by on.
Okay, round 2.
What is up with RSG and
round
cameras,
2,
man?
Round 2.
I don't know,
No,
man.
Doming, Doming's not built for this, unfortunately.
I have a theory that this is one of Coach Panda's training.
Stare down? Could be, man.
Look at me in the eye until you can hit that red string. Or something, I don't know.
Look at me in the eye and tell me you can take your role.
Yeah, you can take your lunch when
Right.
you beat me.
But one thing also, wait, trying to recover. The one to stand out in that keys to victory is the first to attack will hit the rack. Something tells me it's just two teams will really set up for success. Is it the jungler? Is it the roamer?
In this particular game, the roamer for sure.
Yeah.
Because we know that it's light has always been very successful in setting up for the plays. But maybe in the case of MNNE Evos, it's the opposite. Because, yeah, for sure, we know Light. Great setup hero player. I mean, great with starting team fights. But when it comes to MNNE Evos, it's probably Boyet who, has to summon his bad boy Boyet vibes and be the playmaker for a team. Then Brusco comes in. So it's maybe it will be different for both teams,
Bad boy Boyet. So one of the things also we've watched back in week 1 is the Baksha's been their favorite pick. And also that big beefy lineup that has been existing, Rakhart.
I think a different approach really is the key here for MNNE. I think they have to scrap the book that they have
and do what the pink notebook of Panda does.
Oh.
By the way, I just noticed it was pink.
Really? For this season?
Yes, when he walked in.
From black to blue to pink. Now it's game draft number 1. Who's going to be in blue and who's going to be in red? You said it could be they could scrap out something from the draft. By being in the red side, I think they have more ways to even check on what is the priority of Minana Evos, Wolf.
Yeah. Definitely the Fredrin. It's going to be a priority for teams. But yeah, I said a million times in the Tagalog broadcast that Baksha, compared to Martis and Fredrin, the trinity right now when it comes to junglers, Baksha is the top
I
one.
love it, the trinity.
That's the trinity.
That's
So
right.
you pick the Baksha first. And for Minana Evos, I can only see... Alright, so there are only 2 options. Fredrin or Baksha. 51% Baksha. And 49% Fredrin. That's my prediction here.
Unless they go a little crazy for the Bruno.
Okay.
Right? Frederin's there.
Fredrin's there.
The 49 one.
Yeah, now you can go Gord if you're RSG and Edith.
Oh yeah, in most of the games RSG is setting up for success. That's how they can rotate faster. With the Edith present and the Gord projectiles on the back end of the team fights could actually make things work for poking out resources. You're the man, Emin. You are the
Total
man.
kills for week 1 at 41. Good job.
Wow.
He's consistent. The reason I like Eman, he doesn't talk much, but he's consistent, right? And if you can do that, you can focus more
See?
on your game.
Wow. Edith. I told you. Now the answer will be Claude.
Right there.
Okay.
Claude export. No, all right. Okay.
Export would have been
So
great
that's
though.
Still a 4 out of 5, right?
I
4
still
out of 5.
completely agree with
All
you.
right, now you go Martis or Baksha actually.
We're just rising
Baksha or
up.
Martis, honestly. Come on.
Predictions of the Wolf.
No, I'm telling you, it's just the
Index.
metagame. It's just how it is.
Come on,
The
show
pool's a
us.
lot smaller. I agree.
Yeah. It's literally just Baksha or Martis in this pick.
Even assassin players like Irad
Yeah.
go for those heroes.
Oh yeah. We see the adjustment and we see how it matches with their flow, the pace, the Baksha, and also the sustain with the Claude and up against the Navaria. It's one great way to secure the solution. So let's see. In 5 seconds, we were about to see, but no.
Oh, it's a Beatrix.
A Beatrix. Okay.
The
So
Emma
what's-
Beatrix.
Yo, so what's this route now?
4 out of 6.
I actually completely get that because the Nova Tricks is something that they want to avoid, but also at the same time, they don't need to. So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
I see why Wolf is like, why didn't you pick the gold lane? They already did, but whatever. They want to secure their gold lane. That's a basic.
That's basically it. So Minana, they can literally run away from this and just ban out both Baksha and Martis. They're gonna be very happy about that. Or maybe take out something like they already took out the Fanny Lancelot, so they're not scared at all. Yeah, I'm sure that this will be gonna be an easy game for them if they ban out the Baksha or the Martis. The RSG, I'll not be surprised if they also ban out the Paquito because Paquito is great versus the Beatrix as well as the Gourd.
Yeah, Lord JM picks as well.
Yep, there it is.
Oh,
Man.
okay. The Trinity is not even happening.
Yeah.
It's a good band.
For sure.
Say what you will about Minana, but they know
Oh,
what's
look.
up.
Whoa!
Whoa, what's that?
Whoa!
Who made that?
Hey!
Oh, no way.
That's so cool!
We
Wow.
have some passionate fans in the MPL.
Hey!
In season 12, we see
Come on!
those.
I need that.
Yeah, the props.
I need the props.
Puppets.
I need one with Mangine on it.
Oh yeah. Just imagine we have a set of casters with that kind of toys.
That'd be perfect.
Yeah. And what could be perfect here is the last band of RSG.
Should be a Paquito.
Yeah, come on. Just take out a Paquito. You don't want that the 1-2 punch.
Oh, they banned the kick.
Oh, they banned the Brusco heroes.
Yeah,
So,
okay. Is this still fair?
I have, pretty much. It's actually a good ban.
I'm born.
It's a green fear.
Wow.
Okay.
No funny business.
Oh, because basically this is Irad anyway, so higher potential, of course. There's a big chance that RSG just secures their, perhaps their jungler now. Yeah, Martis is still available. It's still pretty good. There's also the Akai. I'm not sure if Irad is actually a player who will pick it up, but it kind of makes sense.
Well, that could be a great adjustment if we saw Irad in the Akai. Having
Or
Rock and Fanier Lings.
Yeah. I'm thinking about Paquito as well for RSG just because they don't want to give it to Minana.
Deny pick. Oh,
It should
yeah.
be a deny pick.
It could be a great route.
Yep. Martis. Okay. So you go Paquito now if you're Minana. That's just how it is.
Single worthy foe.
You go Paquito and Kufra.
Do it.
That's it.
Paquito, man.
That's the draft.
Don't overthink it. Minana,
Don't overthink it.
overthink. Please.
That's right.
Do what you like. Do what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, go what's your strength with.
Yeah. The Paquito just makes a lot of sense, like Gord versus Gord versus Beatrix. And they go Terizla instead.
I don't know. I still have a lot of faith in Lord JM, but
Yeah, maybe they're just relying on to
They still pick up a Kufra. So we're 3 out of 5 with Minana. We are 3 out of
reporting for duty.
Export. All right, yeah.
they still export. All right.
They still pick. I mean,
that's good.
Because the Teresa was the pick for Minana. It's just not a Lord James special. You saw yesterday, right?
Yeah,
I wasn't dreaming when I saw the Paquito was played by Lord James, but they still picked up something different. That means that they won't have the hero DPS, which is hero damage, right?
Yep.
If you compare to our RSG, 7 to 4.6, that's a lot. And that is mainly because they have X-Borg Martis. They also have the Gord. There's just an overwhelming amount of damage output from RSG.
That's almost twice, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, even just by looking at the smart audience predictions, it's leaning towards RSG.
Audience agrees, Wolf.
Yeah, and to go back on the draft index, RSG is much more rounded in all corners.
Man, I don't understand. This is the English broadcast. I can be more honest.
Yes.
I don't understand why the Thursday was picked up instead of the Paquito, right? Because the Paquito makes a lot of sense, and Lord JM plays so well with it.
Yeah.
I feel like they already had so many tanky heroes. They didn't exactly need the Terizla, but let's give them benefits.
Let's give it a chance.
They're going to be playing.
Let's see how it goes. Game number 1. It's Minana versus RSG. Now we're looking at our junglers both taking their oranges. I say if we go back on the index as we're trying to break down the choice of Minana Evos, I think it's more of the team fight composition, but slowly going to early to mid. I don't know how will that actually blend with the rotation of RSG has.
Well, if you look at Minana, there's 3 huge frontliners available for them, with only Lancy as well as the Claude for their backline damage. That's the reason why they're so behind on the index, and the index has rarely been wrong as for recent. So
is that true?
Really?
Yeah, you have to look at the tape. You want to look at the tapes? Yeah.
Okay. But how about the emblem build? Is there something different here, Wolf, that you're seeing?
Well, I did notice that the Aqua went for MPL-PH and Weapons Master instead of the Inspire, which means that he is definitely going for the big damn, as a Bear Bro would say.
The big damn emblem.
Ah, yes, the fellow Bear Bro.
Yeah, the fellow Bear Bro.
Oh yeah. So it's more on to the penetration. It's more on to amplifying his kits on the item. So I say it's gonna be a busy Gord going around the map just to get his items. It's just what he's doing right now, just circling mostly on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I know Gord lost last series, but he's still 6 out of 7. That's still a pretty good win rate, so that means the damage is very reliable here.
Yeah, speaking of, that's
Force a flicker.
Forced out the resource out of Lord JM though, and also forced a rotation down bottom. But in the meantime, we're looking at 2 junglers eyeing on the first objective. That's a jump, Brockhart.
Yeah, you see the big difference that they're playing right now. Aqua with the flicker forward. Very aggressive for their first blood.
Whoa. Okay, Aqua setting the pace. Looks like RSG has more ways.
And that's a secure straight into that turtle. This is the reason why Wolf just cringed, right? You're seeing it right here. The evidence is so apparent 2 minutes into the game that they don't have any sort of control in early to mid. Maybe in the late game with this Claude, but other than that, it is open hunting season for RSG.
Even the world's best Terizla will struggle in that scenario. You cannot blame Lord JM for being in a bad spot this time and not able to contribute to the team fight. It's because he's facing up against the X-Borg. X-Borg will win that matchup almost any time of the day. There will be some teams that are fond of the of the Charizard, even despite the export being available. But it's far too easy for the export to have a lot of impact in a team fight, especially the first team fight, which generally happens during the first turtle timing.
Okay, speaking of turtle timing, just by looking at the items, you're going with a slow and steady pace here. RSG's on the lead with 1.3k, and I see just want more coverage of the map right now. Just having things set up for them.
Yeah, the minor advantage that you get, the enhanced advantage rather that you get when you get that first turtle is not negligible anymore. So that's something that really is going to start to make marks here, especially on their laners, gold lane and XP lane. Itemization, the penetration's better now, obviously, for the Beatrix, as well as the export.
RSG is gonna just be grouping up. They now have access to 2 lanes for MN. You can see that this is gonna be a problem for the Claude because, MN will have his flash farming capability, sped up. As you're noticing.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That's gotta hurt for sure.
BOD 4 minutes.
So, let's go ahead and check that out. The main goal right now, apparently, of MNNE is survival of Lord JM. Remember, Lord JM already used the flicker here, so yeah, he's very vulnerable, at least for the next few seconds, where it is now up. And now, MNNE can actually think of getting something done here, although Light is doing a good job, zoning everyone out, trying to get into the pit here, making sure that RSG will secure turtle number 2.
MNNE Evos went for the top lane.
Look at the top. Oh!
Oh,
wow.
Are able to take it. Yep. But they did have to give up the turtle control.
Well, speaking of control, that's another knock-up.
Oh my
boom,
god.
Boom, boom, goes the Dynamite. Domeng, quick revenge here coming in from Light, as well as Aqua for that hit on MN.
What a way to start the fights, right? Light with a suplex. Eventually, Aqua will be utilizing his projectile. And they are just boxing out. The top lane, paving the way for MN to be back at top. And now, RSG will have the control of the game once more.
Yeah, speaking of control, they are also in control of the lead, slowly building onto 2K. Now we're 1.7, and Light on a conceal though. He's sensing something. Sensing 2!
He missed on the Earth Shatter. That's a big no-no. Flicker out just for safety. Oh, a nice follow-up there from Aqua. I love what he did there. Making sure that, they can't do a really scary dive, which RSG, if you know them from history, they can dive very, very well.
Yeah.
Especially with, of course, this Edith.
Yeah, the lineup, the nature of the lineup of RSG, no matter that Light loses a suplex or trying to hunt someone down from the bush, the follow-up itself of the projectile on this gourd could just really make a massive stun or even a hold. Oh, Earth Shatter!
Oh man, Light made up for that missed Earth Shatter with a good one. Although a lot of resources already used up by MNNE just to stay alive, means that maybe, just maybe, RSG still got the better of that last exchange.
And this is going to be really good for Panda's squad, especially because now they're setting up for the 3rd turtle of the game with almost 2,000 gold in the lead. It's going to be easy for them to get back into action, especially because Nats is a level ahead of Lord JM.
Ooh.
Yes, this is just the natural progression that an X-Borg has against a Terizla.
Natural, baby.
Oh, look at this. Nanda, though, very aggressive position on this turtle. It's like they're daring RSG to go in. Oh! Brusco, nice 2-man Tyrant's Rage, secures Boyet, that turtle, and the fight will be ongoing. So the knockup means that that's going to be Brusco going down. Was that worth it for MNNE, though? It felt like it was.
It was, because they're trailing behind. Taking out the turtle means that they will have extra gold across the map. And they only lose the roamer anyway, so it's not the biggest of deals, right? So overall, I think MNNE, even when it wasn't perfect, they still are happy with that result.
Yeah, speaking of results, and even to go back to the nature of their own composition, it's more likely on the team fights, right? Hold that thought, penalty zone.
1v2. We've seen Emma or Nats do this over and over again. Down goes the Appraiser's Wrath. Pushed in, or pulled in rather, by the Man Explosion, and he's gonna survive at least for now. But here comes Wave number 2. Oh, we got back
they
up, though.
overstayed.
Light is there. That could have been bad.
Yeah.
Good thing they had good presence of mind in that last one.
Yeah, good response onto the bottom lane. There's just 2 members just eyeing on Nats. But either slowing down and taking them down. Meanwhile, up top, Dominic DR is doing AR rather, is doing some work. Clearing an objective in a turret up top as well.
Oh, here's the blowback here coming in from RSG. It's a 1v3. Flicker Force from Lord JM means that this turret is going to go down. Both the big damage dealers of RSG are safe on mid, which means RSG not giving up anything in that one.
Now, very clean take, very clean trade. Now, we have the second item for the Beatrix now available. Does have 400 gold lead over the Claude, which is not the biggest of deals, especially with that what happened to MNNE Evos, but it still is a problem as RSG are now grouping up. They want to take the middle route.
Speaking of the route that we're looking, the gold building on the 2 marksmen onto this match, MNNE Evos and RSG Philippines. Just waiting for chances by just taking the peek out of the Astral Echo. And this is one thing also they wanted to capitalize on. Where would you even find light? Where would you even have the setup if you're up against 2 CC heroes to completely take you even just far behind in the back line? That's one of the also they're trying to count. Look at the positioning of Boyet AR, even Lord JM. They're covering more of the border just in case they get crossed.
Yeah, the front line here for MNNE now paying off. Now that we're reaching almost 10 minutes in the game, Boyet, Brusco, and of course Lord JM, that's a tough trio to take down. You're gonna need a lot of DPS to burn through him.
Yeah, but 4-man has been revealed. Oh, that's the jump. Brusco misses.
Nice try from Brusco. Here's Domeng Do with a blazing duet straight to Eman, and no resistance whatsoever from the RSG gold laner.
Oh, speaking of the gold, and now it's just MNNE Evos looking for a way to take this objective for themselves. A conceal
4v5.
from Brusco.
It's a 4v5 right now. I'm not sure what RSG is going to do here, but they are in trouble. Aqua's also very far behind. Revealed by the Astral Echo. Here comes the team fight. Boom! One big last insanity there. We'll make sure Lord JM goes down, but the turtle is still up for grabs. RSG's members are now low on HP. Will Irad get it? Good positioning here from MNNE, and they get that Lord.
Yeah. And another follow-up goes to with a projectile. Brusco trying to bounce back out. Nats as well using the poke. Wow, still Lightus was the only casualty for that one.
And definitely now it's MNNE's turn. You can see that the jump coming up from Doming eliminated Eman immediately, and that's great. Now he has the lead with no Wind of Nature in sight for Eman, whereas there will be Wind of Nature available for Doming AR. Additionally, they forced the Retribution onto Ira. That's why Ira didn't stand a chance during the 50-50 battle against the Lord, because he didn't have the Retribution anyways.
But also, someone is being taunted here. Look at that. Nats being targeted by Boy.
No immortality for Nats.
Last insanity being used for safety, though. Still maintaining the whole top lane. Oh, flicker on the penalty zone.
Oh my god.
That's Olden crushing down Lord JM. A follow-up as well. Immobilized. Boyd AR is trying to go back. No, he won't escape. Eman makes the final shot.
You got to bring up that dodge from Nats. You saw that, right? He flickered out of penalty zone range.
Exactly.
Beautiful re-engage from RSG.
They got baited so much. And that was going to be a good turnaround for RSG. They have taken back the tempo of the game. Might be even pushing for a steal on the purple.
We're equal. We're definitely equal here on this game. And to me, that's a good sign for MNNE, you know? Taking it equal at this point, that's an achievement.
Yeah, speaking of achievements, Light has been there in that bush, waiting for the right opportunity. But now they just take on to this first-tier turret in mid. Oh, they're not letting go of yet. Just as the second, MNNE still holds this lane.
Holding steady right now is going to be RSG, waiting for everyone to get back into form here. RSG is also kind of on the clock here. They're waiting for Irad to get in a good position to go berserk on that decimate. He's 2-0-0, but like we mentioned in the beginning of the game, we got 3 beefy boys here for MNNE. It's hard to get those guys down to low HP.
That'll be very close match, and this is what we wanted between two teams. But of course, the Lord Dances matter so much, and the next Lord Dance can happen in 42 seconds. You have to be waiting for your immortalities if you're RSG.
Especially Nats, who seem to be lacking that immortality at 13 minutes. That's not a good sign.
He does have it, but it was popped early.
Yeah, don't have it yet.
Oh, look at that Doming TR.
Doming,
AR.
what?
He just melted that turret quickly up top. Just few seconds. He only needs a space and time to just keep on pushing.
Man, that was fast. I know Claude by lore is a thief, but that was faster even by by our standards.
Yep. Okay. Wave clear. I think this is just MNNE Evos making their way to the base of RSG. Although we were kind of thinking, how will this mix go? I think with all the items being built up, and as Wolf said, we're on a steady pace of the game, which is actually close. I think they have all the tabs in check.
It's gonna be a setup for the Lord, and feels like it will be an even matchup. But Nats already losing the Firago armor. This is bad.
Oh,
they don't even have the bench rage now.
They're gonna have to TP back and reset here. And MNNE, they seem to be happy. Doming is in position. He is up front alongside Boyet, JM, and Brusco. So yeah, that's gonna be a Lord secured here for MNNE. Looking really good right now. Here, it's gonna go down.
They lost the jungler, but MNNE Evos having the lead on their side. They also have a push, and the eye on this purple for themselves.
It's looking bad now for RSG. MNNE Evos won the 2 Lord fights.
Wow, that is just something. What I see different from Doming here, he plays a lot more confidently. I think he knows that he is 2K behind or ahead of Eman, and he's making Eman feel it. And he's making everyone from RSG feel it right now.
Eman, oh no. The plan is to protect Eman. Are they slowly failing at this point, Wolf?
Definitely. For RSG, they're not able to utilize Eman to his full potential. Like the usage of the ultimates, right? It's premature, typically for RSG, and that means that they are getting poked down and they are losing control of the game.
And they've been forcing Light onto that Primal Wrath so often before the game starts. I think MNNE, they know the flow now, right? Force some ultimates from Light, force some ultimates from Nats, and then re-engage. It looks so good for them.
Yeah. Re-engage and disengage. That's the taunt also. And they're just holding their own protection in their base. So I think RSG is still buying time as well. But into the late game, this is just clearly insurance for MNNE Evos, making all of their heroes work, even for damage.
Okay, MNNE Evos, what they can do now is just wait for the next Lord. They have a massive advantage over RSG. And the fact that they have the Claude against RSG, that's already a lot of their team fight. A lot of the team fight that they can easily win. A lot of the big part of the team fight that they can easily win. Because they have AoE damage. Whereas for RSG, they do have it. And it should come from the Beatrix. But it kind of feels like RSG are not being on point with the usage of their Beatrix.
Yeah, even by just looking at the item build of Edith for Light, we were actually waiting for most of the initiations could come from Edith. But one thing that also they're not sacrificing is if Light keeps being taken down most of the time, the only thing they can rely on for a setup is actually even for Irad or Aqua. But it's a big of a responsibility to even just share.
Yeah.
Even on this late game entry.
Speaking of late game, it's perfect late game right now for Lancy and as well as Doming. MNNE's lineup has reached the point where, yeah, everyone's just happy. Make sure the fight is engaged on by JM or Boyet, and make sure that Brusco can kind of just take someone by surprise. And again, force one ultimate. Speaking of one ultimate revealed the whole of RSG in that alleyway.
Wow, good vision check. That's Lancy AR doing the work. But how can they hold this Lord Dance? Will they be able to even secure this one? Nats has the immortality, Light has the immortality. We're looking for possible layers of setups. Where or what is the call for the entry point? Revealed again.
Oh my god, Lancy.
5 of them.
Revealed.
5 of them revealed.
Beautiful.
Wow, and they're just making their way through the back line. Amazing control on the micro here, being able to switch their places. And it's still a Lord Dance. Nobody's approaching. Even Aqua says, hey, I need to go to the base just in case, because the push that Doming AR is doing is getting them goosebumps as of now.
Yeah, the stare down is now over as they have pulled the trigger. There goes the last Insanity by Nats already. Lord JM already diving in as well. Boyet securing that Lord, but will they secure the fight? Light's gonna go down, Immortality. Brusco with a Tyrant's Rage. How does he have that again? And that just might be it. One by one, these RSG members are falling. Irad, can he survive long after Boyet and Lord JM are done with him? I don't think so.
It'll be a push for sure. Minana Evos. What a great Lord Dance. Utilizing Doming. And of course, the kit of Lancy. The ultimate. Everybody was spotted.
Wow.
Oh, what a dodge.
Nats trying to hold on.
Not enough.
Really hard.
It's over.
It's over. My God. It is going to be a 1-0 and Minana Evo starting off strong in this series.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And you see Minana Evo celebrate their first point against RSG Philippines. They have been finding their groove and slowly getting back on their feet in game number 1. They're having the advantage. They're finally having the confidence to continue with this match.
And you know what we mentioned during the draft, how Minana Evos just feels like they're not going on the normal flow that we expect them to. It worked well for them.
Yeah.
It worked well for them. The picks that they had, they felt so confident. They felt so at home with these picks that they picked up, especially on that Claude in that Novaria.
Yeah.
It felt like it didn't even matter what they drafted. It just felt at home.
Whereas if you see RSG, look very dicey and questionable even, because they're utilizing the Bennett's Rage. Typically, you are looking for a stun first. It's weird because this is not the trait of RSG. Typically, when they use the Beatrix, there's always a combo with it. And every time that they pop the Bennett's Rage in this particular game, nobody's with Eman, or nobody's setting up for Eman, so it's a waste of ultimate.
You were talking about the keys to victory. How will they protect Eman? That's a good point. What is the follow-up for that Beatrix? Franco was open, and actually Light could even utilize in game number 1's draft, but they went in a different way. All corners checked, though, in respect for RSG. They have everything well-rounded in their own composition, but that's one thing they were lacking. How would you even serve the killing chance for Eman?
Well, that game definitely felt like a slow game for Light, right? Yeah. Multiple errors that we did see, as well as it didn't really, he was being forced over and over again to start these team fights. Yeah. It did not feel like the Light that we know with a big setup.
Absolutely not. It really felt weird for seeing RSG like this. We know that they play slow, but that much mistakes, not usual with RSG.
Now, let's see how RSG went, but Minana Evos won. Wolf, break things down a bit, game number 1.
When we saw that game, we thought that it will be RSG who's already controlling the match, but they let go of the grasp just because of their bad decisions during the Lord Dances. Whereas if you're looking at Minana Evos, they may have lost all of the turtles, but not the important ones in the late stages of the game. And part of the reason why RSG managed to lose that game is because of this guy, Brusco AR on this Kufra, pretty much on point with the way that he plays. He's also able to find the important heroes of RSG Philippines. But then again, I would not say that it is only Brusco AR that actually made a lot of good plays in this game. Doming was spectacular with this Claude. And you can also say that Lancy on this Novaria, pretty much on point. And even when we say that this Terizla was bad against the X-Borg, which we actually saw in the early stages, in the late game, nothing else matters. In fact, he was there to kind of block off the initiations we saw from the side of RSG. And we are going to see it again in full picture during the highlights. In the Aqua being so much on point with this Gord with the flicker. And you have the plays once again, the punish Doming, get extra kills. then the turtle fights, it all goes in favor of RSG. Apart from this one where Irad unfortunately is not going to be ready for the initiations that came from Minana Evos. It will be an exchange. Lord Dance number 1. Look at Dome taking out Eman. Last moment to get out with a BMI. And of course, Lancy connecting onto 4 of the members of RSG to eventually secure this Minana Evos Lord. That's Lord number 1 going in favor of Minana Evos. And this is the start of all of the good things that can happen to Minana Evos. Good punish though. Coming out from that, you can see the great display of symphony of skills coming out from RSG, but it will not be enough. We will see once again that there will be another Lord fight. Irad will try to go for the play, but because there, Lord JM, you're going to see him once again in the next Lord. So I want you to put your attention onto Lord JMAR. He's going to be the one to stop Irad because Irad wants to go in front of the Lord. He stops him. Well done coming out from Lord JM. And then eventually RSG will lose complete control of this Lord fight. Brusco with the jump finds Eman out. You can see that even after the Winter Truncheon, Aqua will fall. And that's the end for RSG. Lord JM making the best plays. He stuns his opponent so that the Lord Retribution battle will not be in favor of RSG at all. Now you're going to see some important stats like the emblems chosen by the teams. You can see Rapture and the Festival of Blood for Lord JM. So a little bit of damage. More lifesteal, of course. And Boyet going for defense. It's going to be firmness as well as tenacity because he wants to front line. And then Doming, obviously, going for a very tanky build-up. A little bit tanky, I mean. And that's why he was able to survive and actually overtake Eman. As good as RSG was in the early stages of the game, it wasn't enough. It's mainly because Minana Evos have been pretty much on point when it comes to their decision-making around the Lord Dances. Which is weird because we know that RSG is also great at Lord Dances, but Minana Evos are way better in a Lord Dances just because of Lord JMAR. Making it so difficult for Irad to get into position, get in front of the Lord, and take the retry battle. That means that the Minana Evos will get the first win of the series, 9-6 versus RSG. Even when they don't have the best stats compared to RSG, they lack damage. They have more or less damage taken, which is good. And they have less monster gold stolen, which is really bad if you consider the Fredrin, but they still managed to win. And like we always say, doesn't matter how you start the game, it always matters how you end it. And Minana Evos ended it with a bang, picking up the better, I would say, decision-making, the better decisions. And Lord Dances, that's probably why they won, and that's actually why they won. And this is the reason why RSG is now in a very tight spot. OSX in our heart.
Yes, that's exactly what I say on my ranked games. I don't care if I'm 0-30, as long as I get that base.
0-30, okay.
Wow.
I never reached that, but I'm just saying.
All right.
Whatever the
Good thing
number.
you cleared that up.
Whatever the number, Rockhart has its own
Right.
magic.
Even if we are behind by 10,000, 20,000 gold, as long as we get that base, that's all that matters.
Exactly.
That's magic.
That's magic.
Again, that is just Minana. You called it. They are home. You also called it, Wolf, that this is just their own comfort, their own composition. And completely winning that challenges from RSG Philippines. This answers the team fight problem, the burst, even the early to mid. Late game and sustain was actually shortening for RSG Philippines.
Shortening?
Yeah, it was.
Why did you think it like that?
I think I was doing. I was doing the graph of the index. Yeah, it's the arrowhead. So if you want to pay like a legend, do it with Maya and MPL Philippines. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya. Gotta get those cards right away. I haven't gotten that since. So thank you so much, Maya.
We have time.
Yeah, I think we have time. We have time. We have time. But RSG, this is one thing that we're looking for. Like, how will they work out their composition? Because even going back even to the keys to victory, the plan is to protect Eman, and the first to attack will actually hit the rack. So most of the fights, there was a lack of initiation. There was even vision denied most in the early game.
Yeah,
And that was a window.
I think that early game went exactly like we called it during the draft. But the late game, Minana just turned on the switch.
Boom.
A switch, again, that was enabled by enabling Doming to stay alive in that lane, not get pressured. No pressure on the gold lane means no pressure on Doming, means he played so well.
Yeah, speaking of watching out on the goal lane, watch out for the weekly giveaway that we will be posting on the MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance for you to win your own Smart Bro devices. So mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament. It's Saturday. Tomorrow, we're going to be having a lot of matches again, and this is just the last series of the Saturday. So, if we're going to talk about the vision, the Navaria was a good option.
Yeah.
Though we're looking for the Trinity, and is that even a problem? Will we see the Franco with a light again?
Probably.
About time.
Yeah, about time. I think Navaria is just a very strong hero in the metagame just because of extra utilities that you get. You increase the hitbox of your opponent, which is great overall. And also, you have vision on them for 8 seconds, which is a lot during Lord Dances. And that's exactly why Minana Evos have better decision making, because they have a better vision. They know where they should be fighting, and that's the reason why they were winning.
Well, speaking of winning, looks like our audience is ready for the game face of the day, brought to you by Smart. MPL Arena, who's going to be the next game face of the day? Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in the green background. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in the in-game coin. There you go. That's the in-game. That's the game face of the day. There you go. We haven't seen that emote
in a
long time. Now it's back. Congratulations, sir.
Pro players loved that emote, didn't they?
They do.
Ooh.
What does that mean?
I don't even know what that means.
Very, very confident.
You always see that on their portraits way back, whenever they do like their photo shoots.
Yeah, it's been there.
Say,
see, yeah, it's something. There was a season that was the existing trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, and congratulations, that was our game face of the day winner. For those of you who's missing the action, we still have matches to go. And it's week number 2. We have 4 weeks left. Wow, that was fast.
That was fast, because we only have 6 weeks per season.
For this alone, regular season, and before you know it, we have the M5 around the corner.
By golly.
And it is being hosted right here in the Philippines. Amazing, amazing things happening. But how about for RSG? How are they going to bounce back? Will we see the roam changes for light? Was that even a problem? Because in isolation or even pickoffs, that was one thing that they needed to capitalize on, even for Emma.
To be completely honest, I don't think it was the draft that they needed to fix. It was their gameplay. Because in game number 1, early stages, it looked really good already for RSG. They were winning the team fights.
Agreed.
They have a good setup. Their rotation was good. But when it comes to the late game, that's when they faltered. And that's only the thing that I think that they should be fixing. It's not their draft. It's how they play. They look very discoordinated in that particular game where they weren't able to utilize the Bennett's Rage in conjunction with a stun, which is weird because that's a basic thing to do, right?
Well,
uncanny. It's uncanny for them.
Very
to actually
so we need to reverse the key now. For RSG Philippines, do not hesitate to initiate.
Exactly.
That's actually a good one. I like that.
That's right.
Where's the keys to victory?
As Wolf says, well, that's the thing that we can do. There's nothing to change. And we're looking at RSG's way. It's just completely pandamental. Everything was covered.
Yeah.
So, let's see how they fix these hesitations working in game number 2.
It felt easy for them, especially with the execution. The ease of execution in this is better compared to if you have a Kufra, because the Edith crowd control is targeted. It's so hard to... It's just right there. You miss it, it's easy to get out. Compared to a Kufra where you land, and it takes a while for you to move again. Or whether or not you hit the crowd control, those are the big questions, right? For me, this game was a lot easier for Light, which is a big wonder.
Yeah.
Why?
And for Nats.
For Nats as well, exactly.
Or maybe, he
was just...
I think it...
You were mentioning, Wolf, that even the greatest Arizla could even struggle.
Exactly. That's what we saw, right? That's what we saw in the early stages. Nats was one level ahead of the Thems, of the Terza, I mean, which is interesting because maybe Nats is not fit for a hero that only does that.
One directional movement. Yeah, I get
maybe
it.
he needs an Arlet or the Paquito, right? I can't believe that Minana Evos actually won that game when we already said that the draft was heavily skewed in favor of RSG. But things happen. You saw what you saw. It was definitely not the draft that played out badly for RSG.
Yeah. Maybe we could see a new coordination in check in game number 2, so there's nothing more to change. Again, Coach Panda has a lot of notebooks. A lot. So I think pulling out of a page from a different season, it will still work, but also it also will depend on execution.
Overall,
it's just that.
They were definitely fighting against the odds, right, Minana? It felt like they were against the odds in this one, in the draft, in the way that they lane.
Yeah.
I think the lanes still were pretty much in favor of them up until a certain point, especially on gold lane on top side.
That's right.
And this is why I love watching tournaments like this one, right? This is why you guys should keep watching tournaments like this. You never know.
You should be here.
You never know how someone wakes up in the morning.
Yeah.
You never know which side of the bed they woke up on, how well they're gonna play, and how what happens when you put your heart 110% in that specific day. The changes that can happen. The odds that you can defy.
Yeah. That's rock hard.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I know how he keeps pivoting back to that one.
I actually do not know.
You're amazing.
Even when you're a fellow Weaver, bro, sometimes we don't understand you. But I think heading into the match, it should still be the same setup. I think the Fredrin will still be the priority for both teams.
Agreed.
Then, if the Fredrin is picked first, the common answer is still Edith plus the Gord. That's just how it is. That's just how it is.
And of course, following that is going to be Martis on the other side.
We're basically doing the draft right now, guys.
So it's
not even showing.
Imagine this. Fredrin, then Gord, Edith, then Claude is the answer, and Novaria. But if the Novaria is banned out, it'll be different. I think the only change up maybe the priority on the Gord or the Edith.
And
who
the Bruno.
gets it first?
The Bruno.
Oh, that's a good point,
of
Rockhard.
course.
We keep
But I think
forgetting.
the Bruno should be banned, right?
Yeah, it will be. 100%.
It should be.
Yeah. Being present, it's a threat, even on this meta. Let's see, it's game number 2. Let's see how this draft goes. Will it be the same as we have been mentioning a few seconds ago? Who will take blue? Oh, okay, that's the bans. Right on point, guys. Bruno is out. Even the Edith.
Edith first pick.
First pick. But one thing also, they ban out the Kata even.
Yeah.
Just like Wolf said, Novaria as well.
Novaria.
Okay.
That is so funny.
An early Claude from set of RSG and the Fredrin, of course. Gord is still pretty good.
Come on.
Gord Martis.
Pick it up.
Minana Evos, just pick it up.
Come on, Gord Martis. It's just an exchange that we're seeing here. Even the Claude is back with Eman.
Or Gord Baksha, actually.
That is a good point because
is Gord banned out? Gord's not banned, right?
Oh, Mr. 51%. Yeah, he's not
no,
banned
he's
out.
not banned.
Okay.
Someone
So
is
there's
so
the
happy.
Baksha.
Oh, this is a good start here. Because if you pair it up with the Baksha,
Oh, Valentina instead. Okay. Understandable.
I think it's still
Understandable.
good. Okay.
But now you can pick up the Gord for RSG. Really a good hero right now.
And we're hovering. Will this be a Gord?
Well,
We're about to see. Oh, that's a suspense cover.
The only thing that would discourage them from picking up the Gord is giving the Valentina a good ultimate, which some teams think that way. But yeah, I think having the Gord is still the best option here for RSG. You gotta agree with that one.
We just need to prepare though to soak up that damage, just in case it goes both in their way.
Or dodge it.
Yeah.
Get some heroes that can dodge it.
Dodge it. Oh yeah, there's the Gord. Right on point, guys. So there's an exchange with the Trinity that you guys been mentioning in game number 1's draft. So, but still a good eye on this Paquito. You guys have been mentioning it. Now they take it out of the game.
Yep. Good ban coming out from RSG. Now Minana Evos gonna be looking for XP lane bans. Getting out the X-Borg. Maybe a Terizla ban now for RSG.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
And following that, we can also kind of... Oh, look at
This guy.
Oh.
This OG. Look at that OG flexing right there.
He's just here present in all the games
Having
of
a lot of
Minana Evos. Yeah, going back to your point, so why the EXP lane? So even the Paquito, they have all the eyes on this lane, and even in that game, they were even ahead.
Oh,
Minana
Terizla.
Evos, yeah.
They're banning it out.
And they take it out of the picture.
There
Okay.
it is, Terizla. Okay.
What a huge focus here
Yeah.
on. Whoa, whoa,
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, Filipino fans would know.
Yeah.
That
Hey
was,
man. Hey, that's yeah man.
That's
right?
yeah man. Yeah,
That's yeah
that's
man.
Yeah man from
Man,
RSG.
we like you a lot. Please take care of yourself. You're going up against someone like Doggy, so
You don't want to
Chill.
do that. Take
Yeah.
it from
Chill.
me.
yeah. Actually.
Take it from me.
That
It's
is-
not fun to play against. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
And we're back on our cameras. Ooh. Somebody's speaking.
I don't know what that means.
He's
What's
just
up, Gab?
really expressive. There you go. We have expressive audiences. Even Busyan, the first team this season to utilize all players from the
Well
roster.
done.
Whoa.
Well done.
Besides from ONIC doing all the variants and stuff, wow, ONIC Philippines. Busyan talaga.
For real, for real.
For real, for real.
For.
Okay, so there could be the Arlet, or actually Uranus looks good for Minana Evo, so if you think about it.
Yeah, also the consistent ban on the Guinevere as well.
It'll be very difficult to deal with, especially for reward.
But yeah, Arlet should be one of the choices now for RSG because it's just a Nats hero, you know?
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
There you
That's
go.
what I'm talking
We've
about.
been talking about it. Oh yeah, I'm happy now. Franco's back.
That's how we play, especially with a Baksha that's very, very mobile as
Happy.
well as very tanky.
Okay, Minana can still pick up the Grok for Brusco. Think good. The knockup is just good against the Claude, against the Franco. There's also the option of the Atlas, and also we know for sure that they still pick up the Kufra. So those are possible pickups from side of Brusco. But now they're looking for a marksman as well. Brody looks good, but they go Beatrix instead.
But that is also a Kaja. Okay, they have a pull. They have a -1. And this time, they're going to do it with the Beatrix on the side of Minana Evos.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
I don't know if RSG plays Masha, but it will be good for Minana Evos. Did you hear?
I heard.
just heard that.
Midnight also called
The
it the
connection.
same way.
Bro.
Same time.
Someone has to clip that.
Someone has to clip that.
The wavelength of the two greatest analysts and Mobile Legends, MPL Philippines. How are you guys?
That's so weird, right?
Oh my
Masha.
god.
Man.
Masha, man.
The connection.
Both
Okay.
said by Midnight at the Tagalog stream, now
But maybe
both in the English stream.
Maybe a clue could be the next option because it's a safer route, and like we said, the Arlet. But man, I do hope that they pick up the Basha because it's a. Okay, wait, what's that?
That was a.
Oh! What? How is that voice
That
like
was a female voice.
They
Is that real? Is this
That
a
can't be real.
No way. How is that voiceover?
Is there a skin that has changed? What skin is he using? Maybe that's it. That
let's-
was
Impossible. That's not a.
was not there.
Here's one of the manly voices. Deep, like brooding kind of voice, like almost like an evil villain, you know?
That blew my mind.
A boy being a prince being in the abyss could actually have a deeper voice.
That blew my mind.
If that is the case,
I will play Mobile Legends.
How
Bang
is
Bang,
this
and
a
I will pick
debut?
Deer off later, just for that.
a debut pick, guys. Whoa, rock hard. What does this mean?
Hey, I actually love the Deeroth. It makes more sense than the Masha if you think about it. And we know that Nats plays it well. Only problem I have with this is it's going to struggle in the late game. But
Yeah.
they do have Claude, so maybe they're happy about that.
So I guess the Deer off is just going to be something to get them through the early to mid, right?
Yeah.
Because the late game, it's going to be the Claude's turn to really dominate. They're thinking about laners that can sustain well against the Edith, and I gotta agree. You know what? It's one way to do it. Lifesteal per lifesteal. The Deer off will get stymied a little bit. It'll get slowed down because of the items like Dominance Eyes, right?
Yep.
And maybe if they go for Nexus of Durans, but it will get them through the early to mid, and that's so crucial for RSG.
Well, let's see how will they bounce back. It's MNNE. Whoa, wait. 55 seconds was in the game. Oh!
Whoa!
Light!
What?
We just got in the game.
What is happening here? They're fighting off.
Okay, we were just about to set up. This game it's been 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Spicy.
And now Gold Lane. Oh, has that.
Another kill for MNNE. 2-0.
Okay.
Speed is what they're eyeing. And you know what happened? This is really a surprise for RSG. We're 4 members into that spot because Kaja and Edith started into the top lane. That meant that there is a lot of wave clear that you saw from the Edith. And Lord JM eventually was fast enough to get into the point where they can contest. They took the first blood, they get 2 kills, and they're ahead by almost 1,000 gold in the first minute of the game. That's massive.
Yeah, completely a great start for MNNE Evos. Just by getting onto this game. This is match point for MNNE Evos, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, someone got stunned.
Nice pull up there by Irad with the energy eruption, but he's running out of health. He cannot sustain against the Gord here, and that's going to be free for MNNE and possibly a turtle.
Typically, you pick the Gord versus the Valentina because Gord wins over the Valentina. But MNNE Evos, what they did was do a classic where they put their mid laner in the XP lane. Lancey is a level ahead of Irad. He got the Gord ultimate before the Gord got it.
MNNE just having a fun time engaging left, right, and center. They want to pick up fights even before they start. And RSG, they're just not ready, Wolf.
No,
Wow.
definitely not.
We're just seeing the emblem build now. A difference, Wolf, or it's still the same thing?
Mystery shop for the Valentina. That's or the bargain hunter. Actually, it's called now. As the kids would say. That to me is very surprising. Because normally you go for damage build-up, but we'll see how that actually helps aids Lancey.
Oh, here we go. He got some pretty good stuff here coming in from Light. Nice hook, but it led to his demise instead. Even under the tower.
Wow, that flicker from Lord JM. That was a good hook from Light, but you can't go wrong with that onward flicker combo to get that response. That was the ultra fast response. Right on our screens.
This is exactly what we were expecting from Light earlier in game number 1. It's not coming out here. Lord JM, though, will be in trouble. And there he goes. Can't sustain against the Praesor's Wrath. Damage coming in from the Fredrin as well as the Dira.
Well done coming out from RSG, but still, those kind of kills, it's okay. Of course, they get bonus gold. But Lord JM still managed to clear out the minion wave.
They got the XP.
Got the XP, got the gold, got everything he needed even after he died. There's no penalty on dying, so it's going to be MNNE Evo's happy for that one. They will even be able to deny a gold card away from the Claude as they push down bottom. MNNE Evos, this is definitely not what we know. This is not how they perform.
Bro.
Big damn.
Completely a big damn right on the gold lane. We were talking about the progress, but the pressure onto that gold. MNNE was just going aggressive and covering most of the defense. A pull!
That's
a pull!
a nice pull. That's all the pull that you need coming in from the team that does not have the Franco. Interestingly enough. And now it's going to be RSG who are struggling to stay alive here. The Earth Shatter bringing up Irad to the air. And just nothing with RSG. They don't care. How are they going to survive this now? 3.6k for the MNNE squad.
Wow. By just looking at the progress of doming AI, how is this, Wolf? How is this against the Claude?
And yeah, we were talking about doming. Of course, you can see that doming's already like winning when it comes to like gold earn, the damage.
Here we go again.
They're not stopping. Boyet went for the blade armor first, which is the natural counter to MN, but also is against Nats. Nats, as the Diroth, you always want to hit people, right? You want to always kill.
Oh
my God.
Forcing a flicker out of Aqua as well. The hook doesn't even matter. Earth Shatter will be missing. RSG will have to back off. That's going to be another turret going over to the Tigers.
Yeah, your thoughts, Wolf, on that blade armor.
Yeah, I love it.
High stats on armor as well.
Exactly, high stats on armor. You get free leather jerkins, which is immense amount of armor, and you're leading by a lot, so you're not really dependent on tanking up first. There's no reason for you to be afraid of RSG now, because even when RSG lands a good hook coming out from light, Brusco as well as Boyet just counters it.
Oh no. Just by looking at the damage and the encounters, even by the ultimate of Doming AR alone, could peel members of RSG back to defense.
And for a good reason. Earlier, you denied so many gold carts. You got all of the outer turret energy shields. You got a turret. There's a turret on top as well. And mid, that just results to so much gold going over to Doming. You don't even need a kill. You don't need an assist.
Pal Doming is real.
Yo.
Pal Doming.
Yeah, we call it the Tagalog stream Pal Doming. In Tagalog translates means he is rich.
Pardon.
Just like Francis Cantero.
Oh yeah, also
Agree.
Rockhard and
He said
Wolf.
yeah. He said yeah.
He said yeah. Oh,
I did
clip that. I'm gonna clip that.
No.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, bro.
Too late.
Too late.
I'm with
You can't
the guys.
fix this.
No.
You can't fix this. You already said it. You already agreed.
Timestamp, Wolf. Remember the timestamp.
All right.
Ladies
7
and
minutes.
gentlemen,
Game 2.
I'm with the guys who've witnessed the beginning of MPL Philippines.
That will pale in comparison to
Doesn't
your
matter.
wealth.
No.
Your
Please don't
wealth
believe
is what
anything that
matters.
these guys saying. Right now, the goal is with Minana, not me.
Not that we know. We wouldn't know.
Minana Evos, we know that they are ahead by 6.5k gold. But for Francis Cantero, we don't know how much ahead you are.
Probably
And
1M.
Probably more.
I don't know.
Actually, probably
more.
But RSG,
Sorry.
man, they're struggling.
This guy's rich. That's all you guys
No,
need to know.
guys.
Anyway.
Oh, anyway, speaking of his Lord JM, though.
Oh, he's not going to survive that.
Or
Oh,
no,
he did. He
he
figured
does
out.
survive.
Oh, that was something. This is exactly what I want you
Look
to
at Boyet.
do. What?
Looking for Eman already. And look, it's just a snap. He
So
was at
fast.
top lane, and now he's in the bottom lane. Ultra fast.
Ultra fast.
Bro,
Oh, my goodness.
That is just Infinix.
Levels.
Yeah.
Infinix levels.
Making his way down, even by just having wheels. There's no brakes.
Oh my God.
For Boyet they
I
are.
just realized that's how rich Francis Cantero is. He's rich by Infinity.
Wow. Are we grading that?
6 out of 10.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, Rockhard.
That's fine with me.
Yeah. I know we're teammates here, but come
He's
on,
rich.
yeah.
No.
That's
For those
Sorry.
of you who are asking right now, it's Wolf and Rockhart.
If you want
together
skins,
with
if
me.
you want some money, just DM
Go
his
ahead,
page.
PM Rockhart GG on Facebook and as Wolfcast.
OSX, guys, come on.
But is RSG having, well, not having a great time, but how can he even bounce back from this?
Well, Eman should be their win condition. At this point, Nats is not
Oh.
going to have a good time.
Yes.
They need a hook. They need a miracle play. Lord JM is not stopping.
Look at that guy.
Oh, look at him go.
Oh,
Intercept!
interception!
They want Eman. They want Eman. They don't need light.
Yeah,
they want
light's gonna
Eman.
go down.
Lord JM
Eman, where
found
is
him.
he? Eman,
Chase.
where you gotta
It's a
run?
chase.
Oh, can he survive though?
Woo!
Boyet! What the heck? The interceptor! Where are you going? Where are you going?
Look
Says
at
Boyet,
Eman.
but Eman's still on the run. He's a thief in the night. He's making a run for it. And
Gets
he's
out.
away.
He lives!
He lives.
Wow!
For another day.
Stop!
You live for what? You live for what, says Dominic.
What?
All of that and for what? Where did that lead you? Back to me.
Unbelievable from Doming. Last possible fraction of a second. The snipe is real, and he needed only one hit. My goodness!
I'm still mind blown by the teamwork that Minana displayed there and just the pinpoint accuracy.
Back to me.
Oh, that, my friends, is an
Another
MPL
snipe
Philippines
hit.
marathon run. Oh, from Light.
Some fancy stuff here coming in from Light, but again, Aqua's damage just not quite there yet.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the lead, 7.8.
Unbelievable.
Okay. RSG right now is struggling, is not looking good. They're now pushed to a defense. That's a dominance ice. Onto Nats. Will this be even a working piece for them to even survive the onslaught of MNNE Evos is doing?
Well, they did survive. They kept their turrets intact and their base intact as well. I mean, there was so much hype on that snipe. I think about it, RSG managed to keep their base up, but they need a lot more from Eman now. Level 11. He's just up with 6k gold compared to 8.8k of Doming. Not a good sign at all.
Oh, this is not looking good for RSG. The lead, MNNE Evos. Yeah, guys, you're right. Waking up on a good start in the morning really does a lot of difference. This is MNNE Evos from their matches last week. And now having the great amount of coordination, even in a macro and a micro level, it's just completely checking everything out of the box.
Yeah, they woke up in definitely all the correct angles that you can think of the bed. They had a very hearty breakfast, I would say. And that's the only way I can explain how well they're playing right now.
They're inspired. I mean, the entirety of the MNNE Evos fam is here, so I'll be happy. Very quickly, they take out the Lord. And even committing the ultimate, because it's cooldown is fast anyway, so should not be a problem at all.
Oh, yeah. And we're looking, we can't even have more covers for this state of the game because RSG is pushed to defend, even answer for the crumbs left in their own camp and in their own objective. So now they need to answer this Lord, even in just 13 minutes. And also, how do you even deflect a setup from Brusco AR?
Agreed. Very difficult. And you saw earlier, there were hooks that were making their marks, right? And Aqua was able to land down the Mystic Gush. But the damage, they got to make up for it.
Well, they have Divine Glaive. And now, you can see them Bargain Hunter paying off for Lancy.
Oh, yeah.
Already has 3 items at 13 minutes.
Oh! Bang, bang. Nice pull-in from Brusco. Snipe goes in again. Domeng AR, give this man a raise. My goodness.
They're not stopping.
They're not stopping. They're going to go for it. Going straight for the jugular. Aqua pulling down the Mystic Gush one more time with Eman already using the Blazing Duet. What's that going to mean here? MNNE going for surgical.
Oh!
Going for straight for the face. Flicker in the Eman, the right target to pull in. Nerad's dangerously low here. The damage is only going to come from Aqua and not. And now, the minions are all that MNNE is waiting for here. Possibly securing that 2-0.
The hook,
nice pull in, come in from Hook.
Still
from
defending.
Light. Oh my goodness, Aqua with the flicker in. They're cleaning up house, but it's not going to be enough. That's nice fancy footwork there. Aqua all alone. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, MNNE with a sweep against RSG.
Wow. Unbelievable.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. The smiles on their faces, the relief. MNNE having a sweep, 2-0 on week 2.
We did mention do not hesitate. There wasn't any hesitation at all.
No.
The entirety of MNNE Evos. And now they will join a kind of ONIC that did not have any wins in the past week. Now they do have it, 1 apiece. That's going to be great for the MNNE Evos.
What a way to start off the week for MNNE.
Man.
Redemption week, looks like that's the theme of this.
Redemption it is. Wow, what is up with Saturdays, man?
Man.
Okay.
Overall, I would say this is exactly the form that we, I guess, expected MNNE to play here.
Yep.
But definitely RSG. Huge props to these guys.
Yep.
Man, they were put through the ringer in that one, but they were able to at least punch back a few times.
They played too slowly.
Yeah.
Well, we know that they are successful even when they're slow, but man, MNNE Evos. Yeah, have you seen John Wick 4?
Yeah.
Yeah? Or was it
Instant
3?
classic. Yeah.
When Lawrence Fishburne said, "Somebody please get this man a gun." That's exactly what you need to do for Dominic. Give him the Beatrix. He's gonna make magic out of it.
What a sight to see, and we all lost it.
Oh, that's what that was for.
Yeah,
That was
okay. That was
Okay.
a calling for something, and
Alright.
and we all lost it from that chase that Eman did.
Huh.
I'm calling it the MPL Philippines fun run, and he was just completely
Man,
gunned down.
I'm just so happy because there was a big adjustment on MNNE. The speed that they played in, especially with rotating, utilizing Lord JM, even in the last clash, the way that they found Eman was because of a flicker play coming out from Lord JM. Lord JM is definitely, making waves in his rookie season.
Yes, please give Lord JM a good micro hero.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
give him heroes like the Phantom, the Terrorist. No.
He was great with
Give
it,
him-
but
he was good, but Paquito, man, and that Edith, so many buttons to press. He loves that.
Bro,
Exactly.
on the game series 2 of the day, we were having a discussion with Theo Ignacio that how will a flicker suplex would actually be work. It takes precision, it takes timing, and with that, even in the last moment, he just making flicker right onto the base, and he gets one. Oh, wow.
Whew.
Man, it's good.
I can't believe that. I think that ever since the Doming play that we saw, we just lost it. We just lost the ability to can.
I'm out.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Agreed.
All of us were just completely watching the
Doming Nation. Man.
I'm sure a lot of our viewers are like rewinding right now. Whoa, what the heck just happened?
Wow. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Wow.
But don't rewind because, as you can see right behind him, that's the first time that they're gonna be there.
Exactly.
It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun. They called in the gang. I'm seeing Banoob's already been there.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Oh,
Doggy
yeah.
will be up.
I think he would be present as well. We have a good audience for MNNE this weekend, and also they've been really present in most of their matches.
Yeah.
And today, surely nobody let anyone down.
Yep.
2-0, man. Also ONIC Philippines. 2-0. Ooh. We had all sweeps today, bro.
Beautiful. What a sheeshable moment.
It is. And tomorrow we're expecting more of the action to continue. And it's so great to see that the redemption and even the bounce back for the teams heading into week 2 is just completely faster compared to the season that we all witnessed.
Yeah, even if you asked me to write the story, I would be able to write it this way. I think people's expectations are just so set from that previous week that we forgot. This is MPL Philippines we're talking about. Every team here has poured blood, sweat, and tears, and everything else you can think of on social media. All that they had to endure, just to get here.
Yeah.
And you
This
can't
is a
count
tough
anyone
tournament.
out.
A very tough tournament, unfortunately. Like nobody can be safe. Even teams
That
that
is
are
the
at the
right
bottom
word.
of the standings can take out the teams at the top of the standings. That's just MPL-PH for you.
Maybe this is just the complete pressure. Or even, I think this is a healthy mindset for all the teams heading into M5. All of the teams would actually race to get that spot. We're heading into the playoffs. We're on week 2. We have 4 weeks left. And to see all of these teams actually perform even on the top of their game, to be on this, well, it's Philippines hosting the World Championship. And we all want to be there. All the teams would really want to be, but only the best could actually be there.
Best of the best, guys. I think at this point, no one can really dispute that. Watching these teams play like this, everyone's scary. Everyone is worthy of being investigated and analyzed here.
Now, let's throw it over to MNNE Evos together with Mara Aquino for their winning interview.
Thank you, casters. Well deserved. Let's give a round of applause to MNNE Evos. Job well done. Kagabi, Boyet, nag-open up ka sa media. You were saying na sobrang disappointed mo nung season 11 because alam mo na you guys could have done better. And you went through some emotional phase also. Pagdating ng season 12, you were really pumped up. Pero medyo nakaka-disappoint yung nangyari din na natalo kayo sunod-sunod. Now, finally, you guys got the sweep. What did it take for you guys to reach this point? And how does it feel now na nakuha nyo yung unang triumph nyo?
Siguro po yung in-open up ko lang din talaga sa media yung first 2 games talaga namin na 5 kami, team talaga kami naglaro, yung kami talaga, hindi yung halo. Kasi parang lang talaga yun. Parang nalungkot lang talaga ako na di ko talaga alam sabihin sa sarili ko na parang nakanino yung problema, ganun. Di ganun, parang di ko alam kung nakanino yung problema nun, kung nasa akin din ba. Kasi sinisisi ko rin sarili ko. So, ayun. Kaya nalulungkot talaga ako kasi yung dalawang yun, parang hindi ko naman sinasabing minamalit yung dalawa. Pero alam namin na ayun yung kayang-kaya namin talaga i-sweep eh. Itong laban talaga namin na to, hindi talaga namin alam na kaya namin i-sweep to kasi kagabi lang naman talaga in-announce na ako maglalaro eh. Kaya ayun. So, parang swerte na rin. Kaya nangyari tong ganito na to, na-sweep namin yung RSG. Kasi hindi talaga namin expect na manalo kami dito, lalo na yung 3 laban namin. Kasi bukas may brand pa eh. Parang 3 mabibigat. Tapos, kaya sobrang disappointed ko kasi doon pa kami talaga sa sa 2 laban namin na 0-2 pa.
Why would you blame yourself and ask yourself, ako ba yung problema? Kasi ang daming players. Ikaw ba yung kuya ng team? Is that why?
Hindi ko po masabi. Parang lang kasi talaga. Siyempre, ayaw naman pumanisi ng kakampi. Parang di mo naman masisisi yung kakampi mo eh. Kaya, siyempre, sisihin mo na lang sarili mo kung ba't kayo natalo.
Si Doggy nandun. Sinasabi, Pero Banubs, kanina may kinwento ka sa akin habang nagsasalita yung mga casters. Kasi ngayon, nag-mix na tayo also ng mga players. For sure naman, there were a lot of expectations from you guys also from last season. Last night, sabi mo, talagang kinausap mo sila. Kwento mo naman yon.
Actually, kilala nila ako talagang parang tatay, kapatid sa kanila. And first time nila akong nakitang nagalit talaga kagabi. Kasi sobrang laki ng tiwala ko sa kanila. Ang lakas nila, pero laging may asim. Lagi sila naghanap ng challenge, hindi nila matapos, walang disiplina. Kaya yun yung first time na sobrang nagalit ako noon. And talagang nakita ko sa mga mukha nila na bumalik yung gigil nila para lumabas yung tunay na laro. Kasi ready naman lahat eh. Dami naming coaches, prepared lahat sa lahat ng gagawin. Pero kumbaga sobrang bata pa rin eh. Kumbaga may asim, meron pa rin silang laro. Alam mo yun, laro na nilalaro pa. So sobrang nagalit ako nun. Pero sobrang proud ako at itong ginawa namin composition, gumana. Yan, GGRSG.
At kitang-kita naman yung prep na ginawa nyo. Very successful. Congratulations. And now, it's time to announce the series MVP. Let me hear some names. Confident ka? Confident ka ba na si Lancy? Parang Lancy daw. Okay, tingnan natin. Let's take a look at the screen. For the match MVP. Lancy, 2 veteran na yung nakatapat mo At saka alam mo kung if you play back this game, talagang pinupuri ka ng mga casters na sobrang ganda ng laro mo. If you can big up your team, MNNE Evos, what else can we see?
Abangan na nila, mas gagalingan ko pa po.
Sino ba sa mga hindi mo pa nakakatapat that you're really looking forward to facing?
Actually po, lahat naman po eh.
Name ka ng isa. Even player.
Siguro si Pew.
Si Few. At bakit si Few?
Idol daw ni Miles yun eh. Kaya yun na lang.
Okay, makakatapat mo si Few. Ano ang message mo sa kanya? Bukas na yung laban. Bukas na yung laban. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Few?
Pew, galingan lang natin.
Okay, ganun lang. Alright, congratulations once again. Give a round of applause to MNNE Evos. You may now take your bow. And today, you will walk towards the front for your walk of victory. Congratulations. Congrats. You know, this season is really full of surprises. Talagang umaangat ang ating mga koponan. Pinapatunayan na mas pinas lakas. Babalikan natin ang ating mga casters to break it down for ya.
Thank you so much, Marakino, together with Minana Evos. Wow, a convincing 2-0. And that is just Minana Evos breaking their losing streak. And back in Series 1 of the day, somebody ended the winning streak. A mirror that we've seen today from Series 1 to 3.
About time, by the way. I mean, I don't mean well for the ones that lost, but yeah, teams from MPL Philippines are stepping up, and it's looking good.
Well, speaking of looking good, it's Minana Evos. We'll break things down. How did they go in game number 2?
For me personally, it was Minana Evos exploiting the draft issues that RSG actually played themselves into. And it all started with the Diroth pick, right? We know that we were all surprised with what happened in there. And Domeng actually made it sure, and he led the pack, dealing the damage, that he will be uncontested. We were saying, what if it will be a Masha? Or maybe some hero that can dive into the backlines, maybe something like an Ardent, that can actually one-shot Domeng. If we're looking at the composition of RSG, no hero can get into the backlines and contest this guy, especially if he has the flicker. And that's why Domeng was so uncontested this game. Won his lane and easily got the W for the team. But it's not just that. We're talking about how Minana Evos exploited the draft. I want you to look at the first few minutes of the game, especially this one. 4 heroes, including the XP laner in the middle of the river. And that's because they know that they can actually just take out the slow speed of wave clear coming out from the Diroth. Then they got a kill onto the bottom lane, which gives Domeng AR a lot of advantage. Lancy is level 4 and his opponent Gord is only level 3. Then they will not stop getting into the fights. They get another kill. 4 members of them up there. Look at Lord JM focusing on clearing the minions. Great plays coming out from Edith even when he died afterwards. Now look at Boyet. Very, very brave at this cause. They already got a kill onto Light. Afterwards, they will get a kill onto Irad. Even further giving them the advantage. They will not stop. Look at the speed. 5 minutes in, they will get their 7th kill of the game, which is pretty important, pretty fast. They have found Light. And then Lord JMAR will not stop getting into Eman. He'll try to evade the entirety of Minana Evos, but Eman, look at him go. Look at Paldoming. He knows. Man, last possible second. And Brusco AR again finds Light. There's another snipe that comes afterwards. How do you even track that? Well done coming out from Domeng. Lancy just using the Terrify to take out the Gord. And they get the W. That's gonna be Minana Evos getting the first win or series win. And this is because of Boyet AR. Now let's look at specifically at 9 minutes and 14 minutes. How do you get coverage like this? 5 minutes. Very, very quickly, right? I kinda have to give it to Boyet AR. He's very, very good at this hero. He knows his timings. Went in for the blade armor first, right? Which allowed him to give a great understanding of the meta game, which means that the Claude will not have a good time dealing out the damage. Just because you are a Claude and you have unstoppable damage, the blade armor pickup coming out from Boyd Air, combined with firmness and tenacity, that means that there is no way for you to shred that back shot. I'm not entirely sure if there were any deaths at all for Boyd AR, but I'm pretty sure that will be low because RSG, they're not even able to kind of force out the members of Minana Evos out of the important objectives, like the Lord twice going in favor of Minana Evos, Turtles 3-0, Turret 9-2, and of course the buffs heavily in favor of Minana Evos. See, Boyd AR did not die in this game. Getting the blade armor first allowed him to be aggressive in this game. Whereas the other members of Minana Evos, I'm sure that analysts in the other broadcasts, which is Midnight, is not happy with this Beatrix with the Has clause, but some people like it. And it's because of the lifesteal that we saw. Whenever Nats will try to go for him, he can turn it around. Whenever Eman goes for him, he can turn it around. And that's exactly what happened in this game. Some important stats, you can see Boyd AR with 86% kill participation, very well done, and 4,000 to 400 monster gold stolen coming out from MNNE Evos. That's massive. There's really no way for RSG to win this game. And it's mainly because of their decision to go for Diroth as their last pick. Understandable that they went in for the Franco. But the fact that they did not go for something like Arlut, that's a problem because they didn't have any team fights afterwards. And the thing with Diroth is that it's easily bullied in the X-Plane. As you saw, Edith was there. When he cleared the lane, the first minion wave, he immediately went into the river where they found a kill, when they found the first blood. And it's mainly because the wave flare of the Diroth will not match this Edith. That's exactly what they did. MNNE Evos, very smart on this kind of rotation, and that's the reason why they won that game.
Thank you so much for the amazing analysis, Wolf. As always, that was a 2-0 from MNNE Evos, finally getting their series win. And that was just RSG Philippines just struggling and making their way through their comfort zone. A complete turnaround and a great recovery for MNNE Evos in week number 2.
Yeah, two things. First of all, Infinix, get these guys, MNNE. They went through that game ultra fast.
That was ultra fast.
That was way too fast. I mean, they did not let RSG breathe. Even in the jungle, Irad's jungle was stolen. It was like, it was just all around the map. It was so obvious, and yeah, they did it in such a way to stop that Claude from getting into a good position to counter them.
Yeah.
And they wanted to end it quickly because they were aware of their enemy's win conditions.
Yeah.
That is just very good game sense from MNNE coming in this one. What a fresh look at a team that everyone had a little faith in.
And I'm still amazed of how Lord JM has been performing. Said it in their first series, said it in their second series. I also said that in their third series, and I don't mind saying it again after their fourth series. Lord JM, we're just basking in his debut here in MPL, and I'm enjoying it.
Wow.
Big props.
If you're watching this, you can clap for Lord JM.
Yeah, Lord JM and all of the gang, right, in that interview with Mara Aquino on the stage, completely defines, like, you all need to work together and you need to have that strength in order to perform better. But again, it has been us, we Bear Bros, OSX, Rockhart, and Wolf. Let's throw it over to Mara for the closing day.
A day full of surprises. Wala talagang ligtas dito sa ligang to. But then again, what should you expect when you're playing in the best MLBB region in the world? For the first series, the anime battle between Ryzen and Sensui resulted in ONIC Philippines securing their first ever series win this season, all while snapping Blacklist International's 3-match winning streak. Sa second series naman, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang natsyada ng Echo Express sa likod ng kakaibang nice one, baby, ni Sangela kontra TNC Pro Team. And for our last series, the stare-down battle ended in a thrilling showdown between two talented teams. Sa huli, MNNE Evos ang nanaig kontra RSG Philippines with a sweeping victory. Ang bumitiw ay siguradong mapag-iiwanan. Kaya wag naman kayong makakalimutan tumutok bukas para sa huling araw ng ating linggo. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino, nagpapaalala na ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas Lakas. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it good vibes!
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.